such a beautiful lie. When I still want you closer, I am longing for closure, and I'm wondering why. No, no matter what I do, I keep on falling for you. To get over such a beautiful lie. When I still want you closer, I am longing for closure, and I'm wondering why. No, no matter what I do, I keep on falling for you.
Morning, everybody. Currently June 25th, another trading day where SPY is piercing the highs and trying to rally. You have the Qs. What are the Qs doing? They are tapping and piercing the all-time high. Quite astonishing price action in the major indices, but we do have the nasdaq pushing new all-time highs. QQQ. Very, very strong. So you can see the NASDAQ here, QQQ, all-time high, being swept right now. Very bullish price action, very, very bullish price action. Let's erase some of these intraday trend lines so we can see on the larger time frame daily chart. NASDAQ looks like it wants to go for 543 to about 544 today. Very strong price action. All right, before we jump into some charts here, I just got to queue up a couple other things here, and then we'll scroll through a little bit of the headlines across the board. Self-driving technology. Let's see what else is important here. Americans are feeling cracks in the labor market. Record highs in stocks. Yep. That's pretty self-explanatory. AI is going to help Robinhood. This is an interesting art. Fed rate bets surge as oil calms. So inflation expectations are falling here, and the betting market, bond market is starting to potentially price in a cut, which is one of the reasons I think markets are going to trend in the near term here to all-time highs and surpass price action. Let's see what else we got going on here. Iran's defense minister visits China. There's obviously a lot of headline speculation from mainstream media that the US really missed their targets, only delaying Iran's nuclear plans by months. Trump's obviously disagreeing with that. Nevertheless, markets seem to be believing Trump that there's resolution and not mainstream media. Nvidia tech giants have moved into cloud computing. We'll see what that does. Wall Street bulls are calling for another 10% rally in the S&P 500. That's kind of interesting. Let's see where a 10% rally would put us in the grand scheme of things. So again, we do have upside targets on SPY. We'll forget this little trend line We're trading roughly at 602. Yeah, I have major resistance here at 625 on SPY. I think that's where we're going. 625 is just under 3% away. That's a clear sweep of the all-time high price. And remember, this S&P 500 hasn't swept those all-time highs yet, so it's lagging just a touch here. But I think that the bulls are going to press this market until the S&P 500 makes new all-time highs. They really want to report on the news that the S&P has made yet again new highs, and I think that's coming very shortly. Certainly is. So again, I have major confluence zone at 625 on SPY. How do we get that? Well, simply put, if you look at your parallel channel going all the way back to 2023, you were chopping in this channel for quite a long time until you had a little bit of a fake out, shake out here. But massive 3 high pivots, low pivot, big breakdown zone. That area confluences just with this upsloping trend line. So 625 I think is a really interesting level, and this is an upsloping target, so the longer we take to get there, the higher the target goes. So just recognize that 625, if we chop sideways for a couple weeks, this could be a higher target of 630 and then maybe 635 and so on and so forth. You guys get the point. Alright, let's see what else is shaking and moving here in the news world. Just going through some headlines here. Goldman Trader sees risks for lower priced stocks, or lower quality stocks, I should rephrase. Nothing really crazy on the news headline. We'll go through some of the bigger movers. That's all yesterday. Just quickly scroll through TradingView's news feed, see if there's anything worth noting. Hong Kong crypto stocks skyrocket 200% in one day. Wow. Vaccines and antibodies up for debate at CDC advisory panel meeting. Iran knows how to rebuild its nuclear infrastructure, says UN nuclear agency. And that's exactly what we touched base on the day of Operation Midnight Hammer. We said Iran has developed their nuclear powers and uranium enrichment programs in-house. So you can't just take that away without, unfortunately, wiping out all of the scientists and killing more people. So they're going to rebuild. Biogen to advance spinal muscular atrophy. Let me take a peek at BIIB if it's getting any sort of movement. Nah, that's a nothing burger headline there. Bumble to cut workforce by 30%. Shares jump. You guys aren't using the dating sites that much more? AI is replacing everyone? So Bumble, I think, is a part of what? Match Group? Or do they have their own ticker? I can't remember. No, they got their own ticker. Wow. Wow. So take a look at Bumble. Ticker BMBL. Absolutely flying here. Let's pull up that daily chart of BMBL. So that's shaking and moving today. Looks like online dating is surging. Hit those super likes or whatever it is on that platform. Alright, so this is an interesting chart here on BMBL. This is I don't really like staying in this stock for a long time, but clearly you have a lot of momentum today. Gapping up from 521 to 608. So the headline is shares of online dating app Bumble jumped 12% to $5.87. The companies to reduce their workforce by 240 roles or 30% of their employees. Bumble expects to incur around 13 million to 18 million of non-recurring charges. Charges will be incurred primarily in the third and fourth quarter of 2025. Company expects up to 40 million of annual cost savings related to workforce reduction. Bumble now expects Q2 revenue to be 244 million and 249 million versus the previous expectations of between 235 million to 243 million. So they are guiding up on their revenue. On the previous close, the stock was down 36% year to date. Wall Street loves earnings revisions. So I think that off of a first initial dip, there could be a potential trade here. Most certainly. So yeah, we got plenty of volume. Just keep in mind the market cap's fairly risky size, but there's a decent amount of volume there for ticker Bumble to trade. That one is shaking and moving to the upside. Let me just see where, more or less, where we can look for a target. But this is in a clear downtrend, so remember, the stock will likely get shorted into the ground, even with this earnings revisions. So you're breaking out of that trend line. That's the resistance you're currently trading into. Two trend lines intersecting right in that vicinity. So providing the markets hold their gap up, this stock should try to make a peekaboo breakout through to the 679 zone, your 618. That would sweep this red bar breakdown on the daily chart. It would put you into the gap window. It would force a lot of people to try to chase this $8 gap or 805, and that's when they probably will snake that liquidity and sell into it. So I think there might be a potential scalp long. I haven't really traded this name much, but we'll keep it on radar. Ticker BMBL, earnings revision guide up. All right, let's see what else we got shaking and moving here. Spruce Power announces results from 2025, blah, blah, blah. Uber stock soars as Waymo robotaxis hit more streets in Atlanta. Uber. Call my Uber. Let's take a peek at Uber here. Yeah, Uber, that rally was yesterday. Uber's got a very constructive chart. I mean, it was up 7.5%. We'll keep scrolling through here. Solar stocks jump as Senate hints at rooftop tax relief. Yeah, we did have quite a bit of improvement in the solar space. You know, solar stocks were some of the healthiest looking charts before they got that big decline on news. FSLR is, I think, one of the household leaders. That one's actually still generating quite a bit of revenue. But Senator Kevin Cramer said Senate Republicans are considering restoring a rooftop solar tax credit in their budget bill, pointing to more generous terms than those in the House's variation. That is good. Obviously, it sent names like Enphase, FSLR, Run, and Solar Edge flying yesterday. Now, they're still in a bearish gap down, all of these solar stocks. They still got quite a bit of work to do to firm up at current levels. I mean, if we just look at a name like First Solar, which was looking like such a healthy chart, it's still trying to work through that gap. If we look at Enphase, Enphase is another one that's still at some very, very oversold technical levels, having a massive reversal yesterday. But you're approaching this rather long. This is one of the largest falling wedge patterns I've seen. You're into a whole host of support down here going back to 2019. You know, I think it's even worth a shot for just some farther dated investment calls. Well, certainly, let's look at Run. Yeah, Run had a really big move yesterday, up over 15%. SEDG, Solar Edge Technologies, also making a run. Maxon Solar, That one's just somewhat staying flat on the session. So solar stocks will continue to be on watch, I think, in the coming sessions. They certainly look intriguing, I think. Good morning, JP. All right, let's keep scrolling for some headlines here, see if there's any actionable trades. So far, it's just been BMBL. Oklo announces strategic collaborations with Hexium and TerraPower. Let me take a peek at Oklo. Yeah, Oklo's starting to move up a little bit. Really big bounce off of the 20-day moving average. Let's look at uranium. You know, uranium's actually coming into an area here where I think it's going to sweep higher. So this is an interesting trade. Uranium's been very, very strong. Back tested the 7-day moving average, getting an extraordinary bounce. Uranium should make new highs. Where I think uranium is probably going to is this high pivot, this beautiful. So around $40.60. All right. So we'll keep scrolling through some of these other headlines, see if there's anything else worth noting. Some few stocks that are moving are Bitcoin. Bitcoin's acting very, very well right now. Natural gas struggling yet again. Bitcoin up 1%, capturing 107,000. Gold seeing some distribution. Nvidia up 1%. SMCI up 1.84. Tesla getting a nice little bounce today. That's up 0.9. FedEx dropping on earnings. That's down 4.84%, unfortunately. AISP up another 8%. Marvell doing well. Those $77 calls could be hitting in the money today. So that's good to see. What else is transpiring in mega cap tech land? Yields are kind of soft today. Mixed across the board, actually 2 and 10. There's a wide spread today with 2-year yield lagging, 10-year yield performing. Oil catching a minor bounce. Apple's green. Google's green. Mega cap tech land is green. Microsoft also green. All right, I need to just quickly check something out here. We scroll through. If you're going to take a peek at any sort of tickers, just let me know. We can take a peek. We'll obviously run through some individual names. We'll run through the indices. expectations. Just getting set up here. Just configuring a couple charts. Let's jump back into some of these pre-market scans. See if there's any other headlines worth noting. U.S. building permits lowest since June 2020. It's kind of why I think short-term rates are falling today. Long-end rates are staying somewhat firm. Kind of interesting. Housing market, yet again, under a bit of pressure. PHXC's fiscal year 26 adjusted operating margins 43%. Let's look at PayX. So again, they had earnings. They are dropping on earnings. There might be a trade on ticker PayX, P-A-Y-X. This is an earnings gap down. All right, we're just going to throw up 2 fib retraces. So we're gapping down into 147 right now. Yeah, this looks... I mean, the aggressive target would be 145, but I would be more inclined to wait till about 143.76. So a pierce of 144, I could see myself taking a stab. Yeah, that's a big violation of the weekly 20 moving average right now for PayX. That's a pretty big violation. Yeah, I could see myself taking a stab on the long side of PayX around 143. Let me just mark it on here, 143.80. So it's got a little bit of ways to go, a few more dollars down. And we'll see if we can get another just over 2% down on PayX. All right, Sarpres. What is Sarpres saying this morning? He is looking at AMD and RGTI. So let's look at AMD. AMD 140 done. Yep, 140 is done. We got 141 it's tapping into, but this is where AMD should see some selling. You got this previous bounce pivot. You got a massive 50% retrace zone. You got a really big breakdown zone. It should run into some selling here in this very vicinity. So it's actually on watch for a bit of a day trade short setup. And honestly, guys, my expectations for the indices today, considering the nasdaq is pushing all-time highs, I think we're actually going to get a bit of a fade opportunity today. I think this gap up is probably going to go back to break even, chasing all of those late punishers off of the open. There will be people chasing off of the open, but I think that the nasdaq is probably going to go. So I like potential names like AMD for a bit of a short setup. You're into really big, just a scalp short. Swing trade short level could be a little bit higher, but day trade scalp short I think is a high probability trade setup for sure. Let's see what else we got. So Rigetti, RGTI. Yeah, Rigetti pumping here, breaking out. I wish that happened yesterday. So Sarfer is minted on that. Nice job, Sarf. That's beautiful. Rigetti gapping up as well. 1180 on the charts. Let's take a look at the daily session. So yeah, RGTI looks like it's going to tap that 20-day moving average. That's sitting right around just under 12 bucks. Yep, $12 is your target. That's right, sir. Good observations. So Rigetti is breaking out. Looking like it wants to head to $12. That's without any sort of a squeeze or pierce of the key moving average. I could see it even heading to about 12.10 on the chart. Again, we look at the NASDAQ, that's gapping up into all-time high over it. I could see us getting a nice short on the Qs today. This was I was looking for that negative divergence gap up, and I think we're going to get it today on the 15-minute chart. Had that short signal. Yeah, that should be a decent short, I think, on the Qs. The question is, do the Qs want to push up to 543 off of the open? Will we tap 543 or 544? That's got to be something that we consider. Just trying to isolate down the zone. Here, I want to draw a different trend line. I'm going to use a channel for this resistance on the Qs. There we go. So I think the big extension move today on the Qs is around 544, just below 544, 543.84, but I'm very interested in shorting this today on a gap up, and then we'll see there could be a continuation trend later in the afternoon. So I'm expecting some profit taking and then a continuation trend. But AMD looks like a quality short as well. Day trade short scalp into a ton of resistance. Let's look at some other new names here. So FedEx gapping down on earnings. That's a bit of a problem. And that's too bad. I mean, FedEx had a really bullish chart, and its earnings report wasn't even that bad. They came out with a double beat. Guidance was okay, but just shows you, right? Even good earnings can still have names in a big downtrend. So FedEx right now, what we don't want to lose is really the level we're testing. It could just be doing a simple back test of this trend line, but you really don't want to lose this little upsloping trend line. Still holding a bit of a breakout neckline, but it was looking much better before. So now you are into some support. It's an aggressive zone to try to trade long. See if we have any sort of a fib level to match up with that. Yeah, you can see you're coming into a 216 fib level. Let's look at some of these other names. So again, Bitcoin right now doing phenomenally well. BTC is on tap for a beautiful push to the upside. I'm a little bit surprised MSTR hasn't firmed up even more. It is breaking out here, MSTR. But I'm surprised it's not up a little bit more. It had a nice session yesterday, but gave back a lot. I think MSTR is going to challenge at minimum 388 today. So that could be a potential long trade setup on MSTR. Maybe a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders breakout. But MSTR should try to firm up here. It's kind of lagging Bitcoin as a whole. Obviously, Coin has been a monster. Look at Coinbase, just the sheer momentum. I mean, my oh my. What a monster on Coin. Trading into new all-time high price. I believe that's new all-time high. No, it's not. Sorry. Almost. So again, we've actually achieved the inverse head and shoulders target on Coin. Wow. We've actually achieved the inverse head and shoulders target on Coin. Quite astonishing. What a monster though. I mean, I can't chase on the long side, but Coin can push. If Bitcoin keeps surging here and crypto keeps surging, Coinbase could absolutely keep pushing. It had that 1-2 punch, right, of momentum from Circle. Circle's obviously on watch for a continuation short down. I think that if Circle catches a bid, aggressive short zone is priority low. We absolutely nailed this yesterday, live trading. Took our 235 puts deep in the money for a nice gain. They were expensive. One contract $1,400, but it worked out for us. Henry saying Micron dropping MU. Yeah, so MU is just one of those names that it's just been so extended. I mean, it's run a lot farther than I've thought. Um, I'm in the 125 put still, but it's just gone up so quickly. You know, look at this name. It's absolutely shattered through resistance. Charting that gap. So you filled that gap yesterday. But my oh my, I mean, when you obliterate the 618 fib like it's nothing, that's pretty impressive. Right through all of these pivot highs. Quite crazy there on Micron for sure. Look at that extension move. Trading on the daily with an 83 RSI. Starting to get some negative divergences. But Micron's just a little bit overdue. And good to see it coming down a little bit. But a massive move to the upside on Micron. This is why I think AMD will also likely come down. You'll probably have nvidia. Nvidia looks like a solid chart to keep trending higher. It's not as overbought as some of the other names. And it's doing this 3-bar surge on the daily. Nvidia wants all-time highs. You know, the Qs have made it. Nvidia really wants that 153 sweep. So I think that it's looking quite interesting there for Nvidia. I do think that there's more upside. So in terms of economic data that we have this morning, you got some of your building permits out this morning, dropping to low levels. New home sales are out at 10. Fed Chair Powell also testifies yet again at 10. So between new home sales at 10 and Fed Chair, there could be a little bit of extra volatility into the mix today. I am seeing across the indices, the Nasdaq's obviously the strongest as people are bidding up tech, chasing the all-time high, new price discovery. IWM's lagging the indices, so that could be a bit of a short setup. Oil just trading sideways, nothing really to report on there. Let's quickly take a look at Google. I do have some other individual tickers that we'll discuss. So yeah, Google is still holding this technical support that I've been discussing. I'm still bullish Google. I think it's going to play catch up. And here's the thing, right? You already have the Qs trading at all-time highs, surpassing it. Look at like Google, a name like Google, just lagging. So imagine this one starts to firm up and take out these 181 high pivots. It would just help propel the market even more. Same thing with Amazon. Amazon well off of its high. Same thing as Apple. Apple well off of its high. So I mean, there's still a lot of components in the Qs, the Big Mag 7 that are off of their highs. So imagine some of these start to press for their highs, where we could be. You know, Tesla, same sort of pattern, well off of its highs, catching a bit of a bid today. And I'm very interested in taking some Tesla 400 calls as a swing trade. I've been watching it carefully. Haven't gotten in yet, but I'm watching it very closely. Intraday chart pattern on Tesla. Let's take a peek. So Tesla obviously was breaking that bear flag yesterday, hitting some 382 support, but Tesla could negate this bearish pattern. And if it negates this bearish wedge pattern, meaning that this becomes a failed breakdown and turns into a bullish breakout, we could absolutely fly on Tesla today. So this is one that is on watch for a failure pattern to get long, okay? I do like it a lot. And again, if we're looking at upside calls today, I mean, maybe 355, 350 if you're a little more conservative, that could easily happen on Tesla. So what I'd want to see on TSLA is kind of a 15-minute close above. Aggressive traders would wait for this wedge pattern, but if we get a 15-minute close back above this breakdown red candle here, that should be a very bullish signal. If you're a little bit more conservative, then you wait for a 15-minute close back above 344. I'd be aggressive myself. I'm going to wait for a 15-minute close back above this breakdown candle. If we can get that on Tesla, then I think she's off to the races. And we might see a bit of rotation, right? You've had a lot of strong semi stocks. The markets might not fall that much, but you might see rotation. You might see names like AMD, Micron, some semiconductors fall a little bit, and that capital could rotate. Maybe even Microsoft sees some rotation. You know, maybe it goes into Apple, Google, Amazon, Tesla. So maybe you get some capital rotation and not really panic or exit selling in the market. That's certainly a plausible scenario. Let's quickly take a look at Marvell here. Marvell, $77 calls, guys, are almost in the money. And this pattern is just getting going. Look at this beautiful intraday chart. If these indices stay firm, this is about to trigger an inverse head and shoulders, which gives us a very strong upside break. You're actually triggering it right now. I don't like when inverse head and shoulders trigger off of upside gaps, but we'll take it as it comes. We could be looking at $83 target off of this Marvell breakout, right? Target if pattern holds. So obviously we're in the $77 calls. Those should open up quite nicely. Not looking to chase it. I'm already positioned. But I do think that that's a strong chart on Marvell. And that's an earnings revision as well. That's a very strong earnings revision. Take a look at AISP. This name, every single day, it just seems to be gapping up into this resistance, gapping up, and then they sell it. But this has had crazy volatility intraday. Up, down, up, down. Now it's up. What are the chances it's going down again? So we exited for a nice profit yesterday. We sold our $5 calls for just under 90%. SMCI doing quite well. This is another semiconductor that could see capital rotation. You know, you had that shelf offering, decline, massive fall on SMCI. Now it's starting to play catch up. Maybe again a name like AMD, Micron sees a bit of downward rotation flowing back into SMCI. That's certainly on watch. Let's look at CoreWeave today. CoreWeave trying to hold a bit of a bounce here. Still a very strong chart. I am getting some topping signals on CoreWeave. It's very similar to what Circle is going through. CoreWeave right now just strong because nvidia is strong. But I'm getting some topping signals here on CoreWeave. I think that there's a put setup here. Very, very close to seeing a short setup. Surfer's looking at Hood. Wow, Hood's into my next ad level here on Hood for sure. This is just a beast. Wow. Yeah, Hood is massive. Massive move up on Hood. Just give me a second with this. Yeah, this is another one that's into a really strong potential short setup. Gapping up, they might fade this liquidity. Gapping up, they might fade this liquidity. Look at that all-time high spike test, double top, piercing all-time high, grabbing that liquidity. It's a big level on Hood. Extremely extended negative divergence on the weekly, intraday negative divergences across the board. That's a really, really strong short setup. I'm actually going to keep that one on watch for a scalp short off of the open. I like it a lot. I think there'll be some profit taking. All right, let me just grab some more coffee and then we'll quickly scan through some more chart setups. You know what, guys? I like Hood a lot. I'm thinking of getting into weekly put options as a scalp short today. And I'm gonna look at probably $84 puts today. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna take probably the $84 puts on Hood today. There will likely be some profit taking. Sweeping that all-time high double top. All right, so SPY, we're looking at SPY. Again, Qs are into all-time high territory. I think they're going to get also faded. Profit taking off of the open. There is obviously the potential to go to about 543.50. SPY potential today. It is gapping up. 610. SPY could go to about 610.20. You can see this trend line of resistance. That's the upper boundary wedge pattern. Okay, SPY could go to 610 today. A little long in the tooth intraday. Also a negative divergence. Very tempted to also short the Qs off of the open. They're the stronger indice though, so we just got to be mindful of that. But sweeping all-time high, quite stunning. All right, let's look at some other names that are moving quite well. We look at QS, QuantumScape. That thing is just... thought it was ripping. Yeah, look at QS. Wow. 433 close to jumping to 613. Astronomical move. So what is the news? QuantumScape integrated its Cobra separator into cell production, enhancing efficiency. The stock surged nearly 36%. Quite crazy. So here's Barron's list of stocks making the biggest move. Again, Micron, nvidia, Coinbase, Worthington, General Mills, QuantumScape's the big one, BlackBerry rising, FedEx falling. What a monster move on QuantumScape. Another name that just generally gets sold into at every turn. One, the moves, the gap ups do not last on QS. So we could potentially short this one. See what the high in the pre-market was. $628 high in the pre-market. So yeah, right into that gap fill. Interesting. All right, we have 6 minutes here till the open. So I think the two trade setups on the short side, guys, again, gap ups usually gap and crack. High statistical probability of that. So I'm looking at shorting this market into some key levels. I think some individual names are pretty much ready into those levels. Names like AMD and Hood. They're on watch for some of my A+ short setups in the pre-market here. The only problem about shorting off of the open is the Qs and SPY could go a little bit higher, but again, very, very interesting levels here for the main indices as well. Actually, let's just see where AMD went in the pre-market. Yeah, pretty much near the highs. Same thing with Hood. Hood is near the highs as well. So I'm going to flip you to the dual screen now. Excuse me. All right. Let's get ready. Another trading session here. Let's try to make some money today. Trade smartly, trade with precision. Again, Hood AMD on the short side. Put options, I'm looking at $84 puts on Hood. As a day trade scalp. And for AMD, it's a little bit more of a tougher one. AMD, I'd probably go into the 140 puts. End of week. But I think I like Hood the best. All right, so Hood puts, I'm gonna grab the $84 puts. I'm gonna wait a couple minutes just to see how things settle out. AMD, I'm looking at 140 puts, end of week. And these are day trades, scalping short. And I do like Tesla for a potential long. Again, I'm watching for invalidation of that breakdown candle yesterday on TSLA for a potential scalp long. Bitcoin still doing very, very well. Let's get ready here. They're set to open here. Hood and AMD, guys. Hood and AMD. That's what I'm watching. Obviously, I'm watching the main indices as well. It's open here. AMD coming in a touch. AMD coming in really heavy here. AMD seeing a considerable amount of selling off of the open. I'll let you know if I take a fill. Qs are almost into a short level. Looking at Qs. Hood. Come on, don't come down, Hood. Give me one more spike higher. Give us one more spike higher, Hood. Don't fall on me. No. Don't do it. Don't do it. Alright, let's look at AMD puts. Alright guys, I'm going to grab some AMD puts here. let you know if I'm filled. I'm not in yet. I'm not in yet. I was hoping for one more little spike higher on AMD, but I'm watching AMD closely now. Hood is still on watch as well. I haven't taken an entry yet. I'm looking. I want AMD puts around, well, the 140 put on AMD, I want it around $2. 205, $2. Hood, I want to see Hood go back above 85. Alright guys, I just got filled on AMD 140 put at $2 exactly. $2 exactly AMD put. Play ball. Hood is into the next resistance zone as well. Hood is into a short level as well. Let's see what these hoods. Hood's tapping $85. It is hitting a short level. I'm looking at taking an entry as well. Spread's still a little bit wide on Hood. Qs are starting to see some sell side. Tesla's gone negative. Alright guys, I just took a fill on Hood, 135. I'm in an $84 put. Alright, so we got two positions on the table. We're short Hood and we're short AMD, guys. SMCI doing really well here. AMD still trying to press a little bit. Nvidia is seeing a bit of selling, top wick selling. Qs are still coming in a touch. Trading just below all-time high on the Qs. AMD is continuing to rip here. Qs are struggling at that all-time high pivot. Yep, I'm still in MU. Still looking for MU to probably go down to fill its gap around 122. AMD is a strong horse, trying to push higher. Tesla down 1.14%. Very bearish price action there on Tesla. Google's ripping here. IWM is negative. So you're seeing a bit of distribution. Google's one of the stronger mega caps today on the session, up 1.85%. Good to see Google shaking and moving. AMD is starting to cooperate just a touch here. Hood is still a beast. Qs are pushing. Still making new all-time highs here on the Qs. Nvidia ripping up 1.48%. Google's at the high of the session. Come on, AMD and Hood. And we're riding the 140 put on AMD. And the $84 put on Hood. Alright, Hood's starting to see some top wicks here. Google's still ripping. What else we got? Qs are still at the highs. QuantumScape up 36%. BBAI up 4%. SRFM up 40%. Circle down another 4.6. Him catching a nice bit up 7.3. SMCI is ripping, guys. Our $47 calls are getting close to in the money. Look at this SMCI chart intraday. Whoops. That's astonishing. Look at that. Boom. Rocket ship to the upside. Go SMCI. Go. Wow. That's extraordinary. Alright, Hood is starting to come in. See some top wicks. Coin's having another strong day. Tiger, TIGR, that's up 17%. Extraordinary price action here. Alright, a bit of sell side pressure hitting the tape in the Qs. Come on, Hood. Get these puts in the money. 84 is coming on tap. I could see Hood going negative today. I could see a lot of profit taking coming into Hood. Come on, let's win our first trade here. AMD is still a monster, but that should come in. AMD should come in. Tesla just getting absolutely bludgeoned again. Markets at new highs. Tesla going down. There's the $84 puts on tap for Hood. They are in the money. I'm still holding. I am still holding these $84 puts on Hood. They're up nicely, but I'm looking for more upside. My first trim would be right on this trend line on Hood. Call it just above 83 bucks. I think we could get. Qs are now coming into a short level. QQQ approaching your first short level. It's not there yet, but it's getting close. Bitcoin's still ripping here to the upside. Come on, AMD, cooperate for us. Hood's trying to bounce here on the 5-minute chart. Again, first trim I'm looking for is just above 83 bucks on Hood. Come on, give it to us. You're so extended up here. You know there's going to be some more profit taking. You did create a little bit of a lower wick low there. Markets are still very strong though. FedEx still down 5%. Micron trying to catch a bit of a bid. Solar stocks are struggling here. Natural gas still down 1.8%. Natural gas is technically into the next buy level. Wow, but it's getting bludgeoned. Holy, natural gas is getting bludgeoned here. Down again. How's this energy? WTI crude still just floundering sideways. It seems like the whole natural gas trade is unwinding here. It does certainly look like that, but you're into an interesting area here. Come on, Hood and AMD. You know you want to go lower. Still phenomenally strong. Qs are up 0.6%, trading above 543 on the charts. QQQ is getting close. I have the first short level on the Qs is around 543.60. 543.60 is the first short level on the Qs. You can see we're approaching it here. 543.57, 543.60. It's a big level on the Qs. It's certainly a big level. So if you're looking at shorting, that is your first area. Leave yourself for maneuverability to add into 544s, but QQQ off the 543.55 to 544 level is a short zone. It's about a 50-cent range. Excuse me. I would look, if you get up there, I would look to get into maybe some 543 0 DTEs. If you're a little bit more conservative, you look for 544 0 DTEs. That's how I would play it there. Obviously, I'm holding AMD short right now in the 140 puts, and Hood $84 puts. Had the ability to trim briefly there. We are up on the Hood $84 puts. We're basically just floundering here on AMD. But I do think that there's going to be some profit taking in this equity market, guys. Be very, very careful. Here we go. Both A-plus setups, AMD and Hood, was our big pre-market discussion. We'll see if those A-plus setups work out for us. Discussed it in depth in the pre-market. But I think we definitely got more. There goes Hood. AMD is still a beast, but Hood's starting to cooperate here. Come on, give us a down leg. Give us a down leg. You got nvidia ripping at 151, up 2.3%. Tesla down 1, Meta up 0.3, Google's ripping up 1.9%, Apple's up 1%. Nasdaq is just pumping here to the high side. Let's see if we can get Hood back under 84. I'm seeing Micron selling, AMD's coming in. Tesla getting absolutely bludgeoned here. I do have a long level on Tesla. Tesla is coming in. I mean, there is a time that we will flip long in this market. But right now, we've taken a bunch of profits on the long side. And I think that it's pretty prudent. Wow, Tesla's just getting smoked here to the downside. Tesla is hitting some near-term support here. It's quite an interesting level on TSLA, but considering the market's so strong and this stock just can't catch a bid, is a little bit concerning. That bearish wedge pattern has played out to a T. You're now into your next major support level. You lose this support on Tessie, and oh my goodness. I mean, you're looking at a target down of, let me just look here, you're looking at around 332 next high pivot support. But Tessie just selling off like a brick here. AMD, come on AMD, break it down. You know you want to. You printed a 5-minute hanging man candle. You got to close outside of that hangman candle. Then you got another little lower candle. Come on. They're going to sell it. Hood, they need to sell Hood. They need to sell AMD. Wow, Tesla's into support, but this is just not catching any sort of a bid here. Nothing. You're at the lows. My oh my. Do they want that next Fibonacci zone down here? Maybe. Tesla's just risky business down here. Just not at all. No love for Tessie. Alright, AMD, Hood. Come on, Hood. Take your next down leg. Look at Tesla slicing through major support here. Testing the lower boundary support level that I have marked out. Will it catch a bid here? That is the aggressive long. I'm not taking it here because I think that the equity markets could see a bit more of a dip. I really do. AMD, Qs are starting to see a little bit of selling. Wow. Hood, we're still printing on Hood, guys. Look at Tesla just dump here. My oh my. Come on, AMD. Take us to 140. Take us to 140. Hood is tapping right on that $84 strike zone. Again, we are up on our Hood puts, but I'm looking for a bigger move down. Wow, Tesla's just getting absolutely smoked here. Look at this. Qs are starting to come in, guys. QQQ. Starting to come in a little bit. Alright, Hood is tapping that resistance. Sorry, that support. BBAI, sorry for saying BBI breaking down. Yeah, BBAI is breaking down. Oh my god, Tesla. AMD's starting to come in. QQQ seeing some heavy selling. Come on, AMD. Come on. Take us down, AMD. Take us down. Get these 140 puts in the money. Hood's close to breaking down. Qs are looking heavy. Tesla's just getting annihilated, down 2% here on Tessie. Nvidia's still holding strong, up 2.6%. There's no selling in Nvidia. Look at this strong chart. Qs are coming in and there's virtually no selling in Nvidia. My oh my. Look at AMD melting. Come on. Let's bank. Let's bank. Come on. Let's make our money within the first half an hour. Come on, AMD. AMD 140 puts are close, guys. Hood testing that 84 strike zone again. Nvidia is still a monster. Not even seeing any sell side pressure. So once Nvidia sees some profit taking. Alright, Hood. $84 puts are deep in the money. We are printing. AMD's coming into target. Let's go. Come on, baby. Again, my target on Hood here, first trim is around just above 83. We're looking at 83 and a quarter. I would trim Hood. Beautiful dump on Hood. Come on. I want more, though. I want more. And my average on Hood is $1.35. AMD's coming into 140 target. Nvidia's finally seeing some selling. Qs are looking heavy. Tesla's still looking heavy. Wow, Tesla. Man, looks like Tesla's going to retest that breakout zone around 327 now. 326 it looks like Tesla. Guys, Hood is absolutely printing here. Come on. Guys, Hood is coming into target price 1. I'm looking to trim 15 of my contracts, half of my contracts. Come on. Qs are still looking heavy. Hims is gaining. No, leave Hims alone, Ryan. Hims is just bouncing now, but I would not touch Hims. Hims is going to go lower. Be patient with that name. Hims has got 37.50 all over it. Maybe 41 Pierce is an aggressive buy, but I have a downside target of around 37 bucks on Hims. Come on, AMD. Again, our hood puts are in the money. I'm still looking for TP1, AMD. I want AMD to go negative. I want AMD to go negative. It's extended. It's very extended here, AMD. Come on. Give us negative price action. Still up 1.5%, 1.38%. I want you negative. Nvidia still wants to try to gun for all-time high, but you're seeing some 5-minute selling here. Tesla almost down 3% on Tesla. It is just getting bludgeoned. Look at the Qs coming in. Hard and heavy. Hard and heavy there. Qs making a little bit of a new low, so this could be an opening bearish range. Be very, very careful. They're trying to defend it here. AMD puts almost tapped in the money there, guys. Come on, AMD. You know you want lower. Here's a really big bounce in the Qs, a really big bounce. Tesla just can't catch a bid. Look at this, guys. Whoa, Tesla's finally hitting some support here. A big Fibonacci 618 retrace zone, but Tesla looks like it wants to go down here to 326, a backtest of this trend line. My, oh my, Tesla. Poor Tessie, eh? All right, big bounce in equity markets. Qs, Tesla, nvidia, SMCI getting a really big stick to the upside. Come on, AMD. Get these 140 puts in the money. What else we got shaking and moving here? They're trying to hold this market steady. Circle down 5%. BlackBerry up 19% on BlackBerry. Hims up 4%. SMCI up 5.78%. Nvidia up 2.18%. Hood is trying to bounce here. Hood is trying to bounce. Qs are still seeing a bit of distribution. That's okay. Dun, dun, dun. So we got some opening 15-minute candles that we can use to trade against. Good to see. Come on, give us a move, AMD. Take us down. Hood, you too, Hood. You know you want to fall. SMCI is just a beast right now, negating the whole debt shelf offering. Wow. Wow. Hood still up 3% on the session. Still ripping. SoFi's up 1.8. Coinbase seeing some distribution, but up 3.6. What's this ULY? That's up almost 100% on the session. Pretty crazy. Puts are trying to catch a nice fat stick to the upside. Tessie got a really big bounce off of that 618. It also back tested the 7 and 20 moving average on the daily chart. I wish I saw that ahead of time, but Tesla bouncing off some really solid daily chart support. If it pierces that zone, I'm very interested. Actually, it never officially tagged the 7 and 20 Tesla. But there is some big daily chart support on Tesla. Your 7 is sitting around 330. Your 20 is sitting around pierce of 329. Big bounce in the markets here. Really big bounce in the markets. Nvidia pretty much right back to the highs of the session. I wonder if there's a short trade here on BlackBerry. Into a wide range red bar breakdown. Alright, AMD trying to firm up here even more. Markets, a really big bounce in the equity markets. SMCI up 7.5%. Monstrous rip in SMCI, guys. That thing is a beast today. Qs are still seeing a little bit of selling here. Still trying to push up here, guys. I did trim half of my SMCI calls, $47 calls. I trimmed half. I trimmed half of my SMCI $47 calls. Come on, Hood. Come back down. QuantumScape still up about 41%. There's going to be a short on that one as well. That's looking somewhat intriguing. IWM is melting down here, guys. So this is a NASDAQ tech rally mixed with a bit of S&P 500, but the IWM is getting absolutely slaughtered down 0.5%. That could be forward indicating something, some more profit taking in this market, guys. Be careful. The IWM is looking very, very negative right now. It's definitely struggling immensely. Bitcoin still holding, testing 108, 108,000. Bitcoin is testing. Still looking like a very strong chart on Bitcoin. MSTR is trying to break out here to the highs of the session. MSTR looking like it wants 400 today. MSTR could easily try to make an impulse move to 400. AMD is starting to come in a little bit. Come on. Qs are starting to roll over a touch here. Come on. Billy's saying SLDP moving up with QS QuantumScape. Yep, SLDP is up 8% on the session, looking for an ascending triangle breakout pattern. On the daily chart, looking very strong, guys. Look at AMD coming in nicely. Come on, get these 140 puts in the money. Let's do it. Come on, take us. You're very close. Qs are still rolling over. AMD, come on, AMD. Break it. AMD will go negative if you break this low around 139. There's the 140 puts in the money for AMD, guys. Come on, baby. Let's go, AMD. These contracts are waking up. The 140 end of weeks are in the money. I'm looking for a gap fill on AMD. Give us the gap fill. Give it to us. Come on. You know you want to. Qs are starting to roll over a little bit here. Let's look at those Qs. Potential lower high on the Qs, guys. The potential lower high on the Qs. And now the Qs, if they break down from this lower boundary range here, we got that 15-minute opening candle low is very important now. If they break that low, we're going probably down to gap fill. Come on. Take us lower. Robinhood's still very strong right now on Hood. Come on, break this low pivot. Break that opening low pivot, AMD. Break it. Tesla down 3.37%, guys. I am considering Tesla for a scalp long, guys. It's very aggressive, but 326.15. I mean, if you lose that level, oof, Tesla could be heading to gap fill around 322. They're really snaking that robotaxi event, eh? They're really snaking that robotaxi event. Hood just doesn't want to cooperate here, but NASDAQ coming in. AMD is printing here. Come on. There we go. We're testing that opening range low on AMD. All right, guys, I have my target prices on AMD, where I'm looking to exit my puts. Again, those 140s are in the money, but I'm looking for more. I'm being a little bit greedy. All right, Qs are defending its opening 15-minute candle. So you can see the Qs are defending that opening 15-minute candle right now. Making a bit of a bullish engulfing on the 1-minute chart there. That could be interesting for sure. Hood is trying to make another push higher here. AMD big bounce. Tesla still at the lows. I repeat, Tesla is at the lows. Wow, Tessie. No love lost. No love found there. Very oversold 15-minute chart of Tesla. But it looks like it's trying to push for that gap on Tesla. My oh my, they're just absolutely knifing Tesla. Google's still holding steady. Let's look at nvidia. Nvidia is still trying to push up. Micron's struggling a little bit. That's down by 1.22%. Robinhood's still acting well. Sarfraz, you got into BBAI? Big Bear AI? Buying that gap fill liquidity sweep? Yeah, SMCI $47 calls are absolutely flying here. Up almost 9.5%, pushing 10%. Wow, what a monster move on SMCI. That's quite the candle, right? We did trim half of our SMCI, $47 calls. Still holding a half position. What a monster move in SMCI. All right, Qs are sitting right on that opening 15-minute low. Bart's saying he's holding BBA since that is huge dump to $3. Yeah, it's an aggressive trade here. It's an aggressive trade here, for sure. That's nasty, that little sell side candle. Let's see where this could potentially catch a bid today. Yeah, I have around 506 is your first fib level. Come on, AMD, take us negative. Take us negative. Hood, come on. Why aren't you cooperating, Hood? Hood is just a monster. Hood is just a monster. Taking definitely a little bit longer than I expected on Hood. Alright, Qs are bouncing off that opening range. Still fighting. Tesla's still struggling. Catching a bit of a bid off of the lows here. Nvidia going for another high of day breakout, up 2.73%, leading the charge to the upside in the Qs. Meta is struggling here. That's only up 0.1%, so Meta might be one that we can pick on the short side. Let's see what's happening here. Yeah, Meta might be one that we can short as well. Guys, I'm looking at a meta put as well. The day trade. I'm looking at a meta put. No, Tesla not yet. I think we're going to get a breakdown in these equity markets. A little bit of a breakdown. Guys, I'm looking at getting into a Meta 705 put. Meta 705 put. I just got filled at 330. Meta 705 put 330. It's aggressive. It's end of week. We have 3 trades on the table. Hood puts, AMD puts, Meta puts. Let's look at this Meta chart. Whoops, can't type today. I'm in Meta puts, looking for a bit of a breakdown. Qs are breaking that opening range, guys. Qs are breaking that opening range. That 15-minute opening range is being tested right now on the Qs. Let's see if they want to save it. But you are trying to break down. Are we going to see the old gap and crack scenario today? Potentially. AMD is still strong. Hood's starting to roll over a little bit more, guys. Good to see Hood trying to come down. Meta's starting to cooperate itself. Qs are still looking a little bit vulnerable here. SMCI is still a beast today. Nvidia a beast. Netflix strong. I wonder how Netflix is doing. Let's see. Ooh. Netflix swing short. I did add to my Netflix. Meta's starting to come in. Hood's starting to come in again. Qs are really breaking down. AMD is still holding steady. Still looking for AMD to go negative, but it's a dark horse right now. Come on, Meta. AMD is still holding steady. Hood's curling down. Seeing some more selling in Meta. I want Meta to break this opening range. Come on, Meta. Dump it for us. Let's go. Meta's starting to fall here a little bit. QQQ getting a bearish 5-minute close and 15-minute close. Q's broke the opening range here, guys. That opening range was broken on Q's. A retest of this 541.90 area, 541.97 is a short. But it looks like Qs have a statistically high probability now of going negative and filling the gap. We broke the opening range candle low. It's your 15-minute bullish candle. We've broken it. Markets are due for some selling here, guys. Look at Meta, guys. Meta puts are absolutely rocking and rolling. Hood, we're still looking for Hood to go into the $84 level. I'm still looking at AMD to go negative. That's just been a dark horse. FedEx trying to catch a bit of a bid here, guys. Look at FDX trying to move off of the lows here. Could FedEx go green today after this vicious gap down? Bouncing off of support right now on FDX. Their earnings were certainly interesting. We'll watch that one very closely. Big bounce on Meta. Come on, melt away, AMD. Melt away. Come on, Meta. Break that candle low. Hood's still trying to fall here. AMD is starting to cooperate now. Come on. No, I'm not adding to FedEx calls. We got a lot of time on those contracts. I'm not adding. I got 2 different strike dates, so I'm just comfortable holding. You can add if you want, depending on your position size, but I'm not going to add. But it looks like it's into an area of support for sure. Anonymous saying, I entered Tesla. Let's see how much I lose. Down 4.88% on Tesla. Yeah, you're hitting a really big... You filled the gap on Tesla. Wow. Wow. You're already filling that daily chart gap on Tesla. No, you know what? It's not a bad area. This is where aggressive swing traders would enter as well. This is a retrace back to that breakout zone, fib level, gap fill. There's support here for sure. Maybe people rotate into Tesla. That's a good area for Tesla. I missed it. I was too busy watching 3 other names, right? But that's a really solid bounce off of gap fill. Already a $3 bounce. Very impressive. I'm going to wait to see how the markets react today, but I would consider getting in a swing position on Tesla off of this level. That's a retest of the breakout candle. The bulls really want to see Tesla get back above this impulse green candle today. Let's just look at the weekly chart though. Yeah, and that's a weekly gap fill as well on Tesla. So very interesting. Quite interesting. All right, so QQQ back tested that rejection. That's where I said the shorts would enter. Right off of that opening range, you can see it's getting rejected so far. So anyone that didn't take a short off of that zone, that was telegraphed in advance. I'm just holding enough on the short side, but that was your indices short on the Qs right off of that zone. Come on, AMD, bust it. Bust it up. Nvidia still up 2.68%, so really no sell side pressure yet in Nvidia. But that IWM getting absolutely crushed, down 0.78% on the IWM. Small caps are getting toast. Come on, Hood. What are you doing? Make a decisive move, Hood. We're still up on our Hood $84 puts. Again, my average is sitting at $1.35. On the AMD 140s, I'm down slightly. Still got lots of time. Meta, we're up slightly, but that's bouncing nicely off of its opening range low, getting a little bit of a bearish cross potential on the Meta 5-minute chart. SMCI is starting to come in again. They look like they're trying to break out AMD with an inverse head and shoulders pattern here on the 1-minute chart. Let's see if they want to do a fake liquidity breakout here on AMD. I could definitely see that happening. Meta's negative. Tesla's still down 4.7 on the session. But Tesla's bouncing. Yep, AMD June 27th, end of week. Got that right, Bart. Come on, Qs. Qs are really struggling here, guys, and we still have a lot of strength in NVIDIA. AMD trying to break out here. Hood trying to curl up. QQQ trying to be defended off of this short-term low. Here's the liquidity sweep coming in AMD. S&P's losing momentum here, only up 0.13%, guys, on the S&P. Semiconductors SOXX is now underperforming the NASDAQ, the Qs. So you are seeing a bit of distribution into the semis despite nvidia being up 3%. Nvidia is just sucking all of the liquidity today in the semiconductor space. I'm looking at my semiconductor chart here, and yeah, there's some names that are certainly starting to weaken. A little bit more red starting to appear on my semi names. Still have a lot of green, but names like ON turning red, SMPS red, CRAUS red, Qualcomm red, Micron struggling a little bit, Intel's red, Broadcom, Nvidia still doing well, TSM doing well, SMCI of course doing well. Tesla back down, is it really? Oh my goodness, are we going to get an entry on Tesla on the long side? 5.23, wow, right back at the lows. My oh my, Tessie. Tessie. That's crazy, eh? I need more coffee for this. If I'm gonna get long Tessie, I need more coffee. Let me see where I would enter this, because this is just getting bludgeoned. Oh my god, could Tesla be trying to go for that 308, 309 gap fill? Maybe. Alright, if Tesla hits 318.50, that's my next target. Now we have an hourly chart support. You know, there is a lot of support, but I would consider taking a stab on the long side now at this upsloping trend line. This is your wedge pattern. So right at this little wick here, 318, I would take a bounce trade on Tesla. I would get into maybe the 320 call. So that level would hit. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, keep Tesla. 319 Pierce, guys. I would be interested in taking a stab on the long side of Tesla. Okay, so I got that chart up here. I will watch it. Qs are starting to come in a little bit more. Meta's still fighting at 712 level. We're still up on our hood put, but I'm looking for hood to go negative. I'm looking for AMD to follow. The Qs are likely going to go negative. Tesla's just getting rocked. My oh my. Is that support level even enough on Tesla? We are just absolutely ripping to the downside here on Tesla. Alright, I'm doing some work here. I still like that 319 Pierce level on Tesla for a day trade scalp, but just recognize Tesla could go all the way down to 315.50 today, guys. Ooh. That's nasty. That is nasty. Wow. Henry putting in the chat here. Thank you, Henry. Tesla shares are trading lower after the company reported its 5th consecutive month of declining European sales. Wow, AMD is a beast trying to break out here to the high side. I got to go to my 15-minute chart here. We're still trading in a bit of a bearish range, but looking to firm up here. Qs are getting a bounce. Tesla trying to bounce. QQQ still putting in a bit of a bear flag, trying to recapture that opening range failure. Bitcoin's still doing quite well here. Tesla down 5.3, but finding a little bit of buyers here. Again, 318.50, guys. 318.50 for me on Tesla. 318.50 on Tesla. That's my first entry on the long side. I would take a stab. Let's see what these calls. I might even just do some common shares. So I could always build them into a swing position here. Big bounce on the Qs, big bounce in AMD. Take a look at the Qs. The Qs are really testing that opening candle zone here, that breakdown. So if we get down to 318, $800, I could buy 5 contracts, 10 contracts, about 8 grand on Tesla. All right, big surge in the Qs, guys. AMD is testing its opening high pivot. This is resistance on Qs. Hood is starting to come in. Come on, Hood. Come on in. Tesla going lower. New low of day on Tesla. I need more coffee because we're coming into a target on Tesla. I'll be back in 30 seconds. All right, we're back. Puts are starting to wake up on Hood, guys. Puts are waking up on Hood again. First target price is coming into play here. I'm looking at trimming 15 of my contracts on this TP1 level around 83.30-ish. Come on, Hood, take us to the promised land. QQQ getting rejected off of this zone. AMD is still a monster, but coming in hard right now. Some clear rejection occurring. Meta's back to the negative side, still trading around 712 on Meta. Guys, Tesla is coming in. Tesla's coming in hard here. We are potentially going to get a day trade long level on Tessie. Again, aggressive buyer off of this upsloping trend line. And then you have a 50% fib retrace sitting at 315. Those are my 2 entries into Tesla. I'm just going to look at trading them probably common shares. Put about... So keep that on watch. AMD is still a monster right now. Wow, AMD is just ridiculous. Back to the highs of the session on AMD. Trying to test an opening candle high breakout. I'm actually considering adding to my 140 puts up here on AMD. Guys, if AMD sweeps the high of day, I'm adding. If AMD sweeps this high pivot, I'm going to add to my 140 puts, okay? I'm even tempted adding here, to be honest. Alright, get ready on AMD. Big volume traded on Hood there. $40 puts. I'm gonna double up my position. All right, there's the fill, guys. It's got filled at $1.33. Beautiful. All right. Let's see what we can get now on AMD. It's still trying to punch through. I'm very close to trimming my hood puts. AMD is a monster. Trying to push even higher here through major resistance on the daily chart. Nvidia back up over 3% on the session. Qs are still fighting that opening range. Big bounce on hood. Qs are still trying to firm up here. High volume spike on AMD. And my average on the 140 puts on AMD is $1.66. End of week 140 puts, $1.66. I am down slightly on that position, but I still think we got lots of time in the session. You're doing a nice sweep of the high. We'll see what AMD wants to do on this 15-minute closing basis. Heavy volume here as they're stopping shorts out. Qs are still struggling around this 541.80 zone. Tesla's trying to firm up here at the lows. Bitcoin taking a bit of a sell over the last hour, but trying to firm up as we speak. Nvidia is still surging here up near the highs of the session, up over 3%. Nvidia is seeing a little bit of top wicks in this zone, but still phenomenally strong. Or are they trying to push AMD for that high pivot wick there on the weekly chart? Wow. Brian asking, how do people day trade Bitcoin? Well, you can buy, you can obviously play the individual stocks like Coinbase, Mara, MSTR. If you're wanting to buy options, the purest play in terms of a crypto stock is going to be MSTR, MicroStrategy. But you also have the inverse ETFs. You have BITI, BITO that you can trade. So BITO, you can see that's long Bitcoin. It moves very closely to Bitcoin. There is a little bit of a discrepancy, but it's very close. Yep, IBIT, thank you, Anonymous, you're absolutely right. IBIT also trades with Bitcoin. And then obviously if you're looking to short Bitcoin, you have BITI, I should say. So yeah, there's certainly tools. There's certainly tools. All right, AMD still ripping and roaring here. Hood's starting to come in a little bit. AMD up over 3% now. Let's look at the Qs. Qs are trying to recover this opening range here, but you can see you're into this parallel channel of resistance. We'll see if it wants to get rejected here and go lower. AMD is just beasting, trading at 143. Wow, AMD is just monumentous rip. Is there news on AMD? What the heck's going on here? This thing is crazy. We've got some upgrades. AMD squeezing. Micron trying to curl up. What is going on here? AMD is going through a bit of a short squeeze, that's for sure. QQQ still trying to hold steady above its opening range. I gotta check my news wire here. You guys seeing any news on AMD? I'm not really seeing anything yet, but this type of a move and squeeze could be indicating it. All right, so hood, we're still managing hood position. Target price 1 is coming into play for hood. Market's still staying very firm though. Qs are trying to break out and recapture this opening candle range failure. We'll see if it can do it. Come on, hood, break it down. Look at nvidia again. That's still at the highs of the session. AMD had a monstrous rip there. Crazy spike there. Micron had a big pump. SMCI starting to come in a little bit. Let's look at Tessie. No news there on AMD on my news wire. Quite interesting. If any of you see any news on AMD spike there, just let me know. Alright, so hood is coming into profit target 1 here. Around 83.30. Tesla still floundering here in the depths of the abyss. Tesla just does not want to catch a bid at all. Yeah, thanks, Anonymous. I mean, if you want to bail, you can bail. We still got some time here. It's into weekly chart resistance on AMD. I'm going to hold through some of this pain, see what we get. You can see you're testing this weekly high pivot on AMD. One of the strongest stocks in the market right now, AMD. Wow, what a move. Very overbought, larger time frames, intraday as well, but definitely looking strong. That's crazy. Probably should have cut it here at this high pivot breakout, but nevertheless, we'll see if we get a retest lower. It's up 4% now. The only positive is that I still think the QQQ can see a bit more selling lower, but for the time being it is trying to firm up. Hood is trying to work itself into TP1. Tesla's still struggling here. Trying to firm up at the lows for Tesla. Qs are trying to push higher here itself. Come on, Hood. Take us lower. AMD still remaining firm here. Nvidia up 3.32 at the highs of the session. So it seems like AMD is just trading in sympathy with Nvidia at this point. Nvidia going for all-time high spike, guys. Nvidia is going for an all-time high pivot breakout. Its all-time high candle sits at 153.13. 153.13. Nvidia is going to try to sweep that high pivot liquidity zone. Intense price action. SMCI, which has been strong, is coming back here a little bit. SMCI is starting to come back just a touch. FedEx still trying to make a move here. FedEx is still grinding higher and higher here off that earnings gap down. Come on, Hood. Keep coming down, Hood. Qs are still trying to press here. Nvidia again going for an all-time high, 153.13. You can see these previous pivots here. A lot of resistance there. It seems like AMD will only start to see sell-side pressure once Nvidia sweeps that high. We'll see if Nvidia can do it. Can she do it? Tesla's trying to firm up at the lows. Hood is starting to come into target. Come on, Hood. Give us more downside. Big spike up there on the Qs. QQQ is trying to recapture and trend to the upside here. You're looking at a Tesla put, Ryan? It's dangerous shorting Tesla. Qs are trying to firm up. Qs has had a terrific fall. There's a potential inverse head and shoulders on Tesla. It's aggressive. That's an aggressive trade for sure. It could work out, but not my favorite to short Tesla down here, right? Sitting on that massive daily chart weekly gap area. You're oversold intraday. Nvidia's just continuing to grind here. It's trying to bounce. Still no sell side pressure in Nvidia. It wants that sweep of that liquidity. You might get a quick wick through this all-time high. I wouldn't be surprised if Nvidia spikes through off of this zone. I'd be shocked if it doesn't take it. But just like the Qs yesterday, the Qs never ever took that sweep of the all-time high yesterday. It did today, obviously. Setting new all-time highs in the NASDAQ. No official breakout there. In nvidia, no all-time high sweep just yet. Still trying though. Looking to take profits on hood around the $2 mark on these contracts, the $84 put on hood. I'm looking to take first trim around $2, $2.02. That would be about 50% gain. Come on, let's see if the Qs want to come in now. Let's see if AMD wants to see any sell side pressure. That would be a crazy full round trip if AMD, imagine, comes back down to the negative side. They got all those shorts to cover. That looked like a short squeeze on AMD. This big move up, that looked like a short squeeze to me. Google is ripping up 2.7% on Google as well. Strong day for Googly. Selling coming into Google. Tesla's trying to bounce here. Sorry, a little bit of selling coming into AMD. Tesla's trying to curl up and trigger a little micro 1 minute inverse head and shoulders. Certainly trying. Come on, AMD, take us down. Qs are trying to test that lower boundary breakdown zone again. So a little bit of a nasty reversal there on the Qs. nvidia starting to see some sell side. AMD's starting to come back in a little bit. Hood is just stuck here. Hood is just stuck. AMD is coming in a little bit harder now, guys. Still up over 3% on the session. But they are trying to sweep some of this liquidity on AMD. Big breakdown on Qs. Come on, AMD. Hood is still coming into target price 1, guys. Hood is still coming in. We're very close to taking a trim, first trim. Come on, AMD. Again, I'll look to trim 15. Half of my contracts, around $2 or so, should coincide with this TP level around 83.25. AMD is just a monster. Coming in, nvidia still up 3%. Didn't sweep the all-time high though on nvidia. Came very close to doing so. Tesla's still down 5% at the lows. Let's see if the Qs want to come in a little bit more. Give me 1 second, guys. Getting a phone call. All right, so the NASDAQ is starting to come down a little bit more. We've just been waiting patiently on Hood. Still watching AMD, Meta. Tesla's caught a little bit of a bid. nvidia is still up about 2.9%. The hourly candle on AMD is kind of what's keeping me in this. I think that there's 25 minutes left in the hourly AMD candle. We could potentially be putting in an hourly topping tail. So still watching that closely. Qs are coming down a little bit more. Big drop there on the Qs. Hood is just battling this target price. It just does not want to give us that bigger move down yet. But I think it's due shortly. Very shortly. SPY's about to go negative. Still have the IWM significantly falling here, which is why I think the Qs are also going to go a little bit lower here. So IWM down sharply on the session. QQQ going for another new low of day. Let's take it down. So you have two channels, parallel channels of support. All right, Hood is coming into target, guys. Hood is coming into target. Come on, Hood. Oh, that was a big bounce. Hood's falling a little bit more. Come on. Target one. I want 50% at least on these Hood puts, which they're hitting right now. I'm still haven't taken my first trim yet, but I'm very close. Very close on Hood. One more little knife down on Hood and I'm taking half of my contracts off of the table. Should be just over 50%. Come on, Qs. You can see the Qs are bouncing right at the top of this bearish channel. Alright, AMD's at a critical level here. AMD's at a critical level. Back testing that breakout zone. So again, we are potentially seeing a topping tail form on AMD. Sitting through some significant pain on these 140 puts. But trusting the larger time frame, the daily chart. This is a daily chart short level. And a 4-hour chart and an hourly chart. So the first few 5-minute candles could be just a bit of spoofing going on. So I'm trusting the daily chart level on AMD. So far, potential hourly topping tail is close to forming. Close to forming. Let's look back at the Qs here. Tesla's still trying to hold steady off of the lows, so a nice little bounce on Tesla. Qs are still melting a little bit here. nvidia is still trading above 152. Still strong on the session. Wow, FedEx still trying to grind higher as well. SMCI pulling in from the highs. Hood, I'm still watching Hood. It's close to our target price one, but Not wanting to get there just yet. Alright, AMD is starting to break down some more, guys. AMD is losing that critical previous opening range pivot high. Come on, dump us down. Take us to the gap, Qs. Take us to the gap. Getting close on these SPY puts. Or sorry, hood puts. I'm getting close. Come on. AMD trading at 142. Alright, QQQ going for another new low of day. Let's see it. Punch it through, Qs. Let's go. Come on, hood. Come on. $84 puts are in the money. I want that 50%. Come on first trim. Come on. One more little knife down, guys. Hood is almost there. Trying to defend hood. Wow. It's like they're front running that target price there, eh? QQQ finding a little bit of support here. Still Google up 2.5%, Meta just slightly green, Amazon slightly green, Apple up 1%, Microsoft up 0.57%, IWM almost down 1% on the session, S&P 500 just barely green, and the Qs are up 0.25%. So realistically, despite you have strength in Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia, the big three, and Google, there's still quite a bit of selling occurring under the hood here. They're kind of disguising it with some of the mag names here. There's quite a bit of selling that is actually happening under the hood here. And it's primarily happening in your large cap stocks. Come on, Hood. Hood is just teasing us here, guys. Hood is just teasing us here. So yeah, my average on the AMD 140 put is $1.66. Still down on that position, but looking for downside. JP asking, what's the reason and what you think in a longer time frame for the markets? I say 1 to 2 weeks. So I'm still bullish upside. I just think that we're sweeping some high pivot liquidity, all-time high pivot liquidity on the Qs. I suspect the S&P is going to charge for new all-time highs. That's the next major sector to perform. So I'm still bullish over the next, say, couple weeks. Today, obviously, I think that we could fill the gap. I would love to see the Qs fill the gap to the downside. If we look at the SPX chart, one of the reasons we're struggling here and we're just seeing some resistance, it's daily chart resistance, right? Upsloping trend line on SPX. You're tagging that psychological hole number 6100. So there's definitely a lot of resistance here in the markets. I don't think we're going to sell off drastically. The only hindrance that I see for the markets, and Hood just hit profit target, guys. Hood just hit target there. I just trimmed at $2.08. Boom. I sold half. Just over 50% gain on Hood. Beautiful. So that's one winner in the books. If we can just get AMD to now firm up here. So yeah, as I was saying, JP, I mean, we look at this SPX chart. There's no question that we've broken out yet of a nice bullish consolidation. I suspect 1 or 2 days of maybe consolidation here, and then we're going to take another leg up. I don't know how deep we're going to go. I don't think we're going to go back down to the gap fill. I wouldn't suspect that. This is a hard breakout, but realistically, what we have to watch for is your NASDAQ, right? Your NASDAQ is going to try to maintain above this previous all-time high. So if you look at NDX chart, that's sitting around 22,225. So the NASDAQ is going to want to maintain above that. On the QQQ, we look to see where that is. That's obviously around that 540 pivot zone, 540 and change. The Qs could potentially fill its gap today. That's where I'm expecting. But as long as the Qs remain above this 536 breakout candle, 536.90, I remain exceptionally bullish. I think that we're just going to do a lot of backing and filling. We could chop in a range here of about, so it looks like a just over 1% range that we could chop in. But I'm suspecting that the Qs are going to maintain bullish structure. I think you're going to see nvidia probably try to sweep its highs. You're going to get some catch-up stocks like Google trying to play catch-up. Amazon should try to firm up. Tessie's into an interesting swing level. I want to see how the markets close today to potentially take a position in that. So I still remain bullish. Upside target on SPY still in effect. Again, upside target on SPY is that confluence zone that I've been discussing for quite a long time. It's around 625. So there's going to be some individual name volatility. You know, there certainly needs to be some distribution in some of the semiconductors. AMD, Micron need to see some selling. Other names can try to take leadership. nvidia still looks constructive to push higher. But I still have bullish upside targets over the next couple weeks. We could easily keep trending. Remember, this is for the next 5 days, right? It's Q2 end. All right, so here you have quarterly statements coming out. And then Q3 is where things could be a little interesting. And what I mean by that is you have tariffs commencement dates around July 9th, which should be tricky, and then Q3 starts July. So I think they're going to keep things fairly elevated here for the remainder of Q2. If we dip and fill the gap on the Qs, I think we'll get a nice trend into the end of the day. That's what I'm looking for, is a gap fill and then a bounce, a nice hard bounce. Back up on the markets. Hood is still continuing to print, guys. Contracts are ripping. Can we get 100% at target price 2? AMD, come on AMD, take us back to the promised land. No problem, man. Let's go AMD. Come on. Trusting the larger time frame patterns. AMD, I still think can go negative. They're just keeping this one more buoyant. Tesla is still bouncing, recapturing 325. Broadcom about to go negative. Thank you. Yep, that's a key indicator. Yep, Broadcom breaking down here. AVGO ticker. Yep, that's an important semiconductor name. This is often a leader in the space, so keep your eye on Broadcom because that should hurt the SOXX. And you can see the SOXX maybe has a bit of a failed breakout here, double top. So that should lead to a little bit more downside in SOXX. Hitting some support here. Come on, AMD. We just need AMD to fall here. Micron continuing to test that 125 zone. I still like Micron for more downside. Micron could, believe it or not, Micron could go to its gap today if things get really nasty here. But a very nice constructive head and shoulders pattern on the MU chart, 5-minute chart. We're testing the breakdown right now. Which puts Micron around 123.50. So it's looking pretty interesting, Micron. Whoops. Anonymous, nice win on Tesla. Anonymous exited his Tesla calls. Beautiful little trade there. Nice bounce off of that daily chart gap fill. Nice oversold condition. Really solid. Now this is the interesting spot for Tesla, right? Right back to that wedge pattern breakout. So technically you're at resistance. You're at the top of the wedge. You could easily still fall down to the lower boundary wedge pattern. So that's a nice exit there. That's a really, really solid exit. Come on, AMD. QQQ still struggling. There is a little bit of support here, but I suspect the Qs want that gap fill. And realistically, if we lose this lower boundary parallel channel that the Qs are chopping in, the Qs could potentially want to test this lower boundary red channel. Let's watch that closely. Here slowly but surely, hood is melting. See if we can bank more profits on hood. We took just over 50% on the first half of contracts. A stunning trade on hood. Qs are melting. AMD's up next, guys. AMD's up next. And we could make 100% on these hood puts. And the first sell was just over $1,000 to me. I had 30 contracts trimmed 15. Here. Qs are looking somewhat vulnerable. IWM still struggling here, down over 1% on the IWM. You can see the Qs are being defended right at that previous all-time high pivot. That's what we're bouncing off of. They don't want to let this market fall below the previous all-time high. You're getting late people chasing, buying the support level. I still think we can break that. It would be a nice sweep of the all-time highs. And what the bulls are looking for today on a daily chart close is a daily close above the all-time high. That's what they need to see today. A daily close above all-time high would be very bullish. Obviously a weekly close, still a couple days left, that would be even more bullish. But we'll see if that happens. They're defending it for the time being. See if there's any other trades that we're inclined to take. QuantumScape has pulled in quite a bit. That one looks like a short now. BBAI giving up the goods, trying to firm up here at the lows. A little bit of an hourly bottoming tail forming. Qs are getting a nice bounce here. Google still ripping, almost up 3% on Google. That's a strong rally on Google. I love it. Our 175 calls are waking up nicely here. Google is coming into some daily chart resistance here. If we pull up the daily chart of GOOGL, we are testing the 20-day moving average, which is sitting right around just above 172. So Google has some previous resistance right into this zone here. Daily chart resistance, but that's still a strong intraday chart. Very strong chart on Google. Good to see that our calls are waking up. You can see the little inverse head and shoulders that's broken out here on Google. And we discussed this one in detail. We were just kept on hammering on this trend line. A big SR flip. Right, so a massive trend line going back to 2023 where you've bounced numerous times. Saw a lot of volatility traded off of this trend line. You saw a massive impulse breakout off that trend line, a higher low with a higher high breakout, and then you pierce this. Look at that pierce. And that weekly chart is now reversing. Pretty strong. Google looks very good for continuation, in my opinion. That's why we're in the 175 calls. Those are working out nicely. Our Qs are still defending that previous little pivot high. Tesla's waking up nicely. Wow, Tesla is continuing to bounce pretty firmly here. Big bounce in the equity markets. Alright, Tesla's into a short zone here. It's an aggressive zone, but Tesla is into a short zone. Guys, I'm thinking of grabbing some put options on Tesla here, using that recent high pivot as a stop. I'm very tempted to get into some put options here. Looking for a move potentially back down to the lows. Looking at 320 puts on Tesla. All right, guys, I'm in 320 puts on Tesla. 320 puts on Tesla. My stop loss is going to be this high pivot breakout. I expect Tesla to potentially retest the low of the day again. 320 puts on Tesla at 355. End of week puts. Again, it's aggressive, but we're trying to follow this little bit of a trend. Come on, Tessie. AMD is still holding some structure off of its bounce. QQQ still holding above prior day high, still holding above that previous all-time high pivot. So far, it's been a nice little rejection on Tesla. Qs are still struggling. AMD still trying to hold steady and bounce. Come on, Tessie. Come on. Take us back to the lows of the session, guys. Robinhood taking another leg down. Still holding 15 contracts. The 84s are deep in the money. Robinhood is looking to potentially put in a nice daily topping tail and go negative. QQQ seeing a bit more selling here. Potential 5-minute bear flag on the Qs. Can we break lower on the Qs? Come on, take us lower. Big breakdown in the Qs, guys. Really big, hard wick down in the Qs. Look at the selling. Boom, right through previous all-time high. New lows on the Qs. Let's go. Bang, bang. Hood, new lows on Hood. Come on, AMD. Just, you know you want to give up the goods, man. Hood is coming into target price 2. We are still holding some shorts. Come on. Tesla's still down 4.58%. Come on, Tessie. Let's get these 320s in the money. Hood is continuing to kill it on Hood. Let's go, Hood. Send Hood into the negative territory. Come on, Hood. Come on, Hood, Hood, Hood. Get us 100%. Get us 100% on these $84 puts. We hit 270, they'll be 100%. QQQ is finding some support here. So the level that we're hitting on the Qs right now, you can see this parallel channel that we've drawn. We got two descending parallel channels. One's your more aggressive bullish channel, one's your bigger bearish channel. I'm suspecting we're still going to break into. So we're kind of holding the lower boundary of the conservative channel here, but we're back into the bigger bearish channel, the steeper declining channel. So Qs are looking to head for this gap fill. There's just a bit of support here. So there's a potential here, and it's an unlikely potential, but the only positive for the Qs is if you use this lower boundary channel, there's a potential falling wedge pattern. So I'm suspecting the Qs is going to try to maybe bounce back up. It could get rejected off the previous all-time high around 540.83 or 540.85, whatever it is, a few pennies off. I'm suspecting that's what we could potentially do, is try to bounce up, attempt at breaking out of this falling wedge, and then take another leg lower. All right, that's what we're looking at on the Qs. Let's see if it comes into fruition. But we're still short hood, AMD, Tesla. Meta hasn't been cooperating. Here comes the bounce in the Qs, testing that that prior all-time high. Hood is continuing to print here, guys. Come on, take us to 100%. Yes, there's a new low on Hood. Contracts are ripping here, guys. Come on, take me to 270. Take me to 270. I want 100%. I want 100%. Come on. Tesla catching a minor bounce here. Still have a lot of strength from Google, from nvidia. Apple's taking a bit of a breather. The S&P is negative now, guys. S&P is negative. There goes Hood. So you have the SPX going negative, and you can see that the SPX chart is a little bit more bearish than the Qs. A lot of distribution. You've created a little bit of a lower low here on the Qs. We'll see what we want to do here. But again, larger time frames are still very strong. Big bounce there in the Qs. Really big bounce. Look at that. So we're trying to test this falling wedge pattern breakout. Hood is still seeing quite a bit of distribution in this zone. You can see Hood is finding some support right here off this previous little trend line on the 5-minute chart. It's trying to hold a little bit of support here. Market's getting a nice bounce. Tesla right back up. Really big bounce in the equity markets. Right back to that wedge pattern potential on the Qs. Let's tighten up this trend line exactly so we can see where they're trying to break us out of a potential falling wedge. I don't think it's going to be a true breakout. I suspect we're going lower, but definitely a nice little bounce potential. Anyone that didn't take Tesla short, it's retesting a key short zone right here. All right, there's a potential rejection on the Qs, falling back below prior all-time high. Come on. Take us a little bit lower here. SMCI's given up, pulled back quite a bit here. Circle down 8%. My oh my, I wish I still had those 235 puts. Wow, CRCL. Look at that move. Those puts would be juicy if we still had them. Would've, could've, should've, right? The best traders in the market. That's okay though. Alright, so interesting little spot here for the equity markets, the NASDAQ. They're roping in people right at that previous all-time high support. They are trying to form a bit of an inverse head and shoulders, but I ain't buying it. I ain't buying it. I don't think it's going to happen. Let's look at nvidia. Yeah, nvidia coming in a little bit. Maybe a head and shoulders on the 1 minute chart. Has not triggered yet. But you got a high, lower high, lower high, lower high. And you did put in a brief lower low here. So the trend in nvidia is potentially changing, very short-term bearish on the 1 minute chart. Google, let's see Google. So Google is your high. Potential couple lower highs here. We need to really see Google now. I think Google's going to retest this low here. So we'll watch that closely. Let's look back at SPY. SPY is continuing to chop here. But the NASDAQ is the index to watch. It's the strong index. SPY is testing right at that previous little negative territory. All right, Hood is coming into target price 2, guys. I'm looking for 100%. Come on, get to 270 on these $84 puts. They're 28 cents away. They're bouncing it off of support there. That's okay. There is some support here on Hood. So, I mean, if you're wanting to take profits, by all means, I have no issues with that. I'm still holding for target price 2, maybe gap fill. But if I hit 100% on these Hood contracts, which would be at 270 on the $84 puts, I will be securing the remaining 15 in profit. Okay, so $84 puts on Hood have absolutely printed to the high side today. Good to see. Tesla's continuing to try to push here. Notice this channel is acting as support on the QQQ 1 minute chart, the upper boundary trendline channel. Tesla's still trying to bounce a little bit here. AMD's still holding steady. Alright, Tesla's trying to push up here. Big old Tessie. Might try to sweep that high pivot liquidity. Could this be an inverse head and shoulder sitting up at the QQQ 1 minute chart? Maybe. Maybe not. I don't think it is, but we're open to the possibilities. Come on, Hood. Take us down. Alright, Tesla's firming up. Tesla's trying to do a high pivot liquidity sweep. Tesla is trying to do a high pivot liquidity sweep. My stop loss on Tesla is on the 5 minute chart. We need to get a close above this wick high on the 5 minutes. So a minute and 50 seconds will kind of dictate my fate on Tesla. It is trying to surge through this zone. We'll watch it closely. Again, I'll keep the cues up for now. But I am watching Tesla on the 5 minute chart. AMD still friggin' strong as an ever. Again, you can see the cues are trying to rope people into this inverse head and shoulders. They're trying here. And it could happen, but I don't think we're going to get that bullish pattern to trigger. We'll see. Alright, cues are trying here. They are trying to firm up. They're trying to also still sweep that high pivot on Tesla, but we have not closed yet on the 5-minute chart above here. We're still holding steady on Tessie. Alright, so we still live to fight another candle on Tesla. They're doing some shorter time frame sweeps of this high pivot. I'm still holding short. It never officially stopped me out on a 5-minute close. Came very close to doing so. We'll watch it now for the next 5 minutes. QQQ. Alright, Hood is coming into final profit target very soon here. Come on, nice rejection there on the Qs. Beautiful. Beautiful. Hood's at profit target 2, guys. Hood is hitting target 2. I want 100% though. I'm looking for 270 on these 84 puts. I'm still about 20 cents away. Come on, Hood. Give it to us. AMD just not cooperating here. But AMD could be putting in a very, very sketchy head and shoulders pattern on the 5-minute chart. We'll see if that one wants to trigger. But Hood did hit profit target 2, guys. So both targets are hit. I'm still holding Hood because I'm looking for a move into gap fill. I want to see if we can get 100%. We came close enough there. If you're wanting to take profits, that is the level. I'm being slightly greedy here with Hood. Let me just make sure. Yeah, it's close. Meta's gone back to the negative side. Tesla's seeing some selling. QQQ, potential failure to break out here. Nice little move on Tesla again. Came close to wicking out our stop, but never got that 5-minute confirmed close, so we're still in. Come on, Qs, next leg lower. Inside bar, bearish consolidation on the 1-minute chart. Still forming some short-term lower highs. You do have a falling wedge pattern. Come on, we're 15 cents away on Hood, guys. 15 cents away on Hood. Come on, Hood. Keep going. Fill that gap. Qs are catching a bounce. AMD trying to push higher. Alright, Qs are making another attempt at an inverse head and shoulders breakout. Will it do it? Will it do it? Qs are still trying here, so is Tesla, AMD, nvidia. Trying to catch a bit of a bid itself. Alright, Qs are testing that falling wedge pattern breakout, trying to trigger an inverse head and shoulders on the 1-minute chart. Wow, look at that bounce on Hood right off of that zone. Watching Tesla closely, it's trying to target our stop loss again off of this zone. Alright, Qs are breaking out here. Looking a little bit more bullish. We'll see if it gets sold into, if this is just a liquidity grab. We want to see it, the Qs take out this little high here. Tesla's trying to sweep our stop on the 5-minute chart. It's a battle here. It's really a battle here. Mega cap strength coming back into play. Wow, Tesla's battling here. Tessie is battling here. Qs are battling. Looks like it wants to try to sweep this again on the Qs. Let's see if they try to take this. Look at this battle going on right at our stop loss on Tesla. Bull and bear battle. Look at that. 1 minute sweep of liquidity. 5 minute. We never got the close yet. Got 6 seconds left in the candle. Alright, we live to fight another 5 minute candle on Tesla, guys. It never ever officially got that 5 minute close. So I'll continue to watch it and update you. But it's battling. It's on a knife edge here. Come on, Hood. Take us to 270. I want 100%. One more dump on Hood. Alright, so we're getting a little bit more buying pressure trying to occur in the Qs. Come on. Hood's almost there, guys. Beautiful. Nice rejection there on Qs. A potential little liquidity breakout sweep. Drop us down. Drop us down. Come on. I'm gonna change this. This little yellow is your previous all-time high. You can see the fight that's going on here. Bulls bouncing, bears rejecting, bulls are trying to hold it. That yellow trend line is your previous all-time high on the Qs. One more little knife down on Hood. Come on. Tesla, we're still short. Big bounce on the Qs. Still trying here. This could be a big breakout here. Or they could just be trying to rope in more bulls before they take it lower. I'm in the little bit of a slightly bearish camp. Until we really get above this 541 pivot on a couple candle closes. Tesla curling back down. Alright, Hood is coming into our final. Come on. I mean, we're at target price too. But I'm looking for 100%. I'm 8 cents away. Come on. We're pushing 100% on these Hood puts. Come on. I'm getting close. Alright, the ask is printing up 100% here. Come on. Almost there, guys. I'm getting ready to exit my Hood puts. Alright, guys. I just took profits on Hood. Boom, 100% there, closed at 270 a con. Boom, that was beautiful. 100% final gain on Hood. Beautiful, beautiful. So closed at 2.7 there. Amazing. That was a really nice trade on Hood. That was one of our A+ setups. The other A+ setup has gone against us. Still got time, which is AMD. But we'll see how that wants to shake out. Alright, so beautiful job on Hood there, guys. I'll put AMD here on the other screen. QQQ is still trying to break out. That was amazing. So nice couple grand on those Hood puts. Beautiful. But I'm all out of the day trade. All out of the day trade. Alright, take a look at Tesla, guys. I'm still in 320 puts on Tesla. Never stopped me out on the 5-minute chart. Came close to. Came very, very close to. Qs are still battling in this range. QQQ is still trying to firm up here, guys. Qs are still trying to firm up. Got a little bit too big on AMD. Yeah, I know. It's okay. I'm insulated from my hood profits. Basically, AMD is sucking my hood profits. Made a couple thousand on hood, but AMD is definitely not cooperating here. But I still think we got time. They're weekly, so I mean, I'm okay with holding AMD. I still think that there's a. I still think it's a larger daily time frame level. I'm still gonna trust the daily chart here. Positions like these really test your position management. How much you're going into the position is key relative to your portfolio. So sizing and risk is very, very key. Yeah, I'm down right now sharply. My average is $1.66 on the 140 put. So I'm down quite sharply. But when you make a nice 100% trade on Robinhood, those profits can insulate things. It's about 1%. Okay, that's not too big. That's not too big. That's good. That's proper risk management. All right, Tesla coming in. Whoops. Come on, Tesla. You can see AMD's falling a little bit. QQQ, that was a nice little sweep breakout attempt there on the Qs. You can see they tried sweeping that little 1 minute pivot there. That was your higher high failure. Boom. We're on to our next leg. In terms of Tesla, guys, I'm in the Tesla put option right now. The 320 puts, end of week. Average is 355. Yeah, I'm in a Tesla put. AMD is starting to wake up. Guys, if AMD can take us back down, we would be in a really healthy position. I'd be very happy with the day. Even honestly break even. I'm already up nicely on the hood. But if AMD can basically fall here, it's testing this little neckline here. Head and shoulders potential on the 5-minute chart. QQQ bouncing right at prior day high, but it should fall. Sorry, not the 325 put, the 320 put on Tesla. Did I say 325? I meant 320 put. Alright, AMD testing that neckline, guys. AMD is testing that little neckline zone. Let's see if we get a breakdown. Come on, AMD. QQQ sitting right on prior day high inside of a 5-minute bear flag pattern on the Qs. Tesla's still trying to hold steady. Maybe we're seeing a bit of rotation out of semis into Tesla. We'll see. We'll see. Nvidia coming in a little bit. Nvidia is also potentially testing a head and shoulders breakdown. So Nvidia could be going through a little bit of bearish price action. Also a head and shoulders pattern on the smaller time frame. We'll watch that closely. Come on, Qs. Decent bounce coming back into the Qs, right off of prior day high on the Qs, right off of prior day high. Pre-market low on the Qs, guys, is 539.90. That's potentially where the Qs want to go. 539.90 kind of correlates right with that gap fill in the Qs. So it hasn't been a hard sell, it's just been a consistent little bleed lower. Lots of little micro bounces intraday on the Qs. So they're not trying to panic sell this, they're just roping in liquidity here and there. You have another little wedge pattern forming on the Qs. That's a nice little wedge pattern. That is a bearish wedge on the Qs. I repeat, that is a bearish wedge. But they are trying to potentially break it out. BP's up nicely. Oh, buyout news on BP. Shell potentially buying out BP. That's been going on for quite a while. SMCI is taking a bit of a breather. BBAI getting clobbered. That's down about 9%, reversing heavy here. This is a battle zone for the Qs, eh? You can see there that this all-time high, previous all-time high price action, just a big battle zone for the Qs. Whichever way we break, if we break out of this wedge, we're going back to the high of this channel, which should put it around close to 542, 541.70-ish. But if we break here, then we're going to gap fill. So either direction, there's about almost a $2 move, or actually about $1 move in either direction that potentially is going to occur. So Hood went negative briefly, bouncing off of its gap fill. Robinhood, take a look at that bounce. Boom, right off of its gap fill. but it did briefly go negative, just like we discussed. QQQ still holding. Tesla trying to lose some key levels here on Tessie. Let's see if this is a head and shoulders. Give us a lower low. So Tesla also forming a bit of a wedge pattern here. Let's break down. Come on, Tessie. Break down this wedge. Little head and shoulders as well. Come on, Tessie. Bump, 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 bump. QQQ testing the lower boundary wedge. What's crude oil doing? WTI crude sneakily rising here, guys. Up 1% on the session. How's Exo Women energy stocks? Yeah, they're trying to make a nice move as well. Energy stocks are trying to potentially catch a minor bid here. Sneaky, sneaky. Ooh, rig calls. Maybe I should get some rig calls here. Rig might be due for a bit of a grind here. I need to look at the intraday oil chart here. But oil slowly creeping, guys. Slowly creeping. WTI crude trying to break out of an inverse head and shoulders pattern. Let's look at USO. USO looks like it's trying to target that gap. Trying to get back above the key 20-day moving average. Huh. So now this is where we could maybe see the S&P hold more relative strength in comparison to the Qs. If oil is trying to creep up, you're going to get some participation in energy, which you can see XLE making a nice little recovery and reversal. Look at that little bottoming tail on XLE, and that's because oil slowly sneaking up here. Little bullish intraday hourly chart pattern and inverse head and shoulders on crude oil. USO trying to look to target that gap window. So oil's trying to move up here, guys. Sneaky, sneaky. And I mean, we'll see if the war wants to escalate. We've heard peace talks from Trump, but they signed apparently a peace treaty resolution, but then they start bombing. Israel starts bombing again. So maybe the war isn't over. Let's look at some of these wartime stocks here. I want to see what Raytheon and Lockheed is doing. So there's a nice breakdown, bearish wedge breakdown on the Qs. 1 minute chart on the Qs. Nice breakdown. Yeah, Raytheon's back testing that 20-day, guys. First aggressive level on RTX. I might actually consider some call options here on RTX. Looking very interesting. We obviously traded that one successfully. How's Lockheed doing? LMT. Yeah, that's coming down. I'm gonna watch that all day today. Watch RTX Raytheon. It's looking somewhat interesting. Alright, Qs are potentially onto their next leg lower here. Tesla's trying to break down. Nice breakdown on the Qs. Beautiful little breakdown. Tesla again starting to move in favor, guys. Head and shoulders on the smaller time frame, triggering bearish wedge pattern failure. QQQ also failing the wedge. Looks like gap fills on tap. AMD's still just hovering steady. No breakdown on AMD. Wow. that post, Bart? MU Quartal be posted today? What does that mean? Not too sure what you mean there. Here comes new lows in the queues, guys. Here comes new lows in the queues. Meta's starting to break down. Oh, MU earnings day. Thanks, Sarfers. Yeah. Yep. MU earnings day for sure. PQQ at the lows, guys. We're seeing some heavier distribution coming into play. Just a second here. Tesla contracts are waking up. Worth about 50 cents. Come on, give us a definitive breakdown here on the Qs. Come on, Qs, give us a bigger leg lower. Tesla's hanging on a knife edge. AMD hanging on a knife edge. Micron's trying to lose some key levels here on the 5-15 minute chart. Micron's trying to trigger a bit of a breakdown here, depending on which little neckline you use. I'll be right back, guys.
keep an eye on that. It's a high risk play though.
Meta look like it possibly could pull back a little further to about 703, 702. Meta.
Yeah, but and the next big level for circle down would be 160, 140 area. But that could take a little bit more time, depending on how long it takes for this gallon to deflate.
Hey guys, I have to step out for about 45 minutes. I will be back. Thanks. I'll drop and I'll come back.
Okay, thanks, Monolith.
Before I go, while you're talking about market makers, right? If that data is true, then Virtu Financial should do very well. So VIRT.
VIRT. Yeah, I mean it's per Michael Green. I know you know him, so he's been working on this for like 4 or 5 years. This passive investing. So
What was the
All right.
ticker you just said?
VIRT, Virtu Financial.
Oh, okay.
I'll find my post and send it to
I
you.
grabbed Meta 705 puts.
Sorry, I didn't realize we were talking about Virtue. What about them? Sorry, I'm coming in late.
That they'll do
No,
good
there
on
was
the
there was
passive.
a there was a chatter about someone was talking about market makers doing most of the trading, so or the volume. So in that case, that's what I was just saying. If that's true, then a lot of that business goes through Virtu. So
Yeah. I played that name in 2020. Yeah, they're a smart bunch. They actually were even early on crypto and Solana, just using it for actually market making and trying something out with crypto for derivative markets. But I don't know the whole broker dealer type of names. I look at IAI. That to me looks like it might have taken all-time highs, stop shorts, and then maybe come back and reverse. But it's too early to tell.
Yeah, Tesla doesn't hold 325 and 25. Yeah, the 325 area. No waterfall.
Do you
Dude,
guys think
SSII is over $6 now.
do you guys think
Okay.
Palantir is
Well,
cooked?
it was.
Wait, say that again.
Do you guys think Palantir is cooked, and if so, where do you think it goes?
I just don't know the timing, but I think it does drop. I just don't know when.
Well, I was thinking it's gonna hit 150 first, but it might not. So I'm just. Do you think it goes to like 125 by July OPEX or something?
Yeah, I think 120. I was gonna say 120. Looks like a good 125. Yeah, totally. I mean, that would seem normal, right?
Yeah, I
For it
mean,
to pull
no,
back.
I will be. I am.
Okay.
Okay, never mind.
Sorry. News break. Just in, President Trump says he started interviewing candidates to replace federal Jerome Powell.
Oh, the market's gonna dump on that.
It's like an episode of The Apprentice. It's gonna have all the different guys come in.
Not necessarily. I don't think market dump on that because he was talking about power already today. So
No, it's not. It doesn't dump on that stuff. Because that's expected.
Exactly.
It just depends on if it's gonna be like. I mean, it's probably gonna be Waller, is my guess. He seems to be vying.
Yeah, son. I don't know that it gets lower than 130.
130.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
But if it loses 130, then it's gonna go to 120.
Yeah.
So you're going to see AMD break down a little bit, trying to trigger a potential head and shoulders here on the 5-minute chart. AMD's potentially trying to trigger. So we are watching that closely. We're still writing Meta puts, the 705 puts for end of week, which are starting to wake up. Still holding some Tesla puts, but Meta's starting to come in a little bit. AMD, QQQ. Watching that closely. A new low on the Qs there. New low on the Qs. Qs look like they want that gap fill and potentially even lower now, guys. This bear flag, bearish wedge pattern right over gap fill should slice us through the gap. I wouldn't try buying the gap fill. I think we go lower. Meta's trying to curl to the downside here. Nice bearish break of Meta's opening range. AMD is starting to work in favor here now, guys. All right, so our contracts are starting to pick up here. It's just some additional traders, people that I follow and think are worth listening to most times. It gives me a little bit of a rest. These are full-time traders. It's their 9 to 5 job is trading. A lot of them have a variety of experience in some smaller cap names. A bunch of them talk about some fundamental analysis, which is also helpful at times, gives you a bit of different perspective. But it's mainly just to give me a break, keep extra eyes on the prize in the market, scanning the market as a collective. All right, so AMD is still trying to come in. Qs are looking pretty heavy here. We should go lower. Tesla's trying to hold steady, forming a bit of a bear flag.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Yeah,
look at Goldman
pumping.
Sachs push today, guys. Like that's pushing up. Strong financials means it's hard to push this market down with strong financials. That's one of the rules that I learned when I first started investing.
Yeah, when I told you about it, that's cool.
You weren't even born, kid.
He said kid. You are even
Bro,
born, kid.
son is like 58. What are you talking about?
He's like 40s. He's in his young 40s,
Dude,
dude.
my nuts hang so low, I could be 58.
Oh god, here we go.
Jeffrey,
Um,
See a little bit more weakness here. A little bit more. Qs are trying to bounce though. QQQ is trying to bounce, but Meta's looking fairly heavy. So again, we're writing those 705 Meta puts at 330 a contract. They're trading close to $4 right now, up 70 cents a con. I'm looking for a target price right at this lower boundary trend line. You can see this beautiful parallel channel on Meta. I'm looking for a tap of this key trend line zone. Qs are trying to firm up though, just a touch here. Tesla's trying to catch a little bit of buying pressure. We still have AMD slowly grinding here and trying to break down AMD. AMD is slowly trying to break down here. QQQ. All right, so you're seeing a bit of distribution occurring here. Money rotating out of Meta into Tesla. Tesla getting a really big stick to the upside, guys. Tesla really trying to bounce here.
That goes back to what's happening,
That's,
Voltaire.
that's been having news every day this week. There's been news up top too.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you guys didn't buy lowly from the NVO news. Like I bought that immediately,
Yeah.
and I rolled the
I have
790 800s.
Yeah, I have it going to 805.30. So yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, son, you shouldn't be surprised that people don't buy things when you buy them. If you don't share your thought process on the news, but other people may not
No,
have seen it.
Jeffrey
They
though,
may
like
not have seen it when you seen it, or process it the way you process it, or they could have forgotten as well.
no. I'm actually just referring to Jeffrey
Wait,
because
wait,
he's
and
always about Viking.
son, I'm just curious. When did you with that news, the Novo news, because Lilly failed pretty hard on Monday. So if you
Dude,
bought
I know,
cheap,
man. I was
run up.
down bad.
Yeah. So I
No,
mean,
no, I
I
wasn't
took
down
I
bad. I
took a
actually made money on that because I got it immediately, sold it, and then rebought it
I
yesterday.
got in a little late and I took out and I was 2 weeks out and I lost 30%. So I cut it, and I kept looking. I looked yesterday to get back in. I mentioned it late in the day and I decided not to.
This,
Then I
yeah.
mentioned again this morning. I didn't get in on it, but I mean, it wasn't a moneymaker right away. That's all.
I know. They always shake it out, man. I mean, it
Yeah.
was like I just knew there was unfinished auctions up here. That's why I was
Yeah.
just like, fuck,
No, I know.
they're gonna sweep it.
Look at this dog shit company, Intel.
Yeah, who was pumping that yesterday? Fuck.
Hey.
Sounded like the
You
straight up
know,
Vermouth talk for me, man. I don't know.
I said it's a hope and a prayer. It makes no sense. Position is small.
Wait
By
for
the way,
Q2. Right? I
Jeffrey,
mean, the second half of the year, right? Turn around.
second half of 2027 is my goal.
To do
Well,
what?
it's crazy. It's like they're trying to tout their
What?
fab abilities, but meanwhile they're using TSMC for their own chips. It's like, what the
Sorry,
fuck?
Jay. What'd you say? 2027?
I'm just joking with Intel. I was just, I mean,
Hey guys, per Walter Bloomberg, conflict between Israel and Iran could start again, perhaps soon. This is from fucking Trump just now.
look, Jeffrey, I want to,
Trump said that.
I want to take back what I said because that was rude of me. Okay, so your posts about biotech and those, they are fire. Okay, and they do make money. I will hold to my view that your macro posts
My
are a little
macro is
shaky.
fucking monster, dude.
Little
Monster.
It's
shaky.
waking up nicely here,
But I'm gonna
guys.
give you your credit. You
But
definitely
Contracts
what
are
make
if?
a lot
still
of money.
pushing here on the
Okay,
705
but
puts.
listen, the what ifs. I said if that was to happen, this would go there, right? So I'm sorry, but
Yeah.
that's still my viewpoint.
It doesn't
It was
always
J.P. Morgan's viewpoint.
Jeffrey, you're captain of the debate team. You're not going to lose that role. Okay. I just like having fun with you. If Deer's
No,
not
I
here,
agree,
somebody's got
and
to
I love
poke with you.
debate. I love debate.
If
I agree.
Deer's here, I don't open my mouth. He's much better at it.
Master debater.
Yeah.
As Meta could be coming into
Masturbating.
target.
That's true.
Meta could be coming into target very quickly here on the 705 puts. Come on. Knife it, Meta. Almost up a full dollar on these contracts. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, Meta. Dump it, dump it. Contracts are up a full dollar right now. Nice. A little bit of support here, but I still think it can go a bit lower. See that hourly chart? Yeah, nasty little hourly. So you're hitting this little wick high support on Meta. Slicing through that hourly liquidity. Keep going.
These posts, it feels like cash. So if I don't go broke, it's usually cash, and you get that buzz.
But do you have a Samsung or something?
Yeah, it's an Android. I already said
Oh,
this
that's
is an
why.
Android. Exactly. So I mean, move forward. Shit. Just tell me when the motherfucker buzzes, and I'll clear it.
It's buzzing.
I think I should get some VIX calls, man. I sold.
Crude oil is just ripping.
Meta is breaking down pretty hard here.
Crude oil is just ripping here. This is troublesome for the markets. Look at this. The Iran war potentially escalating. Trump tweeting again. Uh-oh. I'm going to look at getting in some rig calls here, guys. RIG. Took a position in some rig calls. Members, I issued that alert. All right, Qs are slowing down here. So I entered the July 3rd 250 calls on rig. July 3rd 250 calls on rig.
He must have stepped away. I was gonna tell him look at AAOI. It's up almost 10%
Dude,
today.
I would play something else besides Rig, but that's just me.
Yeah, just sometimes I played it so much, I kind of feel like I have a feel for it, But yeah,
Rig
I
is
get
like
you.
too much of a shit
I
call.
get
Like they
you.
don't
No, I understand.
like.
Well,
I
here
Yeah,
it
it
kind
moves
of looks
very slow.
interesting. I don't know.
Hey,
There's another one called Pump, literally. So
hey, what do you say, Twig?
literally. There's another one called Pump, PUMP.
Oh, I haven't heard that name. We'll look at.
Yeah,
Hey, real quick,
yeah.
Frank
is
jumped
that
up.
an ETF?
Frank jumped up. Frank,
No,
you have anything? Frank, good afternoon.
You know what? I'm just trading futures. I have Wingstop puts and I have Roblox puts, but like I'm just watching them.
Ooh, Roblox, forgot.
What
I have Wing.
You want to
WI
see this dump here right now?
puts, but they're thin.
Ooh, Roblox is.
Yeah, dump fucking I think everyone owns Roblox puts here.
They're like right at the top here. This is a good spot to. Has Roblox been going against you? I guess if everyone's been in it,
Oh
it
yeah,
must be going against
I mean yeah, of course for
Yeah.
me yeah.
Yep.
ES
Yeah,
is looking
I
a little heavy.
add
Looks like a little bit of an age pattern here on the ES. We'll see if it breaks down. to the
$70
lows.
billion for a fucking video game. Jesus.
Dude,
Yeah,
for a
I'm not
pedophilia video game too, man. Like fucking weird.
I think they're getting in some adult game or something with adults now, and that's why it's taking off. Someone who
It's
follows the name.
metaverse stuff, like having a meeting for your work.
Microsoft is in the basement.
Yeah, I guess
Is
it
Roblox
makes
just getting
These
repriced
Rocket
higher?
Lab
'Cause
31.5 puts are about to print hard.
this push higher is just so consistent on Roblox. It looks kind of amazing. It's just perfectly
I
straight
think
line.
it's like partly because like of the metaverse, right? When they say that, like just the AI, it's could be part of that basket. I'm just wondering.
No, that has to be it. Like it's almost like they're saying the spaces we're having right now. If it was a work meeting, we'd be having it in Roblox, and we have characters. We'll be able to
That's a fucking game, man.
throw oil
I could not
barrels
take
at Jeffrey and shit. You know, more
I could
interactive.
not take work seriously if they had meetings in Roblox. What the fuck, dude?
Twig.
Damn, look at that bounce on Ouster.
Hey, thanks, Frank. Thanks for speaking. And Butters, welcome back.
sure.
Although with all these Zoomers, how long has Roblox been around? I bet a lot of these
Look
Zoomers
at
are like
AOI.
18 now. Shit.
Wait, how old are Zoomers again? I fucking I'm so old.
I think some of them are like in college after I
Bull Bear, I
graduated
didn't catch a
college from
word
one
you
of them.
said. Can you say it again,
Sorry.
please,
Yeah,
sir?
go ahead.
Look at AAOI.
Oh, yeah, I was looking at that a minute ago.
10%, bro. That's wild.
Poet is also an optical play. Interesting. AAOI Poet. Yeah, but I was just saying, like a lot of these Zoomers, maybe they grew up on Roblox 10 years ago as like little kids, and now they're like in college and they're still playing Roblox.
I remember Mary from Canada. She was saying her teenage kids play it.
Holy shit! Why does it feel like it's almost over? The day's almost over. I just looked at the clock. We got a lot
Because Colombia always lags US.
lot of time. I don't want to play anything until end of day, unless it's longer term. I don't want to do any day trades here.
I'm gonna take Roblox short, but I'm gonna wait until it curls over because this is too suspicious. Like I don't know what it's doing. Like why it's so straight, perfect.
Yeah, I got to chase, man. I'm all out of that AAOI, but I'm about to get back in it.
Tiger with a huge move, 21% day today. And I think it's off of the two largest brokers getting together in China now doing crypto. But Tiger in Hong Kong is going to be the crypto capital of Asia. They have the most, what is it, mining equipment with the most power to mine Bitcoin. And Tiger's already a Hong Kong broker, and they do already do crypto So I think that's why it ran 20 fucking 1%, but the other one's triple. So
Yeah, I'm not in AAOI anymore either. But look at the Citigroup chart, ticker C. The monthly, the weekly, getting a buy signal on the weekly. The daily chart is absolutely beautiful. It's printing three white soldiers on the daily chart. That's bullish.
Hold on, what ticker was that we looking at again? Because I was just buying back in the AAOI. I got the 27s for next week and then the 29s for July OPEX.
Nice. Citigroup C, ticker C.
Oh, okay, see.
hey,
Uh,
go ahead, Bull. I thought you were finished.
yeah, the 2 hour looks good. 4 hour, all those higher time frames look really good on Citigroup.
Yeah, thanks.
Also, just real quick, everybody, we got a bunch of people up here that want to speak, so try to speak clearly, concisely, and quickly.
Yeah, I got something real quick for Butters. Butters, once I get these, there's a lot of these classic cars here in Colombia, and I don't think some of the people know what they have. My little brother's into auto, so I'm going to give it to him too. But I want to send you some pictures of some autos here. But they're fucking, every auto is expensive. But there's like really, like, 1947, Ford something pickup trucks. I'm not a car guy, but I'd love for you to say yes or no on some of these.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just send me a picture. It could be a business
absolutely.
for you.
Yeah. Well, my little brother
Just go
wants
to
to do that
Cuba,
too.
bro.
He wants the
Just go to Cuba. They're
he,
all there. Just go to Cuba.
You can't
yeah,
get them out
yeah,
of
you
Cuba.
can't. But it's expensive to get them out of here. But everything's expensive here, Butters. But if you can, they're my little brother's like, get the many window Volkswagen buses. He's asking me to look for those. I think it was old Land Cruiser or something. And he even said, Butters, is this true? If you really do up 1980s Ford Bronco, you could sell it in the States for 150.
No,
Not that much.
they're not that much. They're selling for about
Okay.
45 to 50
Okay. Because I
in
was
the
like,
U.S. K5 lasers and the one that everybody wants is the
yeah.
O.J. Simpson one,
Oh,
all white.
there is
So
one here. There's one here that I.
What about Scouts? What about Scouts? They'll buy Scouts too.
Scouts are not as popular because it was mainly an international farming community, Big Kev. Like it wasn't a big thing, you know what I mean? Unless you're
I
a
gotta
car
send
nut.
you a couple, man, because
Yeah,
yeah, this is your world, dude. What about the
but yeah, those
Volkswagen?
heavy duty
Believe it or
K5.
not, the one
Yeah, I know those heavy duty
the
K5s are
one
most
thing
on it.
to look for, yeah, the one thing to look for is a 5 window pickup truck where it's 3 windows on the back.
For
That's the
what?
rare
What is
one.
that? A Ford or what is it?
Yeah, Ford or Chevy's the early 5 window
5 window
pickup trucks
pickup
are
trucks.
called.
Okay, there's a couple down here, I think. But what about the Volks?
There's three
It's the
windows
split
in the
back
back.
window. Yeah.
So
What?
there's yeah, it's a back window with two
Oh,
side
interesting.
windows on the back.
And that's all it takes. Is that just the windows? It's not a year. It's not the body.
It's like if I told you the most popular Corvette, everybody's going to say 67, but believe it or not, the most popular Corvette's a 63. It's the only year they made a split window in the
I
back.
was just about to say the split back
No
window.
shit,
Yep.
guys. That's fucking interesting. Hey,
The
but
split
Butters,
back window.
he also said that the many window VW bus. Do you know what he's talking about? Like the many window.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
23
like the
window
Yeah.
Scooby
or
Doo
whatever they
van.
call it.
Yeah, he said that that's
Yeah,
like over 100 G's if you can get it and put it back in the US.
they've come down. They've come down in price. They were up at 100,
Yeah.
120, but now they're like 60 to
Oh, okay.
70.
But some
Yeah, if you look down below, Georgie just posted a picture of the 5 window truck.
fuck, bro. I just took one. I took a picture of one that's selling for 7 grand. It's got the wood trim inside that the back bed, Butters. Do you know what I'm talking about? I think that the picture of
Yeah,
Georgie is
all beds were like that.
okay. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely send it to you. I want
I
to make
think
sure the
I
body's.
think I think I think Tesla's going to take that dive.
Sorry, back to the markets, but thanks, Butters.
AAOI just keeps fucking pumping, dude.
Just keeps pumping.
Yeah, bro, that one is bump. I might have to get back in that too.
Yeah, I got the 27s and the 29s. I got 27s for next week and the 29s for the 18th.
Fucking rocket ship. I can't get into it. Like I won't. My brain won't let me get into this shit like this. It's like FOMO into mode.
I mean, shit, they're backed by fucking Amazon. In my opinion, that's bullish. Amazon just can keep dumping money, throwing money their way as they need it.
Okay, you guys can riddle me this. Why isn't Amazon at a higher multiple if Cybertruck's supposed or Cybercab's supposed to do 1 trillion and they're probably ahead of Tesla in the driverless Cybercab? What is that thing? Hoot or Root or I forgot what their
Zooks.
autonomous what Zoosk
Zook,
Zook
Zook.
ZOOK.
Zook. Yeah, you think if Dan Ives is putting a fucking trillion on Tesla, then what's Amazon? I mean, it's probably not even in their market cap right now.
I don't know, but one thing I learned about Tesla is they'll take all day for that H to play out. So, buckle my seatbelt, pop me some popcorn.
Jeffrey.
Oh God, what's up?
Jeff, I think I don't know. As far as Amazon, I think they get a little they get hurt a little bit because they're just consumer discretionary.
And
So
then
as
with the
far as
tariffs, yeah, for sure.
just as far as on an index level, they don't get like the pure when money's pumping into these tech indexes. They don't get as much. There's a retail component to them, and they are spending a lot on their capex this year to increase their cloud services. And then the other one is Bezos filed to sell shares, and he hasn't sold any yet. And I just at some point he's going to slam it. It might just take a day or two, but like to me
He
that
filed to
worries
sell
me.
even more. He filed to.
Buying cues or drilling.
He filed to sell 5 billion. I think 5 billion. Uh,
We're still seeing Meta melt away here. I think Meta's going to make some new lows. Q's wick down gave us a new low. Just seeing a little bit of buying pressure coming right into that gap. But I do think we're going to break it. Tesla putting in a bit of a head and shoulders pattern on the 5-minute chart. Still riding that lower. AMD's finally starting to give up a little bit of the goods. Definitely working our put contracts a little bit in favor, but still got quite a bit more. But Meta is absolutely printing. Again, off of this next little potential download, I'm looking at taking profits on Meta puts. We're still seeing the markets in a bit of a distribution phase here. Just grinding lower and lower. And the selling has been contained. It hasn't really been that hard of a sell side day. It's just been a consistent grind, making lower highs, lower lows, pretty much all session long. Qs are catching a bit of a bid there. See, Tesla's just hanging knife edge here. Meta's starting to come down a little bit more, guys. Let's get ready for a quick drop on Meta. I will look to take some more profits. Come on, Qs. Humana's doing really well today. Ticker HUM. That's curling up here. surging again, trying to push up 3%. All right, guys, I am going to trim half of my meta puts here around the 709. I'm going to take profits at $4 here on half of my meta. Stop to break even at 335. Sorry, 330. So I did sell half of my meta contracts there for 21% gain. Moving stop to break even at 330. We are seeing a really big push here in the Qs, predominantly from semiconductors again. Still could be a bit of a nothing, still making lower lows here. The big level that the bulls want to get back above is this yellow trend line here, 540.85, your previous all-time high, or 540.83, I think it was. Your previous all-time high, that's the level. Still think the markets are going to go lower here. We're just slowly grinding. Tesla's still looking a little bit vulnerable. Sitting right on a big support neckline here for Tesla.
Bullish as hell.
Yeah, I still got my 155 and 160s for Nvidia.
I mean, it's gonna be hard for the market to sell off if the semis and the fucking financials are
Yeah,
strong.
100%. Well said.
And I'm closing half of these 29s on there. I'm up 60% on
Bro,
these 29s as well.
I just grabbed the ones the 30s, and they're already up 15%.
Tiger
On
up.
AAOI.
Tiger up over 24%.
Yeah, Futu's, the financials for
Uh,
China have gone nuts. I don't
it's
know.
the
Was there
crypto
news?
fucking. It's the crypto. It's the crypto in Hong Kong.
Ah,
That's what it is. And
Bro, these 29s are moving better than the 27s. AALI.
interesting.
Damn, I only grabbed 30 contracts. I'm mad at myself.
What just happened? The contract just jumped up 52%. On the 30s for July 18th, bro. It went from 150 to 230 right now. What the hell?
Willing buyers.
Just the IV, bro. That's the IV pumping because the underlying only moved like 2 pennies.
That's crazy. Up 50% on the 30s for July 18th.
I hoping this is where we could fucking pull back after this 5-minute candle.
I did buy some fixed 20.5 calls for July.
Wait, figs? Sorry.
VIX, VIX.
Oh, VIX.
he said Vicks. Yo, this AAOI is pumping.
Sun Capital, not this fucking tree in your backyard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought my attention back to that. That was another quick couple
Yeah.
feet.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, now I just need Amazon to finish drilling.
Damn. Don't do it, Amazon. I just got a few calls more. Still got some calls. Ugh, fuck.
Yeah, Amazon stays under 212.80. It's going, what is
Yeah,
this
I
level
could
now?
see a drill, but I think it. I'm just this could be really annoying if it's just a fucking slow paint dry drill.
I grabbed those SPY 607 puts for tomorrow. We're up 40%, 130 to 184.
Amazon might find support at like 211.70. Kind of where I want to see if we can get down there.
Fuck, nvidia over 153 is a rocket. It's gonna go straight to 156.64 and then 159. We still have 30 minutes left on the 1 hour candle. It looks wide open on nvidia.
Nvidia about to bust out of that flag at the top of the pole here. Good job, you guys, whoever grabbed those calls. It's pushing. My God, dude, it feels like it's already like, end of day.
Hey, bro, sometimes it'll be like that, and I look up and it's only 11:30.
Yeah,
Like, damn,
it's not even
it's
10
only
yet.
11:30.
Your guys' time. My time, it's 12 o'clock.
Yeah, it's 12 o'clock my time too. So you and I are on the same time zone. So it's 1 o'clock market time. Come on, drill for me, Amazon. Well, if you ain't gonna drill for me, Amazon, just keep on dripping slowly. Fuck it. Nvidia, I need Nvidia to start pumping again.
It's trying right now, bro. Over 153, it goes to 156.64. I cut
Yeah,
a
I've been hanging on to these Nvidia calls because that's an upside down H pattern on the 15 that I'm seeing.
yeah, it's gonna try for that 153 right now. Over that, it's gone.
Oh, if that breaks, yeah, I'm looking at 157, 158.
Yeah.
Good potential H pattern setting up. Google has a potential upside down H pattern setting up.
Oh, Northrop Grumman.
Rocket Lab, let's drill, baby, drill.
Interesting.
And I think they closed into the day higher here. I thought we were going to sell off, but I think they're going to go higher. Look at nvidia.
Gold ripped like a motherfucker.
Yeah, it did. I think it was six. What is it? 5307.
That shit's over 307. It was at 305 earlier when you was talking about it was catching a bid.
Yep,
We just had a bit of a
that was
note
my
auction
target. Was
take place,
307.
guys.
Nice move. Look at truckers,
Let's look at yields
tankers front
quickly.
line up 1.3%. That had a nice move today.
Some 5-year notes.
So while the market was bearish, you know, you see gold and tankers were bullish.
Yeah. If gold gets over 307.87, it's going to 309. We still have 3 hours to go.
Guys, where do you see Google here? I still think it's bullish. Am I not looking at it right?
You obviously didn't hear what I just said.
Well, no, I did. You literally have on the 1 hour, you have an inverse head and shoulders. It broke the neckline, and then now you have this cup pattern coming out, and the top of the cup is, like 173.50 to 174 area. Probably hits 175.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair assessment. I ain't really just pull back and look. Let me do a quick once over. Google. Hey, Jeffrey, did you know Google's an actual number?
Infinity Google.
Well, Google is a number,
What?
but it's spelled differently.
What?
So 174.
Yeah, we're in the same area. But if the market doesn't, continue to hold the push up, they'll continue to fuck with Google, and you'll burn premium. What's today? What's today? Is it Tuesday? Tuesday?
Maybe in Colombia it is, but it's Wednesday everywhere else.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
See, I'm still backwards here.
Who said maybe Colombia is? Jeffrey, what are you smoking down there, bro?
Dude, it's really hard for me to take. Yeah, it's not. My life's not structured.
He's still trying to get his bearings, his equilibrium's off a bit.
Yeah, I don't even know the time of day. Yeah, they're still pushing Amazon down.
It's like I take 2 steps in this 600 square foot house and I'm outside.
Oh, fuck, I can't do this, man. We're only here 3 weeks. We got to be here 5 months, 6 months. Not gonna happen, dude. Oh, push down. Low of day, SPX. I don't know if you guys saw that little move. We just broke low day. Now it's an H pattern, breaking down the H pattern on the 5. We'll see if it's a break below and fail. If not, this can continue to go down.
I have the 607 puts for tomorrow.
60/80s look promising here on SPX. Let's hope this is a break below and fail, but I don't know, guys. Okay, back up to the support area.
Yeah, watch 605.74 on SPY. 605.74.
That's where your next area.
Yep. Yeah, that's my NFP low for December 2024.
I mean, just
So I'm closing 3/4 of these Rocket Lab 31.5 puts up 88%.
What you saying, Jeff?
You have to unmute yourself, Jeffrey.
shit. I was talking like an idiot. So 6088 area right here, the support where it broke below and looked like it failed. And if we hold here and go back up, it's bullish. We'll see what it does, or it could continue down. We'll see, but I will play this move. Either up.
If it holds here and goes up,
Oh, got out at 100% on Rocket Lab.
if it holds here and goes back up, I will be buying SPX puts near the close for a trade down.
Yeah, well, it's not holding. So, would you go short here? Like if this is now resistance, we go to 6080. Frank,
You know what? I like the odds, right? The odds are 50-50. The market's gone nowhere today.
Correct.
Stocks
It's a
are going
50-50.
places, but the market's going. It's going to make a move at some point. It looks like it wants to roll over, but
You're just gonna wait to end of day. You might miss this downward move.
yeah, I can always
Okay.
trade it with futures, right?
Yeah, you're better off doing that than me.
SPY is coming at 605.74.
But I'm still looking at nvidia, still strong. Google looks pretty good. Apple looks like it's rolling over a little bit. Dude, I think they want to break this down, Frank. 6080 is coming.
Nvidia is like holding the whole market up.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, I'm about to say,
Apple
and
too.
Nvidia is struggling though. I mean, it's holding the market up, but it's struggling to hold the market up.
Yep.
I'm trying to get this
It
upside
gives it
down
up.
H
You know
break.
what's going to happen. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still green on my contracts, but they look, but it's struggling.
Fucking Tesla, bro. This Tesla is such a piece of...
ADD on the 5 is an H pattern, advanced or decliners. Like it's right on support. We're about to break the H on advanced versus decliners.
That's acting like a whole bitch. I'm down 20% on my 310s. It needs to go ahead and reject this area
I
right here.
think
It's struggling.
Well,
You
I
think
think
what?
we're headed
What were you
down.
saying, Bull Bear? What were you saying, Bull Bear? Tesla?
like SPY. I mean, there's no... after it broke over that NFP high for February, it just started dumping.
I think we're dumping. I think we're gonna sell off here.
And on the Vol D is way under the zero line. Anytime Vol D goes under the zero line, the
Look at
market
you, bro.
always dumps. So yeah.
I'm impressed every day with you, Bull Bear.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that, bro.
I look at the same thing, and then I do look at candles as well as you. Did you use the Japanese candle book? Have you?
I did.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's what I started trading with first. Those candles, those Ichimura candles.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Come on, Meta, take that low out. There you go out. Let's see if that bottom is ready to blow out.
Okay.
Make enough money tonight, I might be able to go out and show out.
Look at you, Eminem. They're if they retrace this candle back, I think it'll be bullish. But well, I don't know. We'll fucking see this. I think this next candle is gonna make the decision.
IWMH pattern.
Real quick, Andy Constant gave the 5-year auction a C minus. 5-year, I don't know if it matters that much, but
Interesting. That's why the market's selling.
Yeah, I might
Uh,
step close to NVIDIA calls. It's struggling with this 153 level.
5 minute looks like a higher low, right? But like the 30 minute looks like not that great still, and the hourly doesn't look that great.
yeah, that's what I'm looking at on Spy. It looks like dog shit, bro.
Well, man, you and I think exactly alike. It's unbelievable. We're taught by the same guy.
Yeah.
Uh, but like, it's not like it doesn't make me want to like grab anything right now. Like, it's just
Yeah,
like, ugh.
I agree.
I had a couple scalps, some green, pretty good. Like, I don't, I'm not like, kind of like looking at some longer term stuff.
I
Could be a
really
break
think.
below and fail.
Wings verified.
If we're supported here, I'm buying SPX calls for end of day.
All
I
right, I got
think
my stop losses set in on Nvidia. What you gonna do now?
I don't know. It's fucking Spy. Just flush, bro, and just let's get it over with.
I mean, Apple has pulled back significantly. It attempted to try to push higher and it just rejection.
I think Nvidia is the one that's really holding the market up. Nvidia.
Yeah, Dow Jones is already in the basement. Yep, Amazon is headed there slowly. Death by a thousand paper cuts.
Oh my gosh. Butters, your CLS is just strong today, man.
What Butters play isn't strong every day, bro.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but that thing's been on fire CLS for the longest time.
Ever since you called it out, bro.
Jeffrey Wing is down 4%, down $14, and I'm adding to my puts.
Wow. Wow.
I have not covered. I have not sold one. I'm
This is
adding.
all technical for you, Frank, or what?
Yeah. Yep.
Just okay, okay.
Amazon drill, baby, drill.
Are you adding here, Frank? Because it just it bounced a tiny bit and it's a good spot.
Yep. I added right there. They're very good. But
Go
like,
ahead, Frank.
I'm looking for a big move. I'm looking for this thing to go to break 338 and go right to 300.
Nvidia is about to break high of day here in this bull flag, and this can rip here, and it's bringing back up the market, and now we're back below that floor area, the support area. So it could be a break below and fail. I did grab 6105s at $1. 10 cons, and we'll see what happens. I'll cut them if we hit the low of day, which we just hit in the last 5 minute candle. Just FYI. That's how I'm playing it.
My level on Nvidia is still over 153. It gets to 156.64 on Nvidia. As long as it clears 153 and holds above that, that's my target.
Look at this drill on Rocket Lab. My runner's up 130%.
Nice job, Kev.
Here's the
His name's I gotta jump in.
all-time high sweep on NVIDIA. Massive surge. Is this going to be the potential little liquidity grab sweep on the semis? Let's see if semis now want to see some downside once NVIDIA's sweeping that all-time high. Meta's still getting trashed to the downside here. QQQ is still trying to fight below prior day high. But this is where they could start to dump NVIDIA. They're sweeping that all-time high. We can officially report on the news that NVIDIA has now made a new all-time high, along with the indices, along with Microsoft. Let's see if this turns into a liquidity sweep and grab. This would be an aggressive short zone on nvidia. I repeat, it is a short zone on nvidia. Day trade short. I'm not going to take it, but this would be the level. Anonymous, thinking of shorting a 605 call on my SPY commons there, trashing it so bad. Ugh. Excuse me. Coffee's wearing off. It's time for lunch for me. I need to go pick up my blood sugar level. You want to short a SPY call? Yeah, I mean, SPY's definitely going through a bit of distribution here. I still think Qs can go a little bit lower here. So I have no issues with that. Yeah, I hear you. That's a good way to hedge, for sure. I think we've just had a little bit of the blow-off move that's occurring right now on the NVIDIA chart. There's a nice rejection on Qs. Qs seeing some selling. We are seeing Apple breaking down. Apple looking pretty bearish right now. Tesla still trying to sweep our stop loss. But a lot of volume here on NVIDIA. Yeah, look at that volume spike on the NVIDIA 5-minute. 1.23 million shares were just traded here on NVIDIA. Quite crazy, crazy price action. Sarfar is saying 155 incoming. Could be. A lot of volume traded here on that breakout. You officially stopped out and swept those shorts. Massive monster move. Meta still near the lows of the session. AMD trying to firm up even more. Look at that volume still coming in. 30 seconds left in that 5-minute candle. We're trading 1.3 million shares on NVIDIA there. Quite crazy. Making a new all-time high. Again, I still think this is a liquidity sweep. I think we get a pullback. Maybe we hit Sarfar's target of 155. Not looking to short it yet though, but I'm considering it. Views are ripping here. Ripping. Semiconductor strength lifting the market here again. You can see the parallel channel that NVIDIA is trying to test the high of this channel. But a monster move in the NASDAQ yet again. I like to use the simple moving averages, 7 and 20. I keep things simple. Some people use the 9 and 20. Some people use the 3 and the 9 EMA for day trading. I just use the 7 and 20 simple moving average. QQQ put option here. This is high risk. I'm looking at a 540 put on the Qs. Took a 540 put on the Qs, high risk, size it for loss. I got filled at 40 cents. 40 cents. For essential moving averages and simple moving averages are different. Sorry, exponential moving averages are different. It all depends on like your strategy or style of trading. Whether you're looking to buy breakouts, short breakouts. All right, so I'm in a QQQ 0 DTE 540 put. I repeat, a 540 put. That's an aggressive trade. I think they're going to dump back nvidia here. We'll see if it wants to press higher a little bit. My target price, my first target on the Qs is a retrace back to this trend line, this breakout trend line. It's got 1 minute left, Bart, on the Tesla put. It is trying to sweep the 5-minute close. It's got 1 minute left. I'm watching it on my other screen here. Yep, like a hawk. All right, Qs are starting to press here even more. SPY's back to the positive side. Qs again. Target price on Qs. First trim is around this 540.60 zone. Back testing this trend line breakout. If we get it there. But the market is strong. Nvidia is still staying firm. Tesla's getting slightly rejected at that little stop loss zone. Come on, Qs, come on down. Nvidia is still staying firm. Meta's still struggling down at the low. So Meta didn't participate. This was primarily a semiconductor push in the Qs. I wonder how Microsoft did there. Microsoft didn't participate in that. Apple didn't participate in that. So that was primarily only semiconductor rally, which is concerning because you didn't get much participation from the rest of the stocks off of that NASDAQ pump. This could be a fake liquidity grab, recapturing that prior all-time high. Again, when Meta doesn't catch a bid off of a nice spike in the Qs, that's a bit of a problem. A little bit of a bearish divergence, but for the time being, the Qs are still holding steady. Look at Meta. Meta just not even catching a bid. New lows on Meta, guys. Congrats on those puts. New lows on Meta. Beautiful. Let's push Meta here. Meta is coming up into another target zone. Come on, nvidia. Dump it. Come on, Qs. Dump it. nvidia just a monster right now. Meta's still selling off. Few puts are trying to wake up a little bit here. Tesla's still trying to surge. Come on, nvidia. See a little bit of distribution here. Meta's coming into our target, guys. We're almost at the next profit target on nvidia. All right, Qs are seeing a bit more selling. That's nvidia. Nice little wick down there. Still seeing relentless buying pressure in NVDA. Fund managers have to chase it up here because Q2 statements are reflecting all-time highs. Yep, semis are pushing. It's really a semiconductor push here. Yep, AMD's breaking free as well. There's another new little high pivot break on NVIDIA. Boom, ripping on NVIDIA. Seeing some little bit of selling. Let's see if we can get a breakdown on these QQQ puts. They're still defending that previous all-time high. All right, Meta's hitting profit target, guys. Meta is hitting target. I just trimmed my Meta puts, guys. That was beautiful. I am all out of my Meta 705 puts. Closed at 450 a contract. Beautiful. All right, now we can focus on these Qs and Tesla. We'll watch NVIDIA there. Come on, QQQ. Here we go. These contracts are waking up, guys. These contracts are starting to wake up. I warned you about the little liquidity sweep and grab. This is what a lot of people are buying the breakout. We're shorting the breakout. See if we can get these 540s in the market. Profit target 1 is coming right into this trend line on the Qs. Contracts are moving nicely, guys. Contracts are moving nicely. Come on, give us more. Give us more. A little bit more. I'm looking for first trim. I'm going to trim half of my contracts, Q contracts at 540.60, right into this trend line. And move stop to break even. Everyone had plenty of time to catch that, even get a better fill than me. You can see Nvidia's finally putting in a potential little bearish engulfing on the 5-minute chart. Still got a couple minutes left on that candle. Tesla getting slightly rejected. Come on, give us another flush, Qs. Give us another flush. Here it comes, guys. Get ready to take profits on the Qs. Again, this stream is delayed by 5 seconds, which is why I'm telling you in advance. Because 5 seconds is very quick in the options game. All right, there's target, guys, on the Qs. Beautiful. Beautiful. Look at the dump. Let's go. Yes. Beautiful. That's what I'm talking about. Everyone should have been able to catch that. We're going back down to the lows. This was a fake breakout. Let's go, man. These puts are printing. Look at that. Here we go. We're up over 50% on these contracts. Beautiful. Amazing, guys. Amazing. I think we're going to go lower. Nvidia should try to sell off a little bit more. Tesla fell a little bit there. That was a beautiful snipe on those QQQ puts. Let's take these 100%. Come on. You know you got more. This is a failed breakout on the QQQ chart. This is a failed breakout. We should get maybe a minor bounce here back test, but this should be a failed breakout. I still have gap fill in target. I'm going to hold the rest of these QQQ cons to that gap fill. Let's go. Yes, lower prints. Look at that, guys. Look at that. Boom. That's what I'm talking about. High pivot, all-time high pivot liquidity sweeps, parallel channels. Nvidia coming in hot and heavy. We just need AMD to flush here, which it still could. Come on, Qs, take it to gap fill. Go negative on the session. It's a tough market here. All right, don't let these contracts go against you. Again, I am still writing half of my contracts on these Qs. We're up nicely. I'm glad you caught that, Henry. Beautiful. Tesla's starting to come in a little bit more. We just need AMD to cooperate. What are we looking like on 5-minute QQQ chart? Yeah, that's a nasty bar on the Qs. That's a nasty 5-minute candle on the Qs. Gap fill is on watch. Anyone still holding those meta puts? Those absolutely printed. I'm all out of meta though. You can see the nasty little rejection on Tesla still. Tesla should go lower. It's holding this area quite well, but it tried stopping us out there. Not today. Come on, Qs. Flush us into that gap. I want more on these contracts. I want more. Let's get 100%. We could easily get a couple 100% here. They're not even in the money yet, these 540s, but they're looking like they're trying here. All right, here we go. Here we go. 100% is on tap, guys. I'm looking at covering at a Pierce. You know what? We could actually head right back down to the low of this parallel channel. That's where the Qs might want to test, is this lower boundary 539 zone. It could absolutely slice through. There's going to be a whole bunch of people sitting right on this gap fill to buy. The reason I don't think it's a good long entry is because we bounced just before that level was tagged, we bounced. So they're going to try to sweep this low pivot as well as this gap fill liquidity. I think they're going to just rob us and slice us through. So I would not be personally buying this gap fill. I'm not going to buy that gap fill. They're going to potentially knife us through that level. It's looking like that. Very likely in my opinion. Come on. We're almost at 100% on these contracts. Come on. Get these 540s in the money. Here we go. We're getting lower prints. We're getting lower prints. Boom. Again, I'm looking for a target. I think the Qs can head to the lower boundary channel here, guys. Just going to erase this red one. I think that this lower channel of support around 539 is potentially where we're heading. Wow, what a monster dump there. Excellent trade. Please hit that like button on the stream. We just need AMD to cooperate. Come on, man. AMD, what are you doing? Friggin' monster. Nvidia is still strong on the session, up 3.7%. SMCI is up 7.5%, testing the $46 level. Don't let this QQQ 0DT trade go against you. I'm going to keep a break-even stop loss at 40 cents a contract. That was amazing. Getting a really big bounce, a really big bounce. This is technically your aggressive short zone to enter is around 540.50. A back test of 540.50 on the Qs is kind of where you would look to short it again. Obviously, I'm just still holding some runners. Let's see if we get the back test and rejection off of this failed. We should go lower. We should. Really big bounce though in the Qs. Yeah, crude is breaking down a little bit right now. AMD has just been a monster. It's been a monster. It's certainly shocked me. Now I'm down significantly on AMD, but we'll see if it wants to get a nice couple hours sell-off. You can still have a large move in 2 hours. I still like the daily chart, 4-hour chart level on AMD. Ton of resistance, but obviously with Nvidia just propelling the Qs and SOX and SMH just ripping, it's been a tough name to short for sure. And maybe they're trying to keep the liquidity trapped in before the Micron earnings. Maybe that's when it comes down. Maybe it pumps even more. There's certainly that risk. There's always a risk of going higher. Oil's actually starting to dump here, guys. So crude oil starting to fall here a little bit. Let's see if we can get another down leg in these Qs. I think we're going to still knife into that gap, guys. I would be shocked if they don't try to sweep that liquidity and grab it. I'd be shocked. And then some. And that would be beneficial for us to actually tag it. Here we go. Here comes the next down leg, guys. We're fully at 100% on these contracts. I'm still holding. I'm still holding. Come on. I'm not selling until we sweep into the 5. Oh, damn. That's nasty. Those are. Oh. All right, guys. I'm closing my contracts there. That's insane. That's insane. Holy. Wow. That was a monster dump there, guys. That was a monster dump. And I was discussing that, sweeping that liquidity there right into that gap. That was excellent, guys. That was beautiful. Amazing. Wow. That was insane. And there still could be lower. We could still test the lower boundary channel here. Nvidia is starting to come in a little bit more now. Wow. Stunning price action there. That's for sure. So 540 puts deep in the money on the Qs. But I am all out. Wow. That was nasty. I wanted that knife through. That was just nasty. And again, we still could go lower, guys, but I'm all out at $1.12. We got a high spike there, $1.22, it looks like on my screen here, $1.21. Thank you, Surfers, but I'm all out. From 40 cents to $1.12. Beautiful trade there, guys. Beautiful trade. Wow. And that was where we observed, right? We had nvidia squeezing into that high pivot. We had the broad QQQ market not participating. Apple was falling. Um, Google was seeing some distribution. Meta was near the lows. So it wasn't a broad pump across the Qs. Microsoft was seeing some distribution. It was just that NVIDIA volume spike with a couple individual semis propelling the saturated NASDAQ market and semiconductors higher. And once NVIDIA got that pullback, it was pretty much a nasty, nasty move from there. But that was stunning, guys. I hope everyone was able to bank with that. That was amazing. Wow. So between Hood, Q's, Meta, honestly, I don't even care what happens to AMD right now. I'm still holding 140 puts end of week, which I'm down on, but I've made a nice amount here on the session. Wow. That was crazy, guys. Crazy. Wow. Nice 177% win there on the Q puts for me. And believe it or not, like I said, we sliced through that gap like a hot knife through butter. Got a nice bounce. I still think we can go lower, guys. We could still technically hit this lower boundary trend line. We're making a consistent lower low on the intraday session, lower high. Obviously, there's some support here. There's going to be a lot of buyers, but man, that was a crazy trade. So let's see what we have here shaping up into the close. All right, guys, after that one, I burned a hole in my stomach. I'm just going to grab a quick little bite to eat here. I'm going to come back and watch the charts. I'll still be sitting here, but I'm going to turn the camera off just so that you're not seeing me chew with my mouth open. Wow. Insane.
July 18th.
I got 607 for tomorrow. It's they bought it all back. They bought that whole.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Gold, you see where it stopped?
Yep.
Right on the December NFP low.
Yep. That's what 605.74. I had that level.
So good. Got confluence because I jumped into the Qs and SPX. So I'm
Yeah,
for
that's the
today.
that was the
542.
pivot. That was the
Yep.
Jeffrey, did
the
you buy
floor
it
for the
back?
Yes,
today.
and
Good, good, good,
Qs and
good,
Qs.
good, good, good.
I bought
In
it back
size
just
with
now.
Qs, Frank. I got 100 cons, but they were like 15 cents. So we'll see what happens for Lotto.
Yes, sir. That was played beautifully. Jeffrey, now we could go back up, bro. We're
Okay,
good to
boy,
go.
good boys, good. I love it. Hey, I don't know where we were. UKR, go ahead, please.
So
No,
if
I think
AMD
that
can take
honestly,
out
that's
this little low pivot here
the best
and
competitors
lose
to
this
get in our
vicinity,
system. So drone or whatever
you
that
can
is,
see the level
let
that
us
AMD
open.
is now trading
We have
on.
all the
This
weaponry
should take another down
manufacturing
leg.
there
We
at
might
home.
see some
So
late minute selling in
yep.
semis
So this
into the
thing made
close as people
that
move a
is
little bit
just
more
the tip of the
defensively ahead of
speaker.
earnings, but
That
this
will
is a big
definitely
level.
sell in the future.
If AMD can lose this vicinity, then we
One
should
other
get a
thing I'll
quick
add,
move
right?
down back to
U.S.
your previous
companies
high
setting up
pivot here.
factories in Europe.
Minor bounce off that level,
As
and
much
then
as
maybe a
that sounds good
continuation move
in
down.
theory, they're going to pay the price
So
for
we'll
what
certainly
U.S. has
watch
been doing in
AMD.
terms of trade war.
Tesla's still
You
just
will see
floundering,
that in
also
a year
looking
or
like a bit of
two,
an
the business
M-top
will
pattern
go
here that
to
wants to break
native
lower.
European companies far more,
But
right?
keep AMD
They
on
have
watch because
all
that
the
one is
constitutional
seeing
requirements
a
to
bit
spend
of
at least
distribution.
2/3 of their
SMCI is a
money on local
monster.
companies. So just setting up a
Whoa.
factory is not going to cut it
Man,
anymore.
SMCI.
While it's
And again, we
necessary for
trimmed
them to
half of
catch
that
up, I
position on
don't
those
think it
call options,
sustains an
still
advantage.
holding
So either you'll
$47
see
calls,
deals
but
being made
we
with
could potentially get a
larger
3-bar
European
surge on
companies, or
SMCI. We'll
you're going
have
to
to wait
see
and see.
homegrown companies in Europe do far better. And this 5%,
Let's
it's going to
pull
take
up
time.
the
It's
cues.
not going to get
So,
to 5%. Everybody, as soon as things slow down in the economic space,
so you see this gap on
everybody's
the
going to push
cues?
back
I've
and
had
say,
it
you know
labeled in the
what,
chart here
we're
for
not going to go to five
quite a long
straight up.
time.
We're going to
There,
go,
Ryan. This
half a
little
percent
liquidity
here,
gap
1%
here
there.
intraday, it's where price action sold off
Tone down
yesterday
the
at the
the
close, and then
enthusiasm
boom, you
about
gapped up
getting to
today.
that 5%. I think we're some ways
Look
off.
at the old gap
But
and
that
crack. And this
said,
is something I touched
I
base
would
in, I said in the
any day
pre-market.
prefer a
Statistically, the
European
gap and
defense
crack,
company over a US
where
defense
markets
company
gap
because I
up
think they
to
have a
the
longer run
highs,
rate, and given
and
that
then they
they have
sell right off down to that
such a
gap, that's a
large
very high statistical
homegrown
trading pattern. Just
growing
that
market
simple
space
strategy
to
alone.
fill that
Now,
we
it
are
doesn't
locked
always
into,
work out, but when
I
stocks
think
are coming
the
into
prospects are
resistance
much better from
and you
here.
had a sweep of the all-time highs, you had some overbought names, you had the S&P tagging really strong resistance, SPX. So when you've put into a few factors along with the gap and crack, it puts into probabilities that the markets were going to sell off. So that's what happened, right? What do you mean it doesn't show it doesn't
Yep.
show the gap on yours? It has to. If you go to regular trading hours, it has to show you that gap fill. Which site are you using? Are you on TradingView or where?
Would wouldn't it be kind
It's
of a
Every
problem
chart
if
should
these
have that. If
volumes
you're
run out of
on
space though?
extended hours, then it won't.
Like that's gonna take a lot of time, right?
There's no gap on
Oh, like
extended
this
hours.
space program, that's gonna take a lot of
But
time
as
for
long as you're on regular trading
and like a
hours,
lot of money, these space
you'll see your
programs.
gap. All right, I'm just gonna grab a quick snack here, guys.
so,
Hmm.
So it's not just that, right? There's a few more things going on. So, for example, all this, recent, like India Pakistan conflict, for example, there was a lot of battle management from using satellites rather than the AVAX kind of airborne warning systems. So that is airborne warning is necessary for us because of the wide swath of ocean that we have. So it's far more useful. But for Europe, it's these countries are stuck close together, and Russia's not that far off. So you can take out a airborne warning system rather easily because they're slow lumbering planes. It's a far better option to go satellite for them, and and I think they're going to jump that and go directly there. So it's expensive too, 800-900 million for a fully loaded satellite. I mean, warning system based on like the E7 or something like that. Which of course it's good, since you mentioned Saab. They are collaborators on that, but I still think they are going the satellite route, especially France, Germany, and Spain are probably going to jump to that route, and whatever little AVAX they need, they're probably going to go with the Airbus based platform. So but the other thing I was going to say, one of the things, right, is unique about Europe versus U.S. needs for defense. U.S. spends a lot of money on navy and air programs. Europe also needs very big spend on land-based protection program, land-based systems, right? That's why you see Rheinmetall doing so well. That's why you see MBDA, companies like that, right? Indra Systems in Spain, getting a lot of backlog buildup. So that GD unfortunately is in the wrong place here. So these are going to come at the cost of GD, right? BAE, for example, will do very well. They do own Hoglunds and they do own Bofors, so they'll do very well. So I think there's a more diversified market opportunity for European defense, just because the defense needs are very different than what the U.S. majors are trying to hit out at.
They're done talking real quick. I cut those SPY 610s.
Yeah. Well, looking at GEX for SPX, it looks like they're building at 6090, removing from 6110. 6100 is positive GEX, and then major negative is 6080, and that's where all the volume is so far. But they're starting to remove it from there, so we might see a battle here.
Yeah. So when you guys started talking about you were getting into calls, to me, I was thinking like, there's no fucking way I'm grabbing calls. First of all, with the extent of the sell off, unless I'm just playing a bounce, a reversion bounce, like to the MAs or whatever. But this has just been a strong sell. If you look up top, you'll see all the VIX flow that I put up top for all the VIX calls from the 21s and the 33s that's been bought in the 21s was unusual. So there's just no way I'm playing calls at all, like at all today on anything except maybe like the VIX.
Yeah.
Waiting. I'm gonna get back into these 607 puts for tomorrow.
God damn it! I'm still holding my calls right now. Um, I'm seeing that if you on the 5 minute on the cues, that's a really nice hammer candle which reversed that information that came out and spiked us down. It's a nice hammer. We'll see, but I mean,
Bro, look at Amazon, look at Meta, look at it. The only thing that's holding the market up is Nvidia, and how much longer do you think that they're going to keep pumping higher? Even Bitcoin is pulled back. So I mean, like you pissing in the wind, in my opinion.
yeah, probably, bro. For sure, for sure.
Pissing it away. All right, so on SPY 5 minute, I'm getting an evening star reversal.
I see that. I see it. Good job.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're a reversion, I mean, I wouldn't. Just a reversion call would have been great. But I do see what you're thinking, Jeffrey. Like, I do see some divergences.
Yeah, and
Um,
if you look at the VIX, it looks like it's rolling over a
it
little bit.
actually it could go down to ES 612. So instead, so another 10 point, around 10 points from where it stopped before, at least.
That would make me sell.
6-1, actually 610. Yeah, buyer positioning is kind of at 6-1-1 6109.
Okay, if you look at the
So
five
you need
minutes,
Apple. You need Apple to help Nvidia to get the market to go up. Because everything else is antithetical to the market going up.
Sure.
And like just look at everything.
So if you look at the 5 minute, what do you see
Google's
on the
not
VIX?
Google isn't even your friend anymore.
I know. If you look at the 5 minute on the VIX, it's a perfect head and shoulders. Broke the neckline. It's breaking down on the VIX. That's one thing I got going for me. But you guys are probably right. But I think they're gonna push this up, and
The VIX is broke right now. I don't know.
yeah, maybe, maybe.
Because everything
There's
else
a
is going
gap
down.
below too where we could
No,
go. So it could go to $17 at end of day. Pretty easy here, breaking down from that head and shoulders. And there's a gap there
I
just for the day
I
on
mean,
the fall.
pensions are selling 20 billion in a month, so this could be just them and just people lightening up, taking profit
You
quarter
guys are
end.
probably right, but fucking, it's not a bunch of money. I'll see what
Hey
happens.
no,
man, you hear your DMX indicator back there barking?
Yeah, he's got my back.
I also grabbed Tesla 317.5 for this week. Puts.
Nice.
I still have the 310s, by the way,
Big
for
Big
this
Kev,
week.
you guys have been having the sell pressure on your side all day, so we've just been trending down all day.
Buy 607 puts for tomorrow up 12% or $24. Rinse and repeat, baby.
Great. I'm gonna get piled on by Twig here too. I think he's gonna bash me for going long. Go ahead, Twig. Tell me you're short.
Nobody's
No, no,
bad.
dude, I
Tell
wasn't gonna
me you're
bash
Nobody
short.
can
Why
actually.
would I bash you?
I'm just kidding, because you're very good.
Trigger capital at it again, man.
Yeah, he stays triggered.
I'm fucking Jon Snow in Game of Thrones versus the Room right now. That's where I feel.
Dude, you just have a fucking Game of Thrones character on your PFP. Now you're changing your character.
Yeah,
Come
well, you know
on,
what I'm talking
man.
about, where he just goes against the whole world and he takes out his sword.
Come
That's
on,
how
you
I
can't
feel.
be every character in Game of Thrones anytime you feel like it. Come on. You're Joffrey.
I am Joffrey. Fuck yeah.
Twig, did
Frank,
you
tell
want to
me
say
you're still
something?
long, Frank. Frank, gotta give me some help
Oh,
here.
Frank left you.
Yeah,
No,
there's
I'm
no
here.
way. There's
I've
no way
left
he's
him.
not. There's no.
I'm still long on that, but that was a reversion trade. I'm still long, but like I got stops in.
Yeah, okay.
See, futures are much easier, Jeffrey.
Yeah, dude.
You
Yeah.
can be, I can be in and out in seconds. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm gonna hold these.
I mean, you could do that SPX
I think
too.
you're
I
going to
mean,
be all right. I do. I think you're going to be fine. As I'm
Yeah.
getting stopped out.
Let's go. These spy puts paying, baby.
that's funny.
You know, it's like it's hard here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
These
sad.
the next
Well,
few 5 minute, 10 minute candles will tell us.
I mean, honestly, Frank, like if you're looking at the move all day, it's just been a slow
Just give me a
drip down,
second
right?
here.
Like choppy drip down, and the sell
All right,
pressure
so
is
if you're
still
looking at
there.
my screen,
And I'm
you
trying to go
see
against
the
it, which is probably a
little
stupid thing.
settings icon here that I'm hovering
So
over.
the Fed is proposing easing leverage
You click
rules
that
for big
settings,
banks.
you go session,
Yeah, that's the SLR.
and you have the difference between
Yeah,
regular and extended.
I mean, Jeffrey, it's
the
only
Fed
like
the Fed has been
Regular
playing
hours,
the
extended
Fed has been playing
hours,
with cut
click
totals
regular, and
here.
you'll
One
see
capital
that
D
gap.
for global, systematically or systemically rather.
Here, let me mute
Important.
this, the other guys. So again, you hover over settings, and you click extended hours or regular for trading. Hopefully that helps. Oh, great point, Anonymous. You're absolutely right. That's a small oversight on my part. That's why I love you guys. We're here to keep extra eyes on the prize. You absolutely have to be on intraday time frames. Yes. Our Qs look to be coming down for another wave of selling. Repeat, we never ever hit the downside channel. So it does look like we're probably going to pierce this gap again. Just the way that this selling happened into this gap, we're going to sweep this liquidity again. Tesla looking a little bit weak. AMD's trying to bounce, hold steady.
o'clock.
AJ, what do you have for
I got
MU?
like doesn't look like I missed anything.
What do you have
What
on
do
the
I have for
positioning
MU?
on
I got calls.
MU for earnings?
Let's see what I have left. Give me a second, because I got lottos. Obviously, we don't know how earnings goes.
Yeah, for sure. It's still a crapshoot, but positioning is pretty interesting to see before earnings usually.
Give me a second. I remember taking a screenshot of it, but then I forgot what the hell I was in. Nope, that's my nvidia roll-up plays. Cause I'm not in front of my computer now, so I'm looking on my phone. You know what? I'm just gonna check my tweet. I remember tweeting my position out. I'm in. There it is. 140 calls for this week. 135 for next week.
Get
Oh,
up
so you
there.
had bullish positioning, huh?
Yep.
Nice.
Get up there.
Lottos.
Get up there. Get up there.
Hey Jeffrey, you're getting
We'll see
up
what
now?
happens.
Get up there.
Cool. Thanks.
I'm like
Thanks,
the
man.
golf guy, like where I'm putting in the
Yeah.
green and I'm
I
not
mean, you
even
know how
close to
earnings
the.
go.
Of course.
Expect to lose.
I'm just playing sympathies.
Expect to
I have
lose.
NVIDIA calls, so we're
Well, I've done that 3 rolls today, so I stopped rolling at 10 o'clock. So
I'm like the guy in golf, and I'm on the green, right? And I'm like putting, and I'm like not even close to the hole. I'm like, get there, get up there, get.
No, you're the guy
That's where I'm
picking a
at right
fight
now.
with the other guys because they're not going fast enough and not letting you pass
Jeffrey,
them.
no, I'm the dude.
That's
That's
you.
drinking and crashing the cart.
Jeffrey,
Yeah.
when you're day trading, you're trading for like you have to enter at the extremes, right? So like the point of entry, which you didn't know prior to, but you had an opinion that they were long, and it was in the middle of the range or a little bit lower middle. But when we had that liquidity grab, that was the buy right there. You know what I mean? If you bought your first position there, you'd be sitting here laughing, going, "Yeah, I'm good." You'd have a stop in green.
Yeah.
So like it's all about
I was close
timing.
to that, Frank, but I didn't get
And
there.
I did, and I'm telling you this because I did the same thing. I lost like $2,000 on because I had a fucking opinion, and then like I bailed prior to you bailing, and then on that liquidity grab, I bought a boatload. But like I'm here back and forth trying to work out. So now I'm like, I was down $2,000. Now I'm down like $180. You know what I mean? And I'm still long.
Yeah.
But like, it's all about positioning. So I don't feel any pressure. But like, I think that was the worst. But we'll see.
If SPY gets back to 606.65, I'll
I,
add to the
I
607
mean, I
puts for
think you're right
tomorrow.
for today, Frank. So
Yeah, yeah. There's
That's
no really.
60.
It's not. It hasn't shown us it's making a big move. I mean, this thing could roll over and easily, but I'm literally 10 points from being green. So
The 6070 SPX and 6065 SPX out the money put decay is what's helping support the market today. So as long as those levels aren't lost, you just buy the dip. If you're still planning to play this shit for the rest of the day, I'm not. There's no trade here for me.
yeah, in the 30-point range, I'm not trading the indices.
I mean, I just sold a call spread because I don't expect us to break higher after we rejected 6105.
I sold the put
a
spread.
Phantom node. There you go. The put premium was garbage, so when I analyzed the IVs and deltas, if it's skewed like trash, I don't even touch it. The put side was trash for me. I didn't even touch it.
Well, I mean, not at the low, right? If you catch at the right time.
True. But then that means I have to sit there and wait for that move for like 2 hours. So I'm just like, because I entered at like 11 or 11:15. I don't remember. Some point during the morning. But yeah. I mean, my prediction close is 60.84. So I'm gonna stick to that.
I hope you guys I really do hope you guys play Generac, because if you didn't and you complain, I'm gonna block you, 100%. Generac is at $139.52 right now.
You're gonna block me? What?
If you
So I tried.
complain, yep,
So
you're getting
so I
blocked.
tried to tell you all about Ouster looking like it was going to bounce, and that was the pullback. If you missed it the first time, that was the pullback right there. Today gave you the entry.
Yep.
OUSD.
These Generacs 140 call went from 595. They're 1145 right now. They're up $550 a contract. The 130s are up 77% or $745 a contract.
Bolbier, it's a breakout here. If
Yeah.
we hold this one, we go to SMA 200, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, it beats my 6,300 target that I've been bullish for so long I forgot. I mean, I've from this. There's no reason for it to go.
Absolutely insane.
Oh, is there build news? Because all this fucking solar keeps getting hit.
No, I didn't see anything, but I just know they're reworking it. So who knows? But I mean, the only solar I really like is FSLR, and that's because those credits
All right,
should
my
die
boy just
down.
texted me. It's time to go play. Time to go play some Call of Duty. So if any of y'all play, hit me up. I'm about to hop off.
Enjoy, man. Have a good one.
Later, dude. Damn, must be nice playing Call of Duty in the middle of the day.
I know, right?
I can't play video games.
You guys can go do it if you want to, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying I can't
Yeah,
play
Call of
video
Duty.
games though. I'm not a video game person. That's why I'm said that.
Yeah, me either. So I know what you mean, bro.
I don't either. I got a fucking PS3 that's old. Dusty just sits over. Bought fucking I don't know what 15 years ago for my son.
This is coiling, Jeffrey. Straddle this bitch.
BRB.
All right. Is it me or does Bitcoin still look strong?
Flight to
Looking at the
safety,
daily.
sir.
Yeah, I might be considering some old BitX calls. Bitcoin closes. Looking strong though. Looking like it's ready to push right here though. On me.
What's pushing, Kev?
Well, I didn't say anything was pushing. What I said was that Bitcoin still looks strong. It looks like it's about to push right here.
I did buy some Lotto SPX calls.
Oh, but Jeffrey, if you want to know what is pushing right now is OUST.
Oh.
Yeah, the last 2 days it gave a pullback from that bull run it's been on. It gave a pretty good pullback the last 2 days. I think tomorrow it should continue its upward trajectory, in my opinion. But it's starting today.
Almu also popped over 20% today. Aluma, I've been talking about this, the new one, disruptive, like photo optic chips, that can do a bunch of things at night. So it has huge applications. They partnered with AIM Photonics for the foundry, one of them. But it just got added to the Russell 3000. So I'm in this. I think it's a moonshot for me. I'm pretty excited. So they have a shitload of government partners and contracts, enough money from that to float them for the next couple of years. But what I'm looking for is a commercial partner this year, and I think it could be a very prominent company.
Tickers.
What's the ticker again?
Yeah.
ALMU.
Yeah, it's got
Aluma.
upside down. It's got upside down H pattern intraday on the 15. Look like it's ready to continue to go higher. I see resistance at 1950.
What's and you said it can see at night, V? Is that kind of the optic at night?
They they've got some new type of chip that they can take like a high tech element and put it like in a silicon wafer and do it at scale. So this is like new, it's disruptive, and it has applications from everything from AR and VR to biometrics. So think about like the Apple Face ID. It could work at night, and they've sized the chips so that they can work, and they can scale it, right? So
And your Apple phone currently cannot do the Face ID at night if it's dark. Can it not do that?
apparently,
Oh, interesting.
and also the thing about the Illuma chips is that however their photo optics are, it doesn't hurt the retina. So it has like it has mass application, and it not just like for these things, but I have to go back and look at my
For
notes.
spying on
But
the citizens at night in
you
in
know
Patriot
it.
Act type stuff, yeah.
Yeah, but it's also like these chips can go across like everything. It can be like another ouster kind of thing. So just watch it.
So I'm looking at it right now. Currently has a daily resistance level at 1760, which is pretty much near its high right now. I'm looking at 1950 as that. What is that? The all-time high? Yeah, it looks like the all-time high.
Okay,
Yeah, 19.
bullish bears. I'm looking at higher highs and higher lows on the 5 on the Qs. Maybe God help me. We could start to trend up here.
Dude, they said I have calls, Jeffrey.
I know. I heard you. Bro. That's awesome.
Yeah, he's in call. Jeffrey has calls.
Kept my call.
I bought some lotto calls.
Yeah, I've kept my
SPX end
lotto
of day.
calls. I got Qs and SPX.
I only bought like not much, $700-800 worth, just to see.
Same. God, I just really I don't like these wigs. I wish it would just start making its mind up and just close at least mid range or high. Fuck.
I mean, they could just fuck around here like
Yeah,
like
and just wait.
pre-market.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm gonna be burnt, but I had a good day with Nectar, so I'm okay.
We have such a huge like fucking weekend move that it needs to consolidate somehow. Don't forget too. Apparently, it's like a new fucking moon, so I guess seasonally it could be cycles down. Like that could be the easiest kind of
The moon phases here.
to figure out the moon stuff. Honestly,
V, do you believe in this moon crap? Oh, are you still there? Do you believe in the moon cycle for stocks? V or Frank, the adults in the
dude,
room.
moon cycle is actually real because of the fact that it's actually just seasonality of the passive flows. Too. Like there's passive
What the
flows.
fuck are you
that,
talking about? How's that even
Dude,
possible?
you can tell it
This
comes
is what
a
Jem
moon
Croissant
cycle is
said. Are you
exactly
ridiculous? Like he said this
a moon
3
cycle is
4
exactly
years ago,
28
dude.
days. That's that's
I
a
don't
week.
know. I don't.
So and how is it? So you mean the programmers have programmed the algos to like link to the moon cycles for passive flows? Like
No,
I
I mean
believe like
there's certain weeks of passive flows, and those certain weeks it's always the second and third week, and so there's moon cycles that actually like follow that shit. I guess I don't know. I'm
I'm just
not a
saying,
moon
like, if you
cycle
take
person,
a,
but that's what I heard from people.
you just
There's a
take a
lot.
that we know
cosine.
that it controls the tides and we know that it impacts
Correct.
women's menstruation. And there's a bunch of studies that show that there's an uptick in crazy in prisons during full moons.
And you also
So
get
I
werewolves.
do
You also get werewolves.
exactly. So there, you know, maybe like on the market psychology side, there's something, but it's too esoteric for me to like. I've got too much other shit to learn. Let me put it that way.
I'm right there with you, V.
If you remember last week, Bones did call the cycle for next Wednesday, and she was bang on, and that's today.
But that's a start of a downward move, correct?
She said there would be a downward
She did, and I've heard a lot of other people talk about it. Just for what it's worth, Jeff.
I do on 214.
Not just girls either.
Add it to the SPY
That looks
606
like it could be
push
a
for
W.
tomorrow.
I wish I could moon these moon boys, moon cycle boys.
YOLO moon boy.
I'll show you
I
a
knew
moon.
I knew you were a big moon believer, Amen. I knew it. Fucking, you probably go to what's the place in Europe with the
Full bare ass to the moon cycles.
what's that? You got my mind's a blank. With the rocks, the giant rocks up in Europe that people for the summer solstice.
Yeah, Norway.
Stonehenge.
Stonehenge. Yeah,
Stonehenge. Amen's over there in Stonehenge, butt naked with leaves all around him, trading on the moon cycles.
Stop living out your dream with Eamon. Come on, man. Come on.
Dude, if you run like a Fourier transform on stock prices, you're gonna see like 7, 14, 28 day spikes. You know, so like
you run a what?
Never mind.
You want to see how accurate this moon phase shit is?
Yo,
It's always the crypto
as soon as we
guys. I'll
say
be
it,
honest.
YOLO moon boys here.
It's always the fucking crypto
I'm
guys.
never
Nah,
called
he
you
posted a whole
Moon
chart.
Lambo.
Posted a whole chart down below.
Listen, let's look at my chart. I just put it on the nest.
No, I forbid it. I'm not gonna look at it. It's no.
Okay, so my question is moon phase versus sun flares, because Tom McKelland has put out like a historical sun flare chart that has a pretty strong correlation to things as well.
Okay, I've never heard of sun flares, so
Tom
that's probably a
the
quack.
McKellen oscillator guy.
Yep.
What?
Oh wow.
Man, we have a lot of work
Okay,
ahead
now
of
you're
us.
fucking tripping me
that's
out,
on the
V. What the
phone.
fuck, yo?
I'm seeing this chart as this time period is a sell.
Yes, look at it. You gotta look at the chart, guys. I'm not lying to you. This shit's been working on BTC.
I mean, you have indicator in trading view, moon phases. You know, so
Yeah, that's what I.
That's why YOLO had that.
How many people are utilizing this?
Dude, he's the moon boy, man.
Not
We're the
enough.
What is
bomb.
it?
Not enough people. That's what
Hey, I'm not jinxing us, but we're slowly creeping up.
Hey,
We're
Jeffrey,
getting
your boy
higher highs and
Bill is
higher
here.
lows on the 5. Go ahead, guys.
No, your boy Bill's here, man. Did you want to?
Bill, when you guys talk moon phases, he's gonna come in, dude. He's like one of the
He's
early
the
adapters
starfish.
of the solar phase and moon phase trading, day trading.
He did a cool write up on Berkshire Hathaway and the from
Hey,
the one for.
Hey, Frank,
I
I
saw.
can't bring you up, so please remove your request, Frank, and then I'll send you one.
How come you never send me one, Jeffrey?
Remove the request, Frank, and then we'll bring you
Yeah,
up.
he just laughed in your face, son.
I know he did laugh. Like, what an asshole.
Thank you.
Okay, Tom McKellen is saying that the sunspots, the sun flares, correlate to unemployment rate changes and mass protest movements.
What the fuck?
Hey, Bold Bears or
Yep.
Big Kev, can you guys bring up Frank? Because I can't.
I've been trying. It's not letting me, bro.
Frank, you might have to leave and come back.
Maybe
FYI, Frank.
I think we're full, dude. Are we?
It's at 289 people in the room.
No, I mean the
All right,
speakers.
I will drop down. You can bring Frank up. I'll drop down to listening.
Same here. I will drop down.
So according to what I put up, Moon boys are about to die soon.
Dude, why do you hate your own people?
You said Moon Boy.
Guys, you saw that chart that Shaw posted of Generac? I think UKR just reposted it. He has Generac going to 150.
Dude, I hope you own a power generator, Bull Bear. If you don't own one now, just buy one after this, cause
I know I'm gonna buy it with all these this money I'm making
exactly.
on Generac
Oh,
for
we
free.
could have Bill, if you guys mind, the SLR news. I'd love to hear
Jesus,
Bill's.
that's why I told you, Bill, man.
I'd
Damn.
love to hear Bill's because I don't. I'd love to hear his quick
Okay,
opinion.
I'm gonna
If,
step down.
No, V, you're good.
Is Generac running because of hurricane season?
Well,
Yes, sir.
if you think about it, like Monin have said too, like the cuts with FEMA and all that, so there should be more business, right? Demand for
Mm-hmm.
Generac if FEMA's being cut, like the budget. It makes a lot of
Yes,
sense.
sir. Bing
Frank,
bong.
please make a call and get them to push this market up, please. You make a call,
Dude,
Frank. Can you make
You're
a
right.
call?
Just got patience.
Wasn't there also a call that you could write off the interest by buying a Generac too? Trump put that out, what, 6 months ago?
Oh, you can now?
Yeah.
I don't know if he put it in place, but there was something put out
No,
about
because
that.
I looked into getting one, bro, and it's 10K for these things, and that's not with the
They're 10K.
installation.
No, but hey, listen, I live remote and I have everyone has a backup diesel
Yeah,
generator.
generators are
But
worth it, bro.
they are, but 10K, especially in American, seems a bit pricey. And they shouldn't be difficult to install, right? Like, well, no,
But
not
don't
really.
Generac have
But
like a special service that
Yes,
that comes with
yes,
buying? It's
yep.
not.
You buy it, they
okay,
become an installer.
Standalone.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
there we go.
Bull
Yeah,
Bear, I was looking at them. There's another one by Honeywell. I'll send you the
Oh yeah,
stuff on it.
please do, man.
And just FYI,
yeah, I've got one from Honda, and there's a whole bunch. Anyway, invest in Generac, but shop around for yourself personally.
Yeah.
we have 8-hour power outages almost every other week here, every week in Colombia. So I probably
Jeffrey, I told you,
Yeah.
go buy
I'm
a
going
power
to,
block
but
and
I
you'll
don't
be
know
good.
if they sell them here in Colombia. I'm gonna have to use Amazon.
Can you get Amazon? There
Some
you go.
products, Butters, not every. So I'll have to look at it. But thank you. I wrote that down. Bill, SLR. What does this mean? This is not going to unleash the banks now because it's less than they were discussed before, or
Yeah, I mean, the big banks are subjected to a leverage ratio that they can't exceed. It's a bit complicated because there's different weightings on, how risky the assets are. So the banks were pushing for, anything with no credit risk, which would be obviously reserves because that's the Fed. Those are liabilities of the Fed, and Treasury securities because those are liabilities of the U.S. Treasury, are zero credit risk. They wanted like a no weighting on that so that it didn't count as leverage, or it didn't count as towards the leverage ratio. They didn't get that. They got a small reduction, I think, in the credit or the risk rating. So it's a lot smaller than what they were hoping for, and it doesn't allow them to flex as much as maybe they wanted, right? Because reserves are like what 14% of total bank assets right now. That's how big they are, and treasuries are small, maybe 3%. So they wanted all of that not counted, but they're not getting that. So it's probably small potatoes.
but
Real quick, Tesla
Celestica,
under 324.90 will come to 322.72. Sorry guys, go ahead.
Celestica hit the 152.
so can they increase that adjustment later in the year too, Bill, or is this set thing for
No,
a
I think
while?
now they've come out with what they're going to implement in Q3, right? So I think it's largely fixed.
Okay, so that's settled then. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that'll help. The fact that they got the third largest bank out of the penalty box, Wells Fargo now has no asset cap. I think that's bigger news. So yeah, they're, and we've talked about this too. Like they're doing things that they think will help with treasury demand. I think it's kind of misguided, but that's kind of what they think they're doing. Who will buy the bonds? That cry, the bond vigilantes, all that kind of stuff.
But I heard, I think it was Bassett saying that it'll strengthen treasury buys, right? Like,
yeah, he's misguided. I hate to argue with a guy, who's the U.S. Treasury security, but there is no problem with demand for treasury securities, unless, he really believes we're going to get the trade deficit to zero, which I don't think is going to ever happen.
For what it's worth, too, I'm reading a McElliott note, and this month is the largest buy program the vol control funds will have ever in its history. So that's why we have been pumping hard.
But by the way, just fun fact, you guys were talking about moon and its effect on tides. You know that it's not actually the water that's being pulled closer to the moon. It's actually that the moon affects the shape of the Earth, makes it whatever side is facing the moon becomes a little bit more football shaped, and then that just pushes the ocean water levels around.
Is that true? Because we had a cabin.
That is a scientific fact.
Tesla 324.30. It fell under the 324.90, and it's waterfalling.
Jeffrey, this is a starfish telling you. Why are you even questioning?
No, because I do question, because
Don't
I always
question the
thought,
starfish.
Bill, it was.
Bill, wait, Jeffrey, wait. Bill, did you hear about the Three Gorges Dam in China, that it's also impacting the shape of the Earth and our daylight time as a result, like microseconds, but nonetheless.
What is it slowing us down, V?
I can't. I think it's shifting the axis of the Earth because it's holding so much damn water, right?
Oh,
So what you just
I did not know
about
that.
the moon kind of makes sense, but like fractions, but nonetheless significant enough that NASA has noted it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of.
Bill, wait a second.
Think about it. There's all kinds of stuff that is just so weird about the Earth, right? Like in the middle of the Earth, in its center, is a giant iron ball, right? And that's what creates the magnetic.
Hey guys, sorry, I don't mean to cut you guys, but we're still trading, man. You guys have to bring that topic back after close, please.
Of course, I don't get to argue with Bill. I think he's wrong here, guys. Gravity.
Jeffrey,
go ahead.
I agree with you. It is gravity, but it's not on the water. It's on the Earth.
We'll discuss this afterwards. Yeah. And then nobody's going to say anything. There's no trades coming through.
Tesla 317.5 contract, up 20%, or $60 a contract.
God.
Tesla is at 323.57 right now. I gave you these levels.
Because I want to bring up a ticker AIP.
Bro, I just been chilling in my shit, right?
Yeah, the 310s are up nice too, bro. Yes, sir. So just so you guys know, I don't mind you guys talking, but when we're trading and we're calling out calls, you guys have to either pause.
Well, everyone knows that.
Or
everyone.
Yeah, well, some for the people that don't know, that's what I'm saying. So I don't want you guys to think that I'm trying to shut you up or anything.
No, do it, man. Do it. We respect the space. So you cut us off.
My target on Tesla is 322.80 to the downside.
Nvidia is starting to look weak.
Bill, I love Capital One. Thank you.
You love it even more now, right?
No, yeah.
Just put it away, in a coffee can and don't look at it.
No, it's in the hole in my backyard, man.
That age pattern. Go ahead and play out, Tesla. Just been waiting. I need that 15-minute MACD to turn red. At least testing the low.
All right, I took my loss, 50%, $900, and we're gonna go back up. God damn it.
Hey, since I mentioned Almu, it's up another 10%.
Yeah, yeah. I've been watching it since you mentioned it like 2 days ago when it was like $13.
Jeffrey
Keeps
sold,
going up.
pimp it.
I hate you, Georgie. You're
Holy shit. Almu is fucking rocking.
V, I swear to God,
Yep.
there's people down there that belong to hedge funds and they listen to people's ideas in here. And I swear to God, it happens every time. You'll get a 10% move right after you say it.
Yeah, man, we got spender cap down there. It's all good.
V said it yesterday or the day before, I think, in this space.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
like
she
2
was
days
talking
ago.
about it a couple of days ago in the space.
It was like $13 at the time.
Yeah, B's awesome. All she does is find bangers that no one else knows about.
Doesn't
And she
follow.
goes into craziest geopolitical spaces though to do it. So.
Guys, Tesla puts, these Tesla 317.5 puts, they're up 28% or $78 a contract.
Holy shit, V! This was just at $14 today.
Oh, now Jeffrey looks at it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
we
don't.
spoke about this
Yeah,
2 days ago, I think.
Tesla's
Yeah,
just
even 2
absolutely
weeks
yeah, I
ago.
tagged
dumping
you
here.
in.
Yeah, I got.
Yeah, I tagged you in a little thread I
Beautiful.
did
Look at that
the
move on
beginning of the month.
Tesla.
I've been in it under like 10. And then I added
Those
I
320
added a
puts are
lot on
waking
this
up
pullback.
nicely.
Yeah, see,
I'm
Jeffrey's never gonna
nervous.
follow anybody's plays. He's unless you're a FinTwit, unless you're one of the FinTwit gurus who he actually respects, then he's just gonna be like, oh
That's
wow, I
wrong.
should have got in
That's
that.
wrong. I never follow anyone. I just do my own plays. But I need to follow you guys, especially V, Butters, Kevin. You know these names.
Yo, Tesla just hit my target.
Drop it low,
Can do
Tesla.
317.5 for $100 per contract. Good job if you guys played that.
I'm still
Also,
hanging
Come
on to
on,
these
Tesla.
310s. I
on
didn't
this
add anything.
on this
Yeah, I still have the
ALMU,
310s.
there's no options, right? And this thing came on IPO'd like this year in April or something, or March. There's
One of the
still
first
no
things I
options.
noticed is that there was no options. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why it's probably gonna keep squeezing.
Yep. Only way you can get in is
I'm looking at trimming Tesla puts here very soon. What I'm looking here is for a potential 3-bar surge on this 5-minute chart. Come on, Tesla's knifing here. Come on, Tesla. It could even make a new low of day. Tomorrow, maybe. It is hitting a downside M-top pattern target here. But I'm looking for a little bit lower on the 15-minute chart. If you're wanting to trim your 320s, by all means, I'm going to hold on to them a little bit more. I'm looking for a move at least into this 322 here. I want to see it target that gap again. So that's the gap fill. I want to see it come into that 322 level again before I trim. Here we go.
I mean, and I will say the intraday put to call was a 0.44 on single stock. So it's
I'm telling you guys, the book map is showing 160. If this like by Friday, if micro earnings are good, this is going to 160
oh
by Friday.
there's deltas up there for sure. Yeah.
Is that what you have, YOLO bookmap?
Yeah,
And
on
you
from
look at
Think.
supply and demand there?
Yeah, Thinkorswim.
Oh, you use
No,
Thinkorswims? Okay.
Yeah, they have bookmap option on there.
I mean you're looking at the deltas and yeah.
So it started they started adding it soon. Like when they break, it's every $5 increments. That's what they've been doing ever since 145 broke. They're adding it to like 150. They added to 155. Now there's big offers at 160.
And that's Nvidia, right?
Yes.
Check and see what you got for Tesla, if you don't mind.
I was just about to ask him that too, bro.
Because I'm looking at the report earlier that the safety driver had to move to the driver's seat to intervene. Right,
What?
that Roger guy posted earlier. Y'all didn't see that? Here, let me put it up top.
No.
Put it up top.
Yeah.
Putting it up top. So, as soon as it populates, you should be able to see it.
For Tesla, I don't see that like on Thinkorswim. It only shows me Meta and Nvidia. I don't
Yeah,
have.
you
Okay,
have to pay for more data for that other data.
Oh, for the other tickers.
Yeah,
yeah.
you got to pay more.
We're
Just
right
put it
at
on YOLO. Just put it on the TTP company card, bro.
we're we're right
Charge it
at
to the station.
VIX support for low of day here. If it breaks through, maybe we get a pump in the end of day. God, I'm just being optimistic, I guess. But
What's your credit card, Kev? Can you put it on the chat?
It's Jeffrey's card.
Yeah, I got
You
it.
gotta
Hold
use
on.
Jeff. It's Jeff's card.
That's definitely Jeffrey's card.
No, we don't want
It's
to.
somewhere.
It
It's
won't work.
somewhere in the makeup thing there.
Jeffrey's card won't work here. It's from
We
Colombia.
don't want a Colombian card.
Bill, thank
Hold
you.
on. I'm putting my debit card up top.
Bill, thank you for coming up. By the way, I appreciate it as always. Thank you.
Did anybody look at all that? Did anybody look at that Tesla stuff I put up top? The last two.
I'm looking at it.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, I'm just pissed off at Elon because I had 300p when it hit like 350 a few days ago, and that was the day he freaking squeezed the crap out of the whole market.
Yeah, I was in the 300s also. I got squeezed out of my shit too.
Yeah, bro, and
I took I think I took like a 70-80% L on that.
yeah, but I had it for July, like end of July, and I should have kept it, man.
I wonder what they would be worth now if you'll be
Yeah,
breaking even. Because it's right back where the price is, right?
It's right back where it's at. You're right. It's exactly where it's at.
well,
Hell no, Theta would have already took a few days up out of the
Yeah, I
you know,
know. Yeah.
red.
It's true. Sezzle, fuck it. Sezzle down.
Elon and his brother scammed us, Kev.
I mean, never take
I
advice
know,
from a guy
right?
called Kimball, you know?
Unless he gives you a slice.
Hims is just taking out the lows. Hey,
Big Kev on it today with the rap game. Okay.
bars for days.
Bro, I'm barred up for days, all day, every day, all day. What do you mean? If you pay attention all day, it's bars. Rap session, all day freestyle.
Let's go.
Hims is about to take out the lows.
Dude, I think Hims will shit the bed. I did see a few big put buyers, but I mean, the market structure is looking pretty weak. It needs to fucking hold here.
Yeah, it's
You
not.
know, I once shot a fella who showed up late for a photo shoot. I once shot a fella who showed up late for a photo shoot. Let me stop.
Ah,
Mm-hmm.
my brain is fucking slow. Yes.
You said yes.
Ian, if you're down there, Butters, your poet is now up 19%. I did get in it, so thank you.
Your,
Half the space is still trying to work that out in their head.
your poet is the host, co-host.
Twig just got it.
Well,
Boom.
I didn't understand. Okay, if you want to explain it to a white potential boomer,
Twig is always ahead of the game.
Oh, bro, really? I
Lost.
gotta break the double entendre down for you. Okay, so like when you shoot somebody, like okay, so the implication is that you actually shot somebody with a gun, right?
Oh, you
But
shot him with a picture.
if
Yeah. Okay.
it's with the camera.
Yeah. I don't. I still.
It's
don't,
all right, man. He's Colombian.
I
You know,
still
he has
don't
trouble
get
with
why
English.
that's so great. I don't know. Whatever. I'll be that bad guy on this one.
Make
It wasn't
something
about
better.
being great. It was just a hidden meaning inside of a bar. We were talking about poets and poetry or whatever.
Okay, hold on. There you go.
I'm not sure what that was supposed to be.
That's
What
when
the
you go
hell
to
is
I
that?
fucking hate
Was that your
you.
lighter?
That's
I
when
know
you go
what
to
the fuck
fucking
that
these
is.
poetry. See, you guys have no.
And
That's when
that's
you
the
go to the
Def Jam
poetry
poetry,
shit
dude.
and they
All
do the
these fucking
poetry and
people
they
in LA
snap.
fucking go to that shit. It's the gayest fucking shit ever. That's how they clap for people who sing the poetry, man.
Oh
Oh my
yeah,
god.
bro. I'm not gay, so I don't go there, bro. So I do
Oh,
apologize.
because clapping is a microaggression.
Is that what it
Yeah,
is?
you're supposed to, yeah. Like it's, I don't know why, but they do it at my kid's school, and it's just so gay.
Because it's a microaggression. Georgie just said that. Like you
Wow.
can't even talk too loud.
That is the gayest thing ever, man. What the fuck?
And it's funny because like one of the parents, I was like making fun of him. I was like, oh come, like I was making fun of it, but then he was like, oh, I go to Def Jam poetry at night. I'm like, oh shit. So he was kind of pissed at me, but yeah. Fucking A, man.
It's just, I blame Frank. Frank, I blame you. I tried to run with the big dogs. Just getting chopped.
This is a top 5 spaces moment for you, Jeffrey. It's probably behind the Fallopian tube, but it's up there.
Which chart? But look, I
the
am
snap.
right about the VIX. The VIX is about to break the lows. Gap down to 17.
Oh, Vix is gonna hit a 15 handle. most
Should
likely.
have played the VIX to Friday though. This is just
While the market goes down, son.
wait, son. Didn't you say VIX down, market down?
No, not anymore.
Oh, okay.
The dynamic wore off. But
It was like that
remember
earlier.
that VIX put ratio I was telling you about? That's why they threw that down.
While you guys were talking, I grabbed NOC 520 calls for August 15th. Northrop Grumman.
Oh damn! You think the war's finna happen again? They finna
You
start
know,
popping off again?
LHX
Yes,
had
sir.
like it bounced off of a buy zone for me. So that the Harris whatever defense.
L3
L3
company.
Harris?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
one bounced too. So
Yeah, and also Kev, remember yesterday we said oil cut that bottom basically, the breakout, and it hasn't gone lower than that. It's actually up a little bit. So
Damn, I haven't even checked that out, but I do remember we were talking about that.
And I'm still in my RTX 150 calls for January 2027.
Yeah, I still have aerospace that's outperformed the next 3 months.
aerospace, huh?
Yeah.
I know it. I see that there's ASTS spaces constantly every fucking day sometimes.
Oh no, not like that. Like aerospace defense,
Oh,
like
the
this.
defense. Sorry.
Yeah. Like RTX. Basically, it's RTXG,
The big companies. Yeah.
HON, yeah, TXT, HII, AER, SPR, LHX.
so we have
Damn, you ran up the whole sector.
A little bit of it.
So what do you guys think about Micron earnings today?
Beat.
I haven't seen any flows of it, so I don't know. It looks dead on the flow side.
So it's probably a nothing burger. I don't know. I have one contract that's just been holding. So
The chart looks really good though. It just creating higher.
No, the chart is amazing.
Yeah.
That's why I went ahead and grabbed like the 126s last week, right, to ride it on up for the earnings or whatever. And so, I mean, it man, this thing looked like it wants to go forever.
Yeah, there's actually no resistance, Kev. If the earnings are good, 150, I could see all-time highs. And it just all depends on what the earnings are going to be like. But I don't see any much of a resistance up there. I guess it is filling the gap today. Do you see that gap at 150, 127? It filled it today. Damn, that gap was created July 2024, and it filled it today.
Oh damn! Right.
Yeah.
So Wall Street Engine is reporting that Boeing is to replace Air Force One program head, and also crypto to count towards mortgages at FNMA, Fannie Mae, and Freddie Mac.
Oh wait, I can use that as my collateral.
Yep.
Yo, that's
Maybe.
awesome.
Depending on the size of your wallet.
Yeah, I mean, if you can show that you have, or if you can use it as like to get a loan, right? As a net worth, because before you couldn't do that. Like if I show that I have this many.
That's just showing slow adoption.
Yeah.
That's penetration, bro.
Yeah, no, that's a good thing. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, did you see what Vlad said yesterday? Robinhood CEO. He thinks the markets are gonna run on in the future. It's gonna run on blockchain and use crypto or something like that.
Dude, when you said you see what Vlad said, I thought you were talking about who said
No,
that.
Vladimir. No, I'm talking about
Yeah.
Robinhood CEO. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what he thinks we're going towards, and that makes sense. 24/7 market, man. Run on blockchain.
24/7
Hold on. Which Vlad did you think he was talking about? Like Vladimir
Putin.
Putin? Oh,
Putin.
Yeah. That's what, like first name basis of the president, yo. I was like, oh,
yeah, I
that's
thought
good.
Vlad, and
He's
I
like,
was thinking Vlad TV, maybe
he's
like
about to ask.
The Ukrainian dude who has the
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
He's about to ask, yo, you know Vlad?
Oh, that's
Putin there?
insane. That's too funny.
They're just chatting on Telegram out there.
Yeah, I know him personally.
Here we go with this spy wolf foolishness at the end of the day. Is it
VIX break
power
it
hour
down.
or sour hour?
I did jump in SPX 6100s for 40 cents, 20 cons, $900, and I'm gonna hold it to the end of the day. Fuck it, we'll see what happens. And then you all can praise the King Joffrey.
So wait, you're bearish now?
I'm bullish. I went calls, bro.
Oh, you
Yeah,
went call.
no, the VIX is breaking down. The VIX looks like it's already all the way broken down, in my opinion.
Jeffrey, what did you buy?
But
I bought 61
it,
SPX, sir. Sorry, Kev.
but
Yeah, I'm kind of.
the market is down too. Like the VIX and the market are coinciding.
I don't know if it's gonna work, but I think we
Like
might have an end of day run here. But I don't know. Kevin's
VIX
right.
down, VIX down, market down.
VIX
It's gonna
down,
be the
market
most
down.
brutal. It's gonna be the most brutal summer.
All I need is a nice little reversal.
Add a couple contracts to the 607 puts for tomorrow and spy. Sorry, Jeffrey.
Like I said, we're about to hit $17 on VIX. Probably gap fill there. I we'll see. We'll see. Got to risk it to get the biscuit.
Yeah, it's actually SPY's holding a BOS right here on the 5 minute at 606.27.
I don't know. I still got my QQQ 535s for tomorrow. But I also got a bunch of IWM 214s in case small caps decide they're gonna pop. These are lottos. They were like $1, $2.
Damn. Spy's range days range was 605.54 to 608.61.
They just took away.
That's almost a $3 range.
They just took away all my gex. We'll see what happens here. That might be a mistake. I just looked at it and I was like, what the fuck? They just erased all the 600s or 6100s.
Bro, that was a full $3 move. $3 is some change.
Yeah.
What is
A bipartisan group of U.S. lawmakers introduced the No Adversarial AI Act on Wednesday, aiming to ban Chinese AI models.
No, they're adding now to 6100s.
See, the 10-year yield is negative now. You got VIX down, yields down, SPY down, markets down. It's crazy.
Oh, we're going into a recession. It's over with. Doomsday.
In that scenario, wouldn't dollar should be ramping, right? That would be like safe haven if there's gonna be a global recession.
Yeah, VIX down, dollar down, yields down, market down.
Everything down.
Everything
Oh,
down.
shit. When the next GDP print come out?
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Ain't that it?
I think
Now we're
no,
gonna
Friday.
be talking recession. Oh,
Friday.
okay, we'll be talking recession tomorrow.
Actually, Kev, it's Friday. I'm looking at it right now.
PCE is Friday too.
GDP. Wait, when is I know it's GDP's. Oh, GDP is Thursday.
Yeah, that's tomorrow.
Quarter one GDP. Yeah.
Jobless claims
Oh,
tomorrow
did
too.
anybody talk? Did anybody talk?
Grabbed
5-year early today?
541 Qs.
Yeah, Andy Constant
20
gave
cents.
the 5-year a C minus.
20
He gave it a
cents.
C minus.
50 cons. End of day. I'm gonna stay quiet until this bitch closes in the positive.
You got 6100s.
Bro, son.
I got
Is
Qs
Sun
and
Capital up there?
SPXs.
His son, yeah, he left. Fucking core weave is at 162.
Wow, good God.
And my 170, my 175 puts are still green. I mean red. I don't know how. This thing is at 162 and my 175 puts are red. I don't even know how to explain that one.
Hey, I hope everybody got out of SRFM. If V's listening, it dumped to 250. What the fuck just happened?
So, we play with these $2 stocks. That's what happened.
Exactly. This shit is dumb.
That's where you buy it at. You buy it at the 250.
Yeah, but what?
Yeah.
There has to be some kind of news. Let me check.
Yo, look at this thing, man. Look like a house.
Oh, they did an offering.
Of course they did. I didn't I ask somebody about that?
What
Dude,
ticker
when
is
you
that?
This
see
is where you at. This is where you add.
What ticker?
SRFM.
What is that?
Surf Air Mobility.
I don't know.
That's the one I was telling you about earlier. That's the mini airport that's going to be doing the charter. They're going to be doing like, like say if you like you're in Colombia, right? You need to get back to Arizona real quick for a business meeting. You would charter a flight with SRFM, and you get to you take your flight. You wouldn't have to wait in line. You have to go through TSA. You don't have to do any of that shit.
Bro, I would have done that moving here. It was such a friggin' hassle to with 3 dogs like that, dude. I would have paid the whatever it is $8,000 to do it if it was that. I don't know. I got stuck in the airport for 2 fucking days.
It's 3 p.m. Power Hour session. Let's see if we can catch any sort of a trade. We are looking at the QQQ trying to break out of this falling wedge pattern. Tesla making a nice recovery. So we are seeing a bit of positive price action.
So it did halt for some reason.
It did. It was for that news.
Tesla moving up. QQQ quietly, sneakily breaking out here right on Power Hour. I was hoping to see one more small dip.
Basically, it's back down to the
but that might not happen. Maybe we start trending for the rest of the session here.
Yeah, I'm buying here.
Google's looking constructive.
I believe in what they're trying to do, and I also believe in Palantir. I believe in all the bullishness around Palantir, and if Palantir is willing to up their stake in this, yeah, to me that's super bullish in my opinion.
All right,
Plus, I,
I bought 5,000 shares at 240.
I'm still getting a sell signal on the 1 hour, so it's still showing that it could come down to.
it might come down more. I'll buy more.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Back in with you, Kev. 240.
I'll wait. 215. I'll add.
QQQ is seeing a little bit more volume.
Oh, IWM is starting to get a little frisky.
Yeah. Spy too.
If this is a true breakout, the back test will be bought. That's your aggressive area on the long side. Tesla starting to pump here. Pretty strong move off of the lows aggressively. I'm just going to scan through to see if there's any other chart setups that I'm eyeing up.
Nvidia wants that 150 magnet, man. There's so much offer up that they're gonna try to go for it.
You said the 160.
155 for now. That's the first hurdle. Then after that is 160.
Yeah, I still got some 155s and 160s.
Big surge on the Qs
Two
coming into
155s
play.
and some five 160s.
Big Kev, look at Nike 15-minute chart right now. Look at that W.
Oh shit, we about to catch that bid.
Yes, sir.
Nvidia yet again another new
The TTM squeeze is turning up.
is really propelling this market forward. You're getting a little bit more participation from Tesla, trying to firm up. Amazon's trying to get ready here. Meta's looking constructive.
Looks good right here. Daily still looks like got duty, but
SOX ETF going for another high breakout.
this might be a good entry right here for Nike if you haven't gotten in yet. If you're trying to play either
Tesla
value
370 coming soon.
Yeah, so on Nike,
Yeah, potentially. Potentially.
no activity on the options.
Yeah.
You have a strong case for that. This could be the swing trade level that people are eyeing up.
And new earnings.
It's certainly a beautiful fill of that gap, piercing the major fib level. I'm very tempted, retracing back to the breakout neckline.
I mean, on Nike, I'm already in the 62 and the $65 calls, so I'll hold those.
Yeah, no, Nike about to catch that bid. Is what it's looking like on the 15.
Yeah. Tesla catching a little bit as well. Printing a double bottom on the
Only thing is, I don't like Nike's daily.
Yeah, that's the exact same thing I said. The daily looks like doo-doo.
Their daily is
Yeah,
giving me a
that's what
point.
I'm hoping for. I do want to go long Tesla for a swing trade. I am very interested in accumulating a swing position. Sarfar is saying on the test of 322 again for Tesla, go for the 360 calls. What date you're looking at, Sarfar? Let's see. I'd probably look into.
Otherwise, it's just gonna consolidate here.
You already took TSLL? Okay, nice.
That's a bullish move on a 10-minute. So yeah, 327.55 for Tesla to the upside.
Yeah, Tesla might be trying to break out here. So that is a bullish close on the Tesla 5-minute chart, closing above this impulse red candle. Tesla is closing bullishly here, making a nice potential intraday reversal. You are seeing some accumulation occur. So that is a strong close on Tesla. The next little pullback likely can and will be bought. High probability of that. Views are still trying to squeeze here till the upside. You can see Tesla still maintaining positive price action.
Sold half my SPX 6100s at 150%. Now it's their money, the house money on the balance.
Let's go. Good job, man.
So again, a very positive close for Tesla, getting a nice bullish engulfing above that prior red bar breakdown. That's very constructive. QQQ is trying to break out here. Marvin is trying to push for the high of day again. MRVL. nvidia is the largest company in the world, surpassing Microsoft, bolstering a 3.75 trillion market cap. So close to 4 trillion. So friggin' close. We're witnessing history. History is being witnessed.
ALMU being sold 1760. I'm going to buy it.
Puts on nvidia yet?
Aluma.
Maybe closer to the end of the month, which it's coming up, but I think nvidia has an upside. I'll show you this nvidia chart. I wouldn't tie shorting it yet. Intraday, there's an opportunity if we hit this high channel again, but really on the daily chart, I see this nice little channel going from so nvidia looks like 155. 155 is a better resistance. You're on a 3-bar surge. That's where I could see it at least going to in the short term. So 156 maybe, 155, 156 is better for nvidia. But wow. QQQ, strong move here on the Qs. Strong move on Tesla. And perhaps, I mean, even that psychological 4 trillion market cap. We haven't seen a 4 trillion market cap company yet. And nvidia is just only 250 billion away. Which, the way this stock moves, I mean, that's kind of nothing in the grand scheme of it, seems to be.
Heffery, you know your name.
He's over there finding
Big
the
surge
unmute
here
button.
on the markets. Really big surge here.
Can't find the unmute button.
NASDAQ is pushing back to the high side.
Y'all have entirely too much fun with those damn soundboards.
So right now you have NVIDIA up 4.25, putting the whole market on its back. SPY is slightly green, up about 0.04%. QQQ up 0.17. Apple up 0.5%. Google up 2.2. Amazon still down 0.5%. Meta still down about 0.5%. Tesla down 3.99, but bouncing off of the lows quite nicely. SMCI up 8%. AMD up 3.48. Micron down slightly. MicroStrategy up 2.75.
I love you guys, but sometimes when we're conflicting, I get nervous and I have to just walk away. Look at this fucking, I'm pumping this SPX, man.
Wow, SMR down 10.68%. SMR getting bludgeoned. S&PS, that's doing well.
Added. I'm out of all my futures. Just took the profit. We're right on that line. We break here. We break up from here.
Yep, what a reversal in Tesla, absolutely. A bullish reversal.
Yep, I'm holding, bro. Come on, motherfucker. Come on.
Back in the bid X55s for next week.
Views are still looking very strong here. Potential daily topping tail on Netflix today. Good to see that one. You know what's ETFs looking interesting is MSOS. That's really starting to perk up here. Marijuana space.
Gain for SPX 40 pound.
Beautiful.
And
Nice
I'm still
job.
holding my Qs.
AMD, what is the next course of action? Praying and hoping that Micron falls and it takes semiconductors down.
Nvidia is taking you to the promised land.
The hopium strategy.
Now watch this thing. Yeah. Watch this thing run 4x. I've got MG on my shoulder going. Oh look.
Just trusting the daily chart.
I got MG on my shoulder.
Tesla might catch that bid.
Fucking hell.
Trusting the daily chart.
Catching that bid.
I got a quarter left.
You know, obviously it's just continuing to see liquidity flow from Nvidia, but it's done a rocket ship move to the upside. You're coming into this next resistance level right up here. Previous breakdown zone. But it doesn't seem like it wants to give up anything. Semiconductors have the backdrop of Nvidia, right? Pushing it higher here.
Listen, I've got MG. Watch this thing go fucking 500x. You know the calls, right? Like,
look at the semiconductor SOX ETF. That's also trying to charge higher and higher. I do have an upside target on SOX around 258, but we'll see if it needs to work itself off. What a move on QQQ. Holy moly. What an absolute ripper. Look at Nvidia.
Fuck, look where they are now, Frank. $3.
Tesla ripping.
$3. I got it at 160. Look at this fucking thing moon. Why isn't the fucking Q's mooning?
That's an astonishing move to the upside.
Sorry for swearing, guys. Dude, I did just double. Dude.
I wish I caught calls there, but we may have a scalp short trade. Market's gone straight up.
What's gonna be funny is if they end up buying SRFM all the way back up to 5.
Uber struggling today. Stoneco.
So far, 237 at the bottom.
I'd consider a QQQ put option. If Nvidia hits this top of this channel, call it 150. It's close. Well, one more little move higher, 154.55. I'd consider a QQQ put.
Good job, Jeffrey. Good job playing that.
What a move from 539 to 541. What a beast of a move. That's for certain.
I'm stopped Adam bounce.
Good job, Frank. Excellent work.
Awesome.
Palo Alto doing well. Up 1%. Monster taking on the chin, guys. Monster is looking like it could go quite a bit lower. Ticker MNST.
You got out of what, $3? You son of a bitch?
No. I when you sold, I got out. The best price I got was 240. I got stopped.
God damn it. Good job. See,
But that was the last quarter. I sold before you sold, actually. And I'm out of all my futures. Yeah, that was.
King's finally taking a bit of a breather today.
150, yes. Which was
So that's coming in slightly.
I wasn't as big as
Costco down 1.4%. Pretty big down move there for Costco. Carvana struggling today, down 2.5%.
this thing's going up. This is going back to the high.
I don't know.
Celsius taking a breather after its big impulse candle breakout. ARM is another one that's been ripping to the upside. Another semiconductor name that's been flying. Adobe seeing some positive price action today. That's up 1.2. Nasty price action on Archer, ACHR, daily chart looking quite grim. Intraday chart looking grim. Look at that bearish engulfing on Archer Aviations. I might take some put options on this name. It looked like it could be due for a correction. Let's see what the chain is like on Archer for a continuation move down. What are we trading at? $10. Let's see what $10 put options are sitting at.
Where's Apple at? Is that thing gonna come back?
Pretty cheap.
Come on, Apple. Apple and Tesla could push me. Meta's reversed.
$10 puts end of the week are at 17 and 19 cents. Interesting.
Oh, they're at 6100 all the volume, and they're adding 6105 Frank and 6110. That's all new. A lot of volume going in there. We can run this shit up the end of the day.
It might be a swing short setup on Archer Aviation. Tempted. I'm tempted. Let's keep scrolling through. I might take that at the end of the day as a swing trade. But even intraday, it looks like it's going to fall here some more. B is struggling today. Airlines again, AAL struggling as well. Let's see ACN. That's struggling a little bit.
Nah, go ahead and say your theory now. Say it now.
Let's take a seat here. Nice little rejection there on nvidia, coming down slightly. Is there any other tickers you guys are bullish on other than some of the ones we've mentioned? If there's any observations you've made, we can scan the markets as a collective. A nice move back up on Bitcoin. Bitcoin trying to retest the highs of the session. Very strong price action in BTC. First Solar making another push to the positive side. So a really big push here in FSLR, guys, over the last hour or so. Whoops. Look at that push on FSLR going to the positive territory. Interesting. Yeah, I like Bitcoin. I do. 110 is on tap, I think, for sure. QQQ just so happens to be sitting right at that prior all-time high, previous all-time high, finding a lot of sell side pressure there. Rejection so far.
That's what big VC shops do, right? They basically let their bigger companies
What's
invest in
Pepsi
them.
doing
In that
today?
case, the value of everything goes up because it's a sale for a big one of their bigger investments. Meanwhile,
Interesting.
the smaller
Wow.
companies act like
I don't
they
mind Pepsi
have
down here.
some legitimacy, right?
That's
That's the
right at
big
the
thing.
low. It made a new low today.
Yeah, it
Pepsi.
makes sense, Monitib. And like I said, like Palantir was really trying to show that they
Sorry
had
for saying
stability.
DraftKings looking like a
So
short.
it doesn't matter if
Guys, I'm probably going to take some Pepsi upside calls here.
but so my suspicion
Hitting a
is
nice
that
double bottom intraday, making a new
on the
low.
commercial side,
I don't mind Pepsi here. This is a more of a long-term play.
Look, I like Palantir. First of all, I think they're great. Not the valuation, but the real risk for Palantir, I think, is going to come if we worsen our relationship with Europe and NATO starts weakening. You're going to see a lot of them ripping it out. They're not gonna support it if it's so completely tied with US and Europe and US have
Let's look at
problems.
DraftKings.
I think that's the big
they're
risk.
already
$44
they're
short
already
on
in the
DraftKings.
market
Yep.
though in Europe. So once they're in,
I
they're
don't
going to
mind
sell.
that at
So they
all.
bought into the National Health Service in the UK, and they did it kind of not so kosher. But then once they got entrenched, the government was like, "Oh well, they're already here. We might as well keep using them," and they've been expanding.
Yeah,
So
UK is a different story.
Yeah,
I
Tesla hit
think
the break even.
don't bet on difficulty in getting out to national security interests, right? And that's still it's not a problem now. I don't think it's going to be a big issue. Palantir will
Yeah,
probably
I don't mind Pepsi down here. Looking
keep
at,
the
let's see what
deal
these
like this
140s look
or
like.
whatever, but it's a risk given it's selling at like what 100x sales or something like that.
Real quick, guys. The VIX is starting to kind of waterfall down here. The candle's getting larger and larger. Broke below 17, which I thought it would get to, and we're at 16 and 82 cents. This thing could push up into end of day. The VIX is collapsing, kind of. Just FYI. Sorry for interrupting.
Tesla is over my 327.55 level, by the way. So Tesla, I have 330 next level. See if it could get there before.
We're at that $2 here, Frank, at the 6100s. They could go to 4. Double from.
Yeah, I'm out of those. I'm just trading futures. I'll buy futures if I
Yeah.
think it's gonna go. I'll buy NVIDIA.
I've just got my Qs, 50 cons. I've doubled it, but it's not really moving compared to SPX. That SPX move was huge.
I had some lower bids and I canceled them.
Seeing nvidia breaking down here. Nvidia is starting to break down a little bit on the 1-minute chart. Qs are getting rejected right at that prior all-time high. And I'm just entering some Pepsi positions.
Sorry, guys.
40 and 150 calls for Pepsi. Jan 16th, so start of the new year.
Little bull flag here on cues. Come on, dude. Come on. Kev, are you seeing anything for me to keep holding here or no? Kev? Can you guys all hear me? Can anyone hear me?
Still seeing Nvidia coming through a bit of distribution. It's forcing a little bit of selling.
They're building the GEX volume up top, 6100s, all the volume. They're building 6120s now, starting to. It'd be nice to see it run all the way up there. I doubt it, but even though I'm out of my SPX, but I'm sure Q's would have a little part of that.
My fear is if I buy futures here and there's a liquidity grab with another higher low, I'll be like choking on it. So it's not worth it. The risk reward is not worth it.
Yeah. Still flaggy. I mean, the VIX is still going down. We're at lows. Red candle after red candle.
See where the next 30-minute NVIDIA closes. If it closes here, it's a shooting star. If it gets back up, maybe it's okay.
Oh, I didn't even have NVIDIA open.
Got a couple minutes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jeffrey, man. I couldn't unmute, bro.
Oh,
Crazy.
I was like, babe, Kev, tell me
I was
you see
trying.
something. Yeah, tell me you see something.
I mean, it's looking bullish overall, man. The VIX still looks bearish. Look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin is pumping. So I mean, I don't know what your contracts and your expiration is.
Today, 541.
Okay, I'm looking at Amazon. Amazon pumping or pumped and looks strong. Meta pumped and looks strong. The Dow looks strong. IWM doesn't look really strong, but I got some 214 lottos that I hope, as I'm wishing on the star on those by now.
Looks like we're breaking
Apple's
down
pulling back. Apple's pulling back. That's the problem. So, but everything else just relatively looks strong for the most part.
I might have to just get out.
And the VIX looks weak.
This is like consolidating below again, 6150. If it was above it, I'll be more bullish, but we're below the level. So, I mean, yeah, I'm just not as in the play because it's below 6150.
I'll stop out of break even, dude. I don't want to lose money. I made 6 G's off of that pump, so
yeah.
I should have sold my SPX at 100%, but you never know. I'll stop out flat.
Added SPY 607 puts for tomorrow at
It was a
140.
great trade. You got to look at it a different way, from a different angle.
Yeah, but it could have been a fucking 12 grand.
No one gets
It
the
could have been a
highs.
12 grand trade in fucking, 10
In
minutes.
a second, though, it traded there for a second.
Dude, Frank, we always got to get ourselves better, right? Like we always got to do that. Like I got to better myself. That's the problem. Sometimes I just
No, I hear you, but like my point is that you look back a lot. Like,
100%
fuck,
I do.
if I would have, should have, could have.
Because my problem
That's
is
not
taking
healthy.
profits too early. That's my problem.
And then when he doesn't take it early, it goes red.
Then let
Yeah,
then let
no,
your
no.
your last five go to zero
I need
because
to.
you.
Sell side pressure in the Qs there. Getting rejected once again off of that previous all-time high price. You have nvidia seeing some distribution. Semiconductor Micron earnings after the bell. See if we get another little dip here.
So they won't rob you for that?
No.
Okay.
But I need to. If I win it from a trade, I'll buy a boat.
Sound like you're trying to transport something with that speedboat.
Ah, look out now.
Bullberry, you got to beat the heat wave and go up to Haida Gwaii or Alaska for salmon fishing.
Oh, okay. V, did you know I lived in Alaska? We did so much king salmon fishing and halibut fishing. That was an amazing time of my. I mean, it was that.
Qs are still looking pretty heavy here.
Yeah, I want to do that before the end of the year.
Dude, you go to Ketchikan. You know Ketchikan?
This would be the area to buy off of the back test.
Ketchikan.
But if you start getting
I
close
think
inside this pivot, then we're going
I
lower.
don't know Alaska so well, but
I don't like the fact that the Qs put in a little bit of a lower high here.
Like Anchorage.
Again, off of that same resistance level that we've been seeing sellers on.
some of the Canadian spots. But what's special about Ketchikan?
Well, that's where I grew up. I just know the area. It's got when I lived there, it had one road, one little mall, one high school. Yeah.
Sounds right.
I knew 11, like 7 or 11, if I could remember, people people in my grade when I went there committed suicide. Like 7 people that I knew.
Unfortunately, that also sounds right. Like
Yeah,
I don't know why it's so
it's
endemic in these.
the
If it's
dark
like
depression.
yeah.
Nvidia's
And,
about to pull back here.
yeah, there's nothing for them to do in that town, and so it's just drugs, alcohol, sex. Like when
Yeah,
you're young.
unfortunately, there's a part of northern BC that's called like the Highway of Tears because of this kind of stuff too.
Same
It's
thing.
unfortunate, but it's incredible places to like visit. You know,
Yeah,
you don't have to
to a
live there
vacation.
all year.
Yeah. V, do you hunt? Do you hunt your deers, or you?
Um, uh, I have. I'm not recently. Um, but yeah, I grew up
Real
with
quick, trim release
in that
by
hobby.
607 puts for tomorrow at
Nvidia really breaking down here,
40
guys.
bucks a contract. They're not $40 now. I'm gonna hold the rest into tomorrow. Spy 607.
On the small time frame, very small time frame.
No
No,
business.
that's my fault for getting us off track. But V, thank you. Appreciate it. We could talk afterwards. See, so I need to learn like how you guys do it is flip. So after I sold, maybe I should have started looking at puts for zeros and made it on the down. I'm just not.
Well, I try not to sell until I'm sure that I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, then it has to be going the other way.
Yeah, I like having the reaction and rather than anticipate. Like I said, 6150 retest on ES, but I wouldn't just go short just because it's that level. I would wait for a reaction off of it.
Like for me, Tesla on the invalidation of the H pattern. Once it's invalidated, then it turns into what, Jeffrey?
Invalidated what?
When an H pattern is invalidated, what does it turn into?
Wu Tang, baby.
Exactly. So if I'm thinking invalidated H turns to W, then when my H is invalidated, if I'm playing an H pattern and it's invalidated, then it's easier for me to switch to calls.
What have you done for me lately? Oh, hold on a second here. Is that what we're doing, NVIDIA? Okay. I grabbed some NVIDIA 150 puts for next week.
Yeah, it was definitely started pulling back after 154.
Yes, sir. Uh, if SPY is gonna bounce, it's gonna bounce right here, or it's coming down to the basement.
Yeah, the Russell looked like it's taking out the low. The Dow's getting rejected. Apple's looks like the H pattern formation.
Interesting chart that I like here, guys, is AVTR. Nice bullish reversal today. I like this daily chart setup. We've put in a beautiful sell-off, bullish engulfing candle on the daily. You're trying to get a close above this little bit of a red bar sell-off. I think this is very, very poised for a potential move higher to target this gap fill. So AVTR,
If you're in those 607 for tomorrow, trim this.
medical distributor, market cap 9.3 billion. The volume today is trading about 8.16. Average 30-day volume is about 11.91. Earnings is in 29 days. You just had an insider buy a couple days ago, a few 100,000 worth of shares. I think that you're starting to recapture some key moving averages. Weekly chart looking like it wants to break out here. AVTR. All right, big stick on nvidia.
Hold on, what time frame am I looking at?
Look at Nvidia pump. I still want to.
I'm about to take that. Okay, but I'm looking at a 15 and it's pumping.
It's
What am
pumping.
I looking?
Yeah, it is.
I still want to do it a round two here. I still fucking want to do a round two. Let me see. Qs.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold these 150s for next week.
Yeah, Jeffrey, I don't know about round two.
That's too much.
Jeffrey getting ahead of himself.
DGen, dude. I'm about to do another 800.
Save the money you just made, bro. Relax.
I need that fucking boat, bro. I'm gonna wait. I'll wait till at least 10 minutes and see if there's something there. Oh man.
Fucking finally I'm even on 4 weeks. This shit is a joke. It's at 158, bro.
Your final 15 minutes here, 17 minutes.
And I am still down $30. I don't even know how this is possible. I need to cut this shit soon.
So 2 billion worth of signature dark pool prints on SPY at 606.82 and 606.83.
Yeah, Spy got that bounce right where
Look
I
at
said
this. I knew it. Mother trucker. I knew there was going to be a
right
round
where I
two.
said it needed to bounce. That's great on Spy. I'm not talking about Nvidia.
Qs are looking okay too, man. They're breaking out this little flag thing. I think it gets Qs get to 541. Oh man, they're pumping this, dude.
This is why I said take your profits on Spy. 607 puts.
Playing just 10 contracts to see if I'm right at 40 cents. 6100's SPX.
I don't know. You
You buy
remember
it.
what
As
Sun
soon as you
said
buy, it's
earlier?
gonna dump.
This could just stay right here, guys. I mean, there you go. Could just not go anywhere.
Jeffrey, if you break that makeup table, you're gonna have to buy another one. So, just saying.
Oh, what am I looking at? Oh, I want to look at Gex. Oh, I don't know. They're taking away 6085s, taking away 6090s, adding to 6095s. 6100 still majority volume. We could end up 6100. Here we go. Push.
Apple is trying to participate. It's trying.
Russia is open to a new output hike if OPEC Plus decides that it is needed. That's bearish oil price, right?
Mm-hmm. What is Oxy? played oil in a while. Occidental petroleum. This shit is in the basement. The fuck? $40. This Oxy could come to $40. OXY. Apple.
QQQ still stuck under previous all-time high. Positive in the session.
Trump comes out and calls Chuck Schumer our great Palestinian senator.
I can't.
Come on, Tesla. Let's get that end of the day push. Right on up to 330.
S&P is negative.
Trying.
Cent. Meta's struggling. Tesla's still down on the session, 3.7. Amazon's lagging. Leadership in Google, Apple, nvidia, Microsoft.
All right. I cut mine. Lost like $200. It was small cons.
Probably been better served in Tesla calls, but maybe not. Hey, did Yellow Moon Lambo ever do the bitmap Tesla?
Uh, I don't think he did.
Scanning some charts here, guys, trying to see if there's
He probably did.
anything worth
No.
taking
He doesn't have it.
for a swing trade.
He doesn't
Oh,
have
Oh
okay.
it.
yeah, that's right. That's what he said. He doesn't have it. He only has Nvidia and something else.
Meta.
Yeah.
And I think Apple maybe, he doesn't have the full thing. Yeah, we're dropping. Thank God I didn't YOLO back in.
What, you guys were looking for some data?
Qs are coming in a bit.
Tesla, what, like options or what? What on Tesla?
I think he's looking at supply and demand from YOLO, who has.
Okay, I see.
What is it? What is that product? Bookmap.
I see.
But what are you
Bookmap.
seeing?
I said bitmap.
Bitmap. But what are you seeing on Tesla?
What the fuck is bitmap?
Wait.
Wait a sec. Okay, but I thought it's bookmap.
No, I said, oh, it's bookmap. I said bitmap.
Is there something called bitmap?
No, I know. No, I just misspoke. I said the wrong name.
Oh, okay.
I'm just acknowledging that.
Well, it wasn't you. It was Bullish Bears coming over the top saying bitmap. I'm like, what are you talking about, bitmap? Bullish Bear. I'm gonna drop you down, Kevin. Let me drop Bullish Bears down. We've been fighting all day.
Micron
Go ahead.
after the bell.
Please drop down that bullish beer guy down, because I don't know who that
We
is.
will see
Drop down the
whether
bullish
or
beer.
not. Obviously, investors expecting really, really strong earnings on Micron. That's pretty given.
GDP
They've had a
growth,
phenomenal rally.
4%.
Hey, but what are you guys seeing on Tesla for options?
Twig.
Let me see.
EPS estimate on Micron is $1.60 per share.
Wait, what you got? You got the Traderlytics?
Yeah.
Going into it, Micron's bolstering 142.95 billion market cap.
Pretty much where we are. 327. That's where
You have anyone else after the bell worth noting? Let's just scan through this.
You looking at Tesla? No, let me pull up Tesla.
Nah, nothing really I'm seeing here worth noting other than MU.
just open interest. Peak gamma is 350. Peak negative gamma is
Nike has earnings tomorrow. Thanks, Sarpers. Yeah, let's take a look at NKE.
Priced, and I think turning technically, you might want to have a look at it's Roblox.
Scared me. I thought Micron had earnings tomorrow, but I was like, I only read it as earnings tomorrow. I was like, you made me double take.
That's where I think
But yeah, Nike.
I'm not the professional.
You're looking at around 59.
Well, thank you, but I'm not there yet.
Yeah, these wicks are being bought up for sure.
Look promising. I want to see it come down a little bit more.
That's your reversal, back testing.
I've been short since yesterday, and it has turned green, so that's why it caught my attention.
Nice.
I mean, this thing.
Yeah, 59 is a good area. 59.99, just below
ever.
$60. Yep.
Dude, have you look at the chart though?
Obviously, that could drop, pump in earnings.
5 degrees.
A little risky on either end.
It's amazing. That's why I don't want to short it until it.
You guys get MOC? Did you guys get MOC?
It doesn't look too bad. Nike.
Anyway, I just wanted to flag it. I think it's interesting at this point in terms of
Hmm.
reward.
No, I'm asking you guys if you guys got it.
MOC is negative 1.1 bill, S&P negative 61 million, NASDAQ.
Pumping right now, though.
Nope. I am risking it here.
But when you think it has turned
I'm risking the full position. AMD.
let me know. Thanks.
Basically, if these contracts go to zero, if AMD pops, it cancels out my whole hood trade from this morning. And I went up 100%. So I'm basically using the hood profits to insulate AMD. If you didn't make any profits on hood, I would recommend you staying in it. But considering I'm insulated, Tesla puts out.
I mean, you can do it with options too. It's just a lot of platforms, the user interface makes it easy for futures. Just go buy, sell, buy, sell.
There's no way, dude. Swing long on Tesla, but it hasn't given me that.
Yeah, Wing is also an interesting short, by the way. Kind of same dynamics. Even though the company makes money.
The Wing options are freaking expensive right now.
For tomorrow, do you think we should go positive? I mean,
See what happens on Micron earnings, right? It
17. Maybe Qs for tomorrow. 543.
AMD is so stretched from its 7-day, but things can get more stretched for sure. AMD needs about a 7-8% pullback to be okay for it to reset the bullish upside, but still trying to push here.
I'm going calls.
I think it's stretched to either actually.
That's why I'm swung today. 5, 6, or 7.
What's JP saying?
I'm going calls.
No, I'm only holding it because I made money on hood. So my whole hood profits, a couple thousand on hood, is insulating that trade.
I'm in 10 cons. I just want to see if that's going to work. We'll see. Got it at fill price 69 cents.
I think it's I could see it.
Up to you guys.
Look at the VIX.
It really depends on.
Yeah, right.
I just who knows, guys? Who knows?
Your mean reversion, so I'm a hold. Yeah, I know the mean reversion, same.
Nvidia over 154 again.
It should, but earnings can do anything. JP saying, don't you think markets should fly high because of nvidia?
Yeah, V, I would be very interested in your
Yeah.
story as well.
I mean, we hit our new all-time highs on the Qs today, but we did the old gap and crack. So obviously, we benefited from the put options on the Qs.
In this kind of contract business,
That was our top trade of the day.
around with the accounting quite a bit, so
177% on Q puts, but I do think markets are poised for higher price action, that's for sure. It's just a matter of, are these earnings going to dip us a little bit more? I'm hoping for a bit of a dip. Surfer is saying he sees a bit of selling tomorrow and Friday. Yeah, I'm hoping for a little bit more of a dip because I want to get back into some SPY calls. I mean, we've trimmed quite a bit of profits yesterday before major S&P stocks saw some selling. We trimmed like 5 positions yesterday, took long profits, exited our full SPY 601 calls. So I'm hoping to get long again in the indices, but I want to see a little bit more consolidation. So I'm actually hoping that AM or Micron, you know, hinders the semis a little bit here so we can get some long entries because Nvidia's got more upside, S&P's got more upside, Qs have more upside. But so far the daily chart doesn't look like the Qs. The Qs have 3 minutes left to close back above the previous all-time high.
Yeah, yeah, no, my Polar Low Lottos just died.
Yeah, those kinds of divergences between the IWM and the others, I mean, does that worry you?
We did take a couple new long positions as well on the swing trade side. AVTR and Pepsi.
So Jordan, you watch the VVIX?
No, not really. Like not ever really. I mean,
Is spot or are the Qs gonna close above that all-time high, previous all-time high? We're testing it. We're right at the zone right here. So far, we are. Let's see. Nvidia's trying to get a pump here into the close. Oops, wrong name here.
It's not even coming down. It's just tanking. Like this thing is, it's just dumping.
I mean that's bearish for the VIX because it's sort of
It's pumping. QQQ closing above that previous all-time high for the time being. And we will stay on for the AMD reaction, or sorry, the Micron reaction. I don't know why I'm always saying AMD, but we'll stay on for Micron reaction. Basically are going into this with some lottos. So we'll see what happens here. Micron is into that gap. Will it pump to the high side or will it dump? All right, that's the market session, guys. It's been a slice trading with you all. Some pretty good trades. We executed some flawless trades. Unfortunately, not on AMD though. We'll see if these weekly put options want to take us down on earnings here. Obviously, QQQ closing above all-time highs. That's a bullish close. You did have NVIDIA put in a new all-time high, taking leadership, being the largest company in the world, almost pushing that 4 trillion market cap. But overall, great profits on Hood, great profits on the Qs, some profits in Tesla and Meta. AMD really didn't cooperate with us, but we still have a little bit of hope with the earnings that are coming up here on Micron. So let's see what happens here after the bell. Micron earnings are set to be released very shortly. Come on, Micron, give up the goods. You know, there's so much bullish bias in semis right now that it might not even matter what they report. Maybe they just get a nice green stick to the upside, but they're certainly extended on the daily chart, weekly chart. You're very stretched from key moving averages. All right, Micron, let's play ball. So far, Micron's gapping up. Big stick to the upside. Big stick to the upside. Here goes Micron. They are pumping. Micron absolutely ripping. We'll see if it holds. So far, up over 5-6% in the after hours. Yep, what a pump is right. Let's see if it holds, right? Let's see if it holds. But so far, looking very constructive on Micron. And it's just so extended even more now. Look at that move. That's wild price action. That is wild. Let's see how it's affecting Nvidia. Yep, pushing Nvidia yet again into new all-time highs. Nvidia is testing almost 155. AMD is up a little bit here, almost testing 144. Wow. You know, with the gap up, if Micron holds this and it pushes semis higher, we will have some potential reversals intraday again tomorrow. Maybe the markets will yet again do another gap and crack. Yeah, JP saying they just have to take Nvidia's name to pump. I know. Pretty crazy. Well, it looks like that could be the move. Quite crazy. I guess there's no such thing as mean reversion. Not today. Not today yet. Not today. Nvidia, did Nvidia tap 155 there in the extended hours? Almost. Nvidia almost tapped 155. Wow. So up another 0.4% on Nvidia. $155 on tap. I would short Nvidia up here tomorrow. I would, if we keep this gap up, yeah, I'm going to look at a fade opportunity. I mean, there might be a potential it goes up to about 155.50, but nvidia tomorrow will be on watch for a intraday reversal. So we should be able to catch a nice little put play tomorrow. So Micron beat on earnings, guides up. Yeah, nvidia is short. Not in the after hours right now, but tomorrow, if it holds the gap up, I'm definitely going to be looking to short nvidia. For sure. It could go up a little bit higher, but I want to fade it into a gap up. So maybe 156, but certainly 155 intrigues me. I'd keep it on watch for a day trade tomorrow. But Micron guiding up earnings, semiconductors are still all the craze, keeping this market saturated. But again, thank you all for tuning in. That's pretty much it for the session today. Nice job if you're able to catch some profits. Apologies about AMD. You know, what's gonna take AMD to go green by the end of the week is a heavy reversal in the semis tomorrow. I'm talking about a daily intraday bearish engulfing candle is needed to reset these semis. I was hoping for a little bit more of a dip in the markets to accumulate some of the S&P and Q calls, but we'll see. We might get an intraday reversal, but so far, Micron and semiconductors yet again continuing their upside surge into the market. But again, thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you on the charts a little bit later.